Welcome one and all to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. The time is now. The place is here. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by K-Man. We've got Kai behind us in the production booth, and I couldn't be more excited. Today is Elimination Day. It is the playoff play-in, something everybody looks forward to every single split. And here we have FPX versus NIP.
I could not be more excited, Mazel. This is it. This is what we've been building towards all year long. The stakes could not be higher for both of these teams, and I, for one, cannot wait to see how it goes.
It's, hey, the competition is in the air, I feel like. Well, let's go ahead and take a look at the play-in bracket here first and foremost, because we got to give you a little bit of a gist of where we're going. So, this playoff format, it's the whole playoffs, the grand finals as they named it. But this is stage 1. This is the play-ins. This is single elimination best of 5 to decide if you're going to make it into that playoff bracket, where you will be chosen in order from top to bottom from the top 4 teams from Group Ascent. But these are the matches we have in store tonight. FPX versus NIP, which should start us off with a bang. We do have some other bangers queued up here, K-Man.
Yeah, almost every single one of these play-in series is interesting in its own right, but tonight especially, I mean, this could be the combo breaker, if you will, for Group Ascend, which I cannot wait to see.
And as they move forward, as I foreshadowed too, they will be chosen by the top 4 from Group Ascend in descending order. So maybe you want to have some good performances here in playoff play-in to not just get insta-chosen by top esports.
Yeah, you certainly don't want to be a team that is viewed as the weakest because your road becomes so much harder. You do not want to have to face TES and then, you know, whoever comes out even as like the 5 seed down on the lower part of the bracket. Getting that even number 7 spot going up against IG is so much more valuable. So both of these teams going to be looking to showcase as much as they can tonight.
And I just love the double elims, all the games that we get, and all the upsets that are potentially possible in that first round itself. But now, as we focus in on this first series, our first playoff play-in, this might be the night, K-Man. No Nirvana team has ever beat a Group Ascend team, but tonight, there's a little bit of magic in the air.
I can feel it, Mazel. I can feel it. It's so palpable that everything kind of rests for Group Ascend tonight. Look at the numbers in terms of how this split has gone for these two teams. If there was ever going to be a time where a Group Nirvana team was favored, this is the night for it. But I don't think the matchup is that cut and dry. I think we're in for a really good one.
I think, hey, we may be breaking open the can a little bit here, but the last time these two met, we did hear silver scrapes in this same position. Should be a lot of fun to see as it plays out here itself. But that brings us to this conversation of the difference between the groups themselves. Two teams that are in very differing positions, right? For Group Nirvana, NIP are the kings. They're walking around. They're getting grapes fed to them. They look so nice. Everything's looking good. On the other side, you're coming from a tragedy of a split. I mean, you saw the 7-loss streak there. It's brutal up there.
Yeah, I mean, Group Ascend is a nightmare if you are a team that's good, but maybe not great, because there are so many great teams in the LPL that are so aggressive and willing to take advantage of you. That's the question, right? Is have all of these challenges built up FPX and hardened them to come into a series like this? Or, you know, has their confidence been shattered? And for NIP, has, you know, going up against LNG and Thunder Talk and some of these weaker teams maybe showcase some of their more lackadaisical traits? It's really going to be on display today.
The more I look at this graphic, the funnier it gets, man. It's just, we've got like the classical painting going around the Feast of Lions. Oh, man, I love it. Shout out to Izzy, our goated graphics creator. But it brings up the conversation. It might be all fun and good, but it is like two completely different trajectories, and you have to establish yourself in this series because you only get one chance. You only get one series ahead of you, and that's the toughest part about tonight. One team's season will end for 2025. It's been a long year, and it might just get a little bit shorter for one of these teams. As we take a look at these rosters, take a look at these teams here, FPX themselves, it's been tough. They bought in some reinforcements, maybe bought in some reinforcements here with Didier, and they're trying to make it work.
This is certainly a revitalized version of FPX from what they've been for a lot of this split. They've not been able to find anything in the jungle that's been consistent, and they're hoping that now with a little bit more scrim time under them, Jejje can come in and actually be someone that elevates a lot of the rest of this team. But, you know, it's not all on his shoulders. Other players here have, you know, underperformed over the course of 2025 and really need to step up here today.
Yeah. And the worst part is some of them long-standing members. I'm looking at you, Care. But on the other side for NIP, it has been a split of remembrance of what this roster can be. It's been a split of redemption in a lot of ways, and things finally clicking for some of these pieces of the roster.
They needed to have a split like this in Group Nirvana. I mean, coming off of the split #1 performance that they showcased, I mean, we're looking at, Doingby and Leave as first-team All-Pro MVP type of players. They have not really been able to recapture that throughout the rest of the year. Nio has certainly reinvigorated a lot of the rest of this roster. Niket as well, down in the support position. But, it's Group Nirvana talent. Now we get the real test to see how real it actually is.
Yeah, hey, we'll have to keep our pinchers on standby, make sure it's not a dream. But this NIP roster, it functions in multiple different parts. I know something we'll talk about tonight is that mid-jungle duo, but more importantly, this bot lane, as I think Leave has had such incredible impact. I know he was such a lauded after ADC when he was coming up through that EDG system. Obviously, we're a far cry from that, and I think we're a far cry from the Leave that maybe didn't live up to those expectations at first, and now finally trying to find his own here on NIP and doing so beautifully.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a tumultuous road for Leave in the LPL, but you can argue that this previous split might be his most complete in terms of the tape that we've gotten to see. He was always known as a very carry-oriented, resource-oriented player that, wanted to play hyper carries and get enabled for the late game. He's been playing weak side for basically all of Split 3, and he's been awesome in that role, one of the most consistent AD carries in the entire league. So I think we're really seeing an evolution of Leave's game, and that might be what he needs to turn into one of the better AD carries in the LPL. Yeah.
And there's been some interesting instances where, he lags behind his team. He'll pick up a lot of assists. I think he might be one of the carries with the most assists in the league itself. I'm not going to back that up with actual info, but it feels that way. But you also see some of the aggressive moments that really make him a killer instant carry, right? And the times that he's willing to step up in fights with his health bar, play a little bit risky, but have those big payoff moments. And he's going to need it tonight, obviously, if we're trying to break records and have a Nirvana team end up taking down a Group Ascend team. But tonight would be the night for him to have that kind of pop-off moment. And especially, I'll bring it up once. I don't know how much I'll bring it up again. But hey, was Leave right? Maybe we decide tonight.
That's definitely a fun story.
I got the one. That's all I get. That's it. All right. We don't need to bring up the drama. That's it. That's all we got.
Hey, it certainly makes things very spicy going into tonight's series. Leave will get the chance to prove that, he might have been onto something, or perhaps maybe it, blows up in his face. Either way, I'm sitting here waiting with my popcorn for sure.
I've got it too. It's just off to the side here. But we do want to talk about the last time these two teams played, because it maybe didn't go the way NIP expected in a lot of cases. I know it was a matchup itself that did deliver. Like, we went all 5 games. I think there were some very big question marks levied towards a couple members of NIP with some of the decisions made in this series. But as a whole, it was just FPX capitalizing on a struggling NIP.
I honestly think they were just better in this series, and that's with, I think, NIP playing well. I don't think everything was going horrible. I just think that they, FPX executed on their game plans more efficiently, and I think they were able to get their carries into better positions. And really, at the end of the day, that's how you win, especially these chaotic types of games. If you can get your main, damage dealers into a good spot, that's going to be more efficient. Junglers might look a little bit different from that series, which I think is a very important note. No more Aki, no more Shadow. Very different directions, but certainly I think the bones of this team are in similar spots. Some of the combos we saw were ridiculous.
Man. Nostalgia trip here for FPX, which, if we're talking about it, there's a couple key members that are still a part of this squad, really looking to make a difference. But that's also what brings up the conversations. Like, the last time we saw these teams, it was a Group Ascent battle, right? Like, and the differentiation of what these splits have been, especially that in Split 3 did get double elim for both sides of things. If we go back to the earlier conversation, like, this is the time for a Group Nirvana squad, and NIP might just be it.
Definitely. I think this is the most even that Ascend and Nirvana have been from the bottom to top because of the way that the groups had split, because it was a lot more even in terms of not only games played, but, half the league being in one section. And so it's really exciting to feel like there is a real shot that all of this momentum that was built through Group Nirvana for NIP might actually be able to carry them into a position where it's not just getting into playoffs. They could actually be a team that, is a little bit of a scary upset threat once they get there.
Yeah, and I know that NIP might not want to remember about that last series, but maybe trying to learn a little bit here and change the outcome, change their fate, if you will. But that brings us to maybe the most crucial role from tonight, and that will be the jungle matchup. I think you can obviously talk so much about the experience that Dede brings to the roster here for FPX, what he's trying to do with his own trajectory, but it's one of the GOATs, a world champion, versus one of the up-and-coming stars for NIP and Nio.
Yeah, and the stats might be a little bit misleading in both directions here. Of course, Nio having an incredible group Nirvana, split over the course of this, but not exactly always the strongest jungle talent to go up against there. He's really been able to elevate NIP. Jeja obviously only around for 5 games, and so these numbers are, very, preliminary in terms of how they break down. But it's certainly worth noting that FPX, even with the change in the jungle, has not looked particularly consistent, whereas NIP have felt completely revitalized because of their jungle change. If one of these two is just better here today, that team is likely going to take the series.
Yeah, and we can tie in that mid conversation to both of them because I think it's very important, and I expect those mid jungles to be a priority in draft itself. But it's really, really crucial for that jungle pairing to go well because both of them love facilitators. Both of them love to set the tempo for the game itself. Obviously, that's a common occurrence for a lot of junglers in the LPL itself, but both of them really like to be that setup for the team. And I want to see them be able to pull that off tonight. I want to see them set up in terms of drafts and getting the right tools here for themselves. So we'll see if that ends up being the case and exactly how quickly that goes down in draft here. But before we get on to stage, before we get going into the game, I want to go ahead and bring up the predictions if that is at all possible, because there are no 3-0s for FPX. There are no Phoenixes flying high, not losing a game. Everybody thinks it's going to be downright and dirty, and some of them think it's going to be a 3-0 for NIP, myself included.
Yeah, honestly, seeing a graph skewed like this towards the Group Nirvana team is really fun. I think it's just awesome to see that so many people have faith that what we've seen from Ninjas in Pajamas is there. I'm taking the 3-2 route. I think this is going to be, in the dirt. I think we're going to have some chaos. I think we are going to have some crazy moments. I think FPX is going to put up more of a fight than maybe people are anticipating, but you're right. I think a lot of people, as you can see, are favoring Ninjas in Pajamas, and they might be right to do so.
They might be right. I think that's the crucial thing about it all is the fact that it could go either way. And I think giving NIP a little bit of that extra edge in the momentum they've had from dominating Group Nirvana, I think that plays a lot into it. But I do love to see at least the majority of people giving FPX at least a game. And as we get out onto the stage, it is an important night for both squads, both organizations as a whole. I know NIP, it was so fun to see them come into the league itself. It was so crazy at the last second, right when the split's about to start. You get the pictures of Doinby flying in. The man's going to come save the league. He's saving NIP. FPX were trying to build up from things that they've been working on over years. And now we see the culmination of that here with one best of 5.
That's it, right? This is the culmination. This is it. Whoever wins today is still alive. Whoever loses, all of that work, it's gone for 2025. And so it's a must win for everybody involved. You got to put your best foot forward. I think that you can make a reasonable argument that there are, all 10 players could be the difference maker here today, could be the one to really change things. And that's what makes it so exciting. But the pressure is on. This is the highest, pressure game that either of these two teams will have played this year by a wide margin.
Dede looks like he's ready for battle, man. That guy's got a stone cold face, even when he was waving at everybody. Doinby getting the bow in there, the eccentric man himself. But I think that's where things boil down for me for NIP is they just have been efficient. They're willing. I wouldn't say they get as many crazy picks. They do branch out at least a little bit for Doinby, but it definitely has been honed in to that more mobile mid lane, a little bit more supportive towards Nio, and some of those combinations that we talked about can be so important in this one. And so I want to start talking about this draft a little bit, K-Man, and exactly what we think are those prios going to be as it's playoff time. As you see, we're in Suzhou, and it should be a lot of fun here to kick us off the arena. Hopefully getting a lot of cheers tonight for FPX and NIP.
Yeah, I think we're going to be getting some excitement from the crowd here tonight. But talking about draft and talking about what you can expect, the thing that's really, I think, pushed NIP forward and allowed them to find their identity is the fact that Doingby now has somebody who can really carry out of the jungle position. You know, Aki has some strengths and some flaws, but generally speaking, he is much more of a facilitator. He's your Maokai, Sejuani, you know, tank engage type of jungler, whereas Nio is definitely going to be much more aggressive, and I think with Doingby getting back to playing a lot more Galio, Talia, Rise, Shove and Roam, you know, the classic Doingby style that won him a world championship, it's really solidified an identity for NIP that's allowed them to play a lot more free and a lot more comfortable. I expect
Bring back out the Nautilus. I want to see it. No, I doubt it. But, you know, maybe in the jungle. Maybe we'll no. I expect both junglers to be looking at the Phais, the Wukongs, Jarvans maybe. Pantheon's not going to be available, so that's going to be fine. But I do want to see, like, how much do you expect some of that ban style to go towards the jungle at all? Like, do FPX want to rely on maybe some of the veteran experience that Didier brings to the roster?
I actually would expect a lot of the like upper tier junglers to get through a lot of the early part of this draft, more so than normal. Maybe not the Pantheon, but you know, things like the Vi or the Xin Zhao, I think are maybe a bit more expected to get through. NIP love banning out mid laners. They really want to try to get Doingby into a matchup that is comfortable, and I expect that to continue to be a huge priority for them.
Yeah, well, hopefully we'll be getting into the game here rather soon to see what this game one is going to deliver for us, and that's where maybe we focus back down to that pot lane. I know we talked so much about Leave, put a big old spotlight, maybe a big old target on his head, but on the other side, I think it's super important to highlight what Jiachi and Choi can be, and maybe what they haven't been able to be in this last little spree.
I think that there were times at the beginning of this split where we were really feeling like, oh, do they have something here? Like a truly very strong bot lane. We know Jway can be a strong player. Jiachi has to step up here today as well, but we are in to pick ban, and immediately FPX showcasing, no, we're the ones that are actually going to be taking away a lot of those mid laners. Yeah,
they'll be on that blue side. That's the higher seed coming into it. And it is going to be the Yunara Poppy ban from that red side. The biggest thing right now that I'm looking at, Pantheon Azir. Where are they going to be banned? Pantheon on the blue side. I expect the Azir here.
Yeah, if the Azir ban does come out, that leaves up Talia for care, and that would likely be the thing I would expect them to take away. You don't really want to give that to Doingby for free, especially when they also get to R1 their jungler. So either a ban or a pick would kind of be my expectation. You can't really allow NIP to have this super macro style. They're going to really thrive in that kind of environment, so we'll see what FPX ends up taking away, but it's the Trundle ban.
Trundle! Okay, so we might get a little bit of a trade here. That's some of the metagaming that I really love to see with Fearless and with the thoughts of best of fives and things like that. Like, a lot of the time teams are willing to give over 2 picks because you can only pick 1 in these kinds of situations. You can get the fall back on them. So it looks like that might be the case here, but the Varus is the focus so far.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, Varus is incredibly strong. I'm not surprised to see that go B1. Usually when it gets through draft, we're like, oh, you know, big mistake. But I do think there are a lot of power picks up. Rumble, Talia, you know, Vi still up as well. Xin Zhao. There are plenty of things that you can trade. Yeah, there are plenty of different ways to play. They're just going to lock in the Rumble Vi. So flexible.
Yeah, and that Vi goes right up the alley of what Naya wants to have. We talked about the facilitation from both junglers and that they will be really trying to set up a team. What's the perfect setup? Just, you know, hit your ultimate on somebody. We'll see FPX getting a couple twofers here, though. I do expect them to grab a jungle in one of these, but it's going to be the Gwen answer into the Rumble right now.
Yeah, I mean, these are the 2 major top laners. They have been all year long, and they continue to be. Kair's actually going to take the Galio. That's very interesting because it technically is into the Rumble. It's not going to be laning into the Rumble unless we see something crazy happen.
Unless?
Top and mid, you never know.
Because I'm surprised they didn't take mid lane here. That's all I'm saying. Maybe Doingby's cooking for game number 1. I do like the Sivir, though. We got to highlight that for Leave. I know we've talked and made fun of a little bit how he has been a bit supportive in a way of getting a lot of assists, but giving him a hyper carry in game number 1, set him up for success, get him that tool to really make him a carry.
Yeah, I mean, this is the stock standard pick if you're going to let Varus through. Sivir is like the cleanest answer in the bot lane right now, and it really plays into NIP style. They can really isolate it, leave it on a 2v2 island, hope that Leave can generate a lead, and then, you know, take over in these late fights. That's been his role for a lot of this split, and I think Sivir is perfect for that. But as we see the other bans come out, things like Jarvan taken off the board as jungle still not selected for FPX. The Talia ban does finally come through for FPX. I'm shocked that that even made second rotation against Doingby, but
it's crazy.
definitely important to take away.
That's why I'm so interested. Will it be the Rumble mid? It is the Wukong focus, so everything piling on to Didit and trying to make sure that he doesn't have something he feels super comfortable on, although this man does have a bit of an ocean. I do like the Poppy ban towards Didit. I know Kelsey Moser will yell at me or get a little bit mad about me saying this, but I still think he is one of the best Poppies in the league. And I want to see if he gets that at some point today in this series. But we're looking to see what NIP want to go for the counter pick here. Right now, they're trying to get themselves some setup as well as the Rel comes through.
Yeah, no Alistair means that Rel priority is very high, very consistent engage, pairs really well with the Sivir, and you don't have that easy just don't worry about the interaction type of thing with Alistair, so makes a lot of sense. We'll see how aggressive FPX want to go with their counter. There are ways to play this 2v2 a little bit more aggro. Something like a Renata could potentially be in the chamber here for Jue if they wanted to do that, but jungle's going to determine a lot. We'll see what they lock in here.
I love that NIP are keeping them guessing until the very last with this counter pick, but the Xin Zhao being let through is just going to be the auto grab for Didit, and I think that's super powerful. We've seen Xin Zhao be such an incredible force of the meta, so much skirmishing power, so much frontal aggression, at least in the earlier parts of the game, and now FPX waiting to get their support.
Yeah, they need a bit more playmaking here. I would like them to pick something that can really do well in the 2v2. I did push that Renata. I would really like it here in terms of the way that the comp is set up, but they want to go for the Rakan. They want to go for more playmaking for someone like Jue, and it makes sense from a playstyle perspective. He is such an important piece towards how this team creates fights, and there are very few supports that can do that as efficiently as Rakan.
Well, General Doinby saw the battlefield in front of him. He says, give me the old man with the bald head. The rise is coming through. Still that mobile mid from the setup that we called for him, and he'll be facing off against the Galio. So I want to talk about how that mid lane matchup affects the jungle setup that we said would be so important.
I think jungle, at least for both of these teams, really need to get the ball rolling quickly. Vi and Xin Zhao, neither of them want to be on the back foot in the mid game, but specifically the Xin Zhao here, I think really needs to play fast. I think Galio should have a ton of tempo coming out of the mid lane if he can kind of get that lane priority over Rise. The scaling on Ninjas in Pajamas is very scary though. Rumble, Sivir, Rise, so many tools for the late game. I think it's going to be a big one for Jejet and Care, and I'm really glad we highlighted them.
Yeah, I think the early tempo, the bridge building, as I like to call it for both teams, that's the crucial focus, but both teams are building into their carries, and especially for Leave, he really is going to be the hyper carry for NIP, and I think trying to get him in a place of safety is going to be really important. I love that NIP are coming out with this first game saying, we're going to go with the safety. We're going to go with the fact that we think you can't beat us early, and we will take you to late game team fights and win whole-handedly. I think that's a hell of a way to make a statement in a best of 5 to start us off.
Certainly feels comfortable, especially in this meta with so many power picks being so strong in the late game, but it's all about execution now. It's all about what they prepped up. Marcel, I'm so excited. This is a great draft for game number 1, and I can't wait to get into playoffs here.
It's kicking off now. The grand finals, the final stretch of the LPL. There have been so many games before this, but now only one of these teams can step their way into the playoffs. It's a best of 5 that we've seen before, and it's going to be just as good this time. FPX versus NIP, game 1. There we go. That's what I'm talking about, K-Man. You got all the energy in Suzhou.
Yeah, the energy is there. The excitement is there. And how could it not be for such a big series? Everything on the line for these two teams. We see standard setups here. The vision dropped. This has basically become the default start for every team throughout this split. But I think when you're looking at this early game, especially your pre-level 3, you need to see exactly what the pathing is going to look like and what lanes are going to be prioritized. There is a non-zero chance that this Gwen could be in a very scary spot going into a potential early gank if they did want to go for something, but we'll have to see what exactly they want to prioritize.
Got to focus in on Jati as he will be going with the Arcane Comment. So the poke build, I gotta say I would rather the on hit in this situation, but maybe it feels like you can't get in and step up and you can go for the poke damage instead. So very differing carry potential between the two. A hyper carry on one side, on the other, damage fall off is inevitable.
Yeah, it definitely does put even more of a timer on FPX, but I do kind of understand it in the sense that this team already needs to win in the mid game. They need to be able to poke out and do as much damage as possible to control those areas, because you're probably not winning a front-to-back 5v5 anyways in the late game. So we'll see exactly how Jhachi can play it. He needs this laning phase to go well.
He does, but unfortunately, he will be forever pushed by this Sivir pick, and I think Niket and Leave will be very happy for that setup. But both junglers will be opposite side pathing, so we might end up getting a little bit of love down here from Nio, but I do appreciate the fact that Jieje is going up towards this top side, potentially stopping off. Oh, I like this. I told you that he might go for these invasive setups on the Xin Zhao. He's level 3. He's looking for Doinbi, but the wave just isn't in a place for him to get influence.
Yeah, it's unfortunately not an easy play to make onto the Rise unless
I appreciate it, though.
Doinbi steps up. No, absolutely. You want to look for plays like that. Again, the timer is there for Xin Zhao, and so even if you do disrupt your clear a little bit for this, you're not in danger of losing anything. You know you started opposite side because of the vision on Raptors, and so you really lose nothing for that play, and you can try and take a gander to maybe punish mid a little bit.
And man, it's just so crazy that just in the last split, the history these teams have in such a little bit of time, as Lee perfectly spell shields Tway's grand entrance. Those Tway trying to get a little bit of damage back. There's a piercing arrow to get Niket down to about half health. Both supports popping their potions early. Oh, I like this. Nio, he's going for a little bit of a setup over the side. Over the vision, they have no idea he's here. This could be the sneaky play to set up NIP early.
Yeah, this would be
He's
huge.
spotted.
He can pull this off. He spotted.
The flash play. Jhachi lows too late. He's going to cleanse. He's going to hold the flash. Beautifully used. The reservation, the ice in his veins. The Phoenix is on fire already, the bot lane.
Yeah, it's still a very nice gank for Nio, having to burn basically every summoner on the bot lane for Jhachi, but it's perfectly played to be able to get him out of there. Could have been a disaster at the very least, though. It's a win for NIP getting those summoners, and especially with Dragon spawning in 1 minute here, Ocean Dragon being the first one, we could see even more pressure coming down on the bot side now.
I do wonder how early priority we're going to get on that dragon. If we have been seeing a little bit of a reservation and going for those early objectives, but there's that sweet spot timer where you can start it and still be there for the contest of the grubs themselves. We do see both junglers going just back out for their second clears in the same pathing direction as their first. So I wonder if Jieje decides he wants to stop off for the dragon early, but it's all about that prio and bot lane if that's going to be the case.
I think it's very difficult for FPX with this setup to fully prioritize that dragon. Again, just because hard for Varus to step up without any of those summoners available. But you never know. Some teams don't even really want to contest dragon, as you pointed out. So it's all just about what you want to prioritize for now. It looks like Niket going to be at least making his way to gather some vision in the area. We'll spot out Jieje there as well. So we will see exactly what they want to play out. But for now, it's just dancing around these objectives.
I like that we see Niket trying to get out on the map, get involved, because I think with the pushing priority that they'll have for Leave, it's going to be a safe roam possibility, at least for him consistently, as we did see Doinbi actually spot out Jieje. It will just be a continuation of their pathing, and looks like we might end up having just a normal lane state, normal setup, but I got to ask what side favors these kinds of situations, because we talked so much about the scaling in the draft for the side of NIP, the fact that they are loving that they don't have to do anything until they get their items in.
I think this is massive for Leave in particular. Not only does he get to lane into Varus Rakan, which I already think is totally fine for Sivir, who can spell shield a lot of the damage, but that Varus now has to play really safe because of the lack of summoners burned by the Vi early. So Leave really gets a safe laning phase to farm up here as we see NIP start up on this dragon. Nio looking to take it. Really no easy way to contest here for FPX because of the setup, so this should just be a free first objective for NIP.
It's going to be really nice for them, get that stacking going for this team-focused comp, the team fight focus at least. And that also means that they might be able to contest on this top side. Jieje actually started to back up there, decided he didn't want to do so, going to stick around for the scuttle, but about a minute and a half till that grub fight. And who do you think this fight favors? I mean, we're getting close to level 6s for the junglers. I think Nio will reach that a little bit ahead of Jieje, but that fight really tees off with these level 6s.
Yeah, the level 6s very much, in my opinion, favor FPX, at least in terms of the short term. Now, it's not going to be easy to execute on. If that Vi can land some priority CC onto the Varus, it could be very difficult to fight, but
this is the level 6 fight.
Watch care.
One of these junglers is going to hit it off this. Okay, Realm War coming in just to get them away from it. Nio going to try to lock this one down. Does have to smite the engage from the Ket. He got level 6. He has cease and desist now. He can go in. He has the level advantage over Jia. They try to get him, but these flashes are coming through for FPX. They get away in the nick of time.
Yeah, FPX properly able to disengage there. That's pretty huge. A lot of resources burned from NIP. That's going to be Realm Warp. That's going to be Equalizer. So quite a bit utilized there, and Grubs are still 30 seconds away. They should be able to regroup and push back, but the level 6 fight may be a bit more chaotic than we expected, so.
I like it, and I really appreciate that NIP tried to push the tempo with their level 6 advantage for Nio. Weren't able to end up pulling it off in the end, but still, some of the game plans you can see are there, and that's what I appreciate so far. Now NIP, they're looking for this mid-jungle combo. So we can go back to that conversation from earlier before we were talking about this importance that the mids are going to have in that coordination with the jungle setup. And that's why both of them have gone with these kind of semi-global setups.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why I think it's pretty easy to favor FPX in the fight now because of that brand entrance coming in from the Galio. I'm really excited to see what exactly NIP does to try and take this away. I think Nio doing the exact right thing here, taking one of those grubs and then leaving the rest for FPX. You don't want to allow 3, but it's going to be very difficult to win this fight, so it will just be a pretty passive trade that I think is probably the right call for both.
Yeah, at least FPX don't end up getting all 3. They still will get the 2. So the grub fight didn't necessarily pan out in the wonderful fireworks that we were trying to set up here, but both teams kind of holding on to what they can get here. 2.5 minutes till that next dragon, and if NIP want to put a little prio on that, would be stacking towards that long-term objective for them. But now we look at the map state. We see Dway moving up towards this top side, going for a lane gank here, but Nio is also here going for the cease and desist. And Dway is here, perfect time to save him. Equalizer going to be there. Nio going to flash out. Jie is here as well. He can get the angle on Nio. The flashes aren't available for NIP. They need to get out, but Nio about to give first blood to Jie.
It's a perfect counter gank from FPX. They have it scouted. They know exactly where they need to be and who they need to protect. And it's a big, big win for FPX. They need to make plays like that in the early game to really push their advantage, and especially the gold going onto the Xin Zhao really can change things. That Tiamat now bought for Jie really could open things up.
He hadn't back. That's crazy. Just bought a tunneler and a Tiamat. That's actually insane. Little setup here, though. Moving forward, I do think the angle that FPX took there was really good to kind of make a play preemptively on where they thought NIP might look for something. The fact that they had kind of the sense to know that Nio would go up there and just have all of everybody moving there. I mean, that shows a little bit of the engine that's running on FPX's side right now.
Absolutely. I think you have to be proactive like that in a matchup like this, and really it just comes down to look at the experience of the players on FPX. I mean, Jie, a big part of that counter engage, but you've got, players like Care and players like Dway who have been successful here before, and, really just have a good understanding of what exactly they need to do, where they need to be, and if you can keep that read up, it might not matter how much scaling you've got on the side of NIP.
And for FPX, even though it's a small little lead, I do want to highlight that, maybe this series will show a little bit of that difference. It might be a devastating split for FPX in Group Nirvana. I mean, we could all see that, right? Like, it is tough to go 1-13 against some of the top teams in the LPL. But does that experience, cutting yourself on those blocks of some strong teams, really end up in the better of it? And that's what we're here to decide tonight. At least FPX have something to hold on to in this earlier part of the game.
Yeah, we're actually seeing more aggression come in. Ult traded.
Solo kill. He's going to get everything used on him. He's going to go down 2. No flash. And Shu gets the kill. 2-0 lead for FPX.
It's a huge mistake by Solo Kill. It's a very greedy trade. He just sees himself winning the early exchange and wants to full exchange here with Sheer, kind of trading ultimates. But the problem with that is you have no clue where the Xin Zhao is, and so punished pretty heavily. And IP will be here trying to make a counterplay, but it's just going to whiff entirely. That's kind of cool. Out in the wrong direction.
Hey, it looked cool, all right? He put down the portal just so Nio could get there. But yeah, nothing going to come of it. A little bit shallow on that one, and unfortunately that just means no response really coming through from NIP so far. There will be the dragon up. A lot of pings from FPX. If FPX get this dragon too, I know it's only the first couple dragons going through, at least the first one to NIP and potentially another one to FPX. But that just puts a hamper on NIP's scaling ability and the kind of in conditions that they want.
Definitely wants to, you want to stop that dragon stacking. If you allow NIP to start getting closer and closer to that soul win condition, things get very scary very fast. This game is far from over, but this is exactly what FPX needed to do. They needed to continue to push their tempo, and with that dragon spawn, you can see some of those item spikes coming in for FPX that are not matched from Ninjas in Pajamas, Gwen with the Rift Maker, Galio as well. Oh no, Jauchi has to flash.
FPX find themselves in a weird place, and that's going to be a big flash down, and that is juicy for Nayo as soon as he sees Jauchi.
Yeah, that's a pretty big mistake coming in from the AD carry of FPX. It burns a lot of the resources early on in this fight, but see what NIP want to prioritize instead. It looks like FPX are going to try to contest this.
Actually, just going to try to go down towards bot on the sheer. Maybe he doesn't have vision, and then FPX start up the dragon here on the other side of it. Is NIP going to TP in doing B? It's going to be a 50-50 here. Nayo gets chunked, though. He needs to be really careful. Cheer going to get flashed on. They go full in onto him, but there's the heroic entrance coming in to try to save some damage. They get stopped in the end, and Sheer just goes down. Grand entrance finally going to be used in the end by Dway, and the nice crescent guard is going to block away the rest of NIP. And Niket is now caught out. He's going to have to use the crash down to get away. Leave is pumping. He did end up topping that on the hunt. It is bloody. But it is just a 1-for-1, though that does lead out to FPX's favor. They aren't actually going to go for the setup here on the bot side. They got the 1-for-1 dragon, and so far, pretty strong lead.
Yeah, it's a curious call by NIP to just full engage onto Sheer instead of prioritize the dragon there. It takes them so long to actually kill the Gwen because Gwen, obviously a very difficult champion to kill.
She's immune,
they
right?
burn
That's
too many resources. Yes, Gwen is a bit immune, as we'll see in the replay, but this is a very curious decision, going B with the flash to really try and secure this, but even with the equalizer coming down, it's hard to really make this happen. Niket with the interrupt onto Care as well would have potentially actually been disastrous for Ninjas in Pajamas if Galio had gotten there a bit earlier. It ends up just being that 1-for-1 trade, but losing the dragon, not getting to stack those, definitely a bit of a win for FPX.
The double entrance combo not pulled off. As we take a look back at what she wrote, still about 1,000 gold here in favor of FPX. 30 seconds for the Rift Herald. Could be a continuation of that topside objective focus for them, and would end up getting them the feats.
Yeah, that's pretty important in this game, just in terms of how these comps are set up. So excited to see who prioritizes that more than the others, perhaps. But with those 11 power spikes coming in, ultimates coming off of cooldown very shortly, I don't expect the action in the game to wear thin. I think both of these teams are going to be looking to make their plays. FPX need to try and prioritize this Rift Herald. If they can start opening up the map, that's going to be huge for them.
And little thing, I know I'm not the biggest, sharpest tool in the shed, I guess, the brightest brain, but man, the fact that Roa is still falling behind for Duinbi and not getting stacked up just yet feels pretty awful. But he will eventually complete it just now, so the 10-minute timer, starts now. But unfortunately, that's going to be pretty deep into the game. But that's what NIP want. That's exactly where they want to be, and so maybe just playing toward that end.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly not. It doesn't feel good as the Rise player to build your
But they're
row
like,
at
we're
15
going
minutes
to
in.
get there. Like, we are going to get to 25 minutes, right?
Yeah, you have to hope when you draft Rumble, Sivir, Rise that you're going to get to 25 minutes into the game, but certainly doesn't make those fights before then feel any less concerning. At the very least, it will be Rift Herald here acquired by FPX once again, them just kind of controlling the map as Nayo continues to pressure out Care. At this point, with 2 minutes on the Drake spawn, I expect to see so much setup go down to the bottom side of this map. That could really be a big determiner as we see the Herald drop mid.
Oh, he's in a tough play now. Dede uses the crash, but now he puts himself in a tough predicament here. But it is just solo kill getting chunked out, and then they end up losing the turret as well. So NIP just ceding control in that mid lane. They're losing top lane on top of it because they brought solo kill over.
Yeah, this is a huge win for FPX, and honestly, it's a very decisive call. A lot of teams would utilize that Herald and wait, you know, a minute and a half, 2 minutes to try and, you know, get that Drake secured a little bit more efficiently, but FPX just say, well, we got it so we can open up mid lane. Why don't we just open up mid lane? Like, let's not worry too much about it, and especially with the combat power of Jeje at this point in the game, it's really hard to try and tempo out of that. So, proactive play, NIP looking for a counterplay, but there's nothing to find here on the top side.
And all they're going to find is a destitute turret just out here. Oh, but it's going to be traded on the other side, and a little bit quicker at that. They try to get this out. Do they actually get it? Okay.
They should.
They're going to take some damage for it, but it's fine. And he missed the kill. Okay, it's good. Doinb finishes the minions, and now he's set up for this bot side. A minute until that dragon. It's an Infernal Soul, by the way. So much more priority over that for both sides. And this next one could be that step towards that soul point. And we are on about 1.5 items for a majority of members.
Yeah, I mean, the scaling problems are completely null and void if FPX can grab 3 Infernal Dragons. That is just going to really make it a lot easier for them, so they can still set up around these objectives. It's massive, but as much as we're talking about FPX having that lead, still only about a 1k, not even a 1k gold deficit here for NIP, and they have such a good close quarters setup. It's really all going to be about execution with 20 seconds left. Those items are in. It's still definitely a huge advantage for FPX in terms of the combat power right now, but can't afford to overextend.
Cannot at all. I think we're really going to start seeing these comps align with what they drafted themselves for. A lot of that engage potential on the side of FPX as well. The double grand entrance, I love it because solo kill is the one that can lay out the red carpet, but it's going to be, you know, Karen's way that are going to be making the entrances. I don't know how that all works out. I've never been to Hollywood, but maybe we can get some people on the line. But it is going to be the dragon, kind of seeded by NIP on the bot side of the map to FPX.
It does make a bit of sense. You don't necessarily feel like this is the power spike, but they could be looking for the pick on Dre. I'd be shocked if they full engage onto this. Right now, it really just feels like, you know, NIP are saying, all right, yeah, we do scale. We don't want to fight right now. Maybe again, in 5 minutes, we can start to think about it a bit more, but I'm going to be seeding that second dragon and certainly makes Soul a much more difficult win condition for them.
It does indeed, but hey, there's a lot of time. Until that, we will also be getting the Atacon as a little bit of pressure to be gained on the bot side of the map. We have seen games decided on that objective. And this is where I do want to talk a little bit about the setup for the teams coming into this one because of that differing trajectory we talked about going into the draft itself, and the fact that you have one team on one side at FPX who have had some struggles, no doubt, but they still look like a confident team here against NIP, who have been nothing but dominant. Now, he's going to get out with the heroic entrance on the bot side. My God, Care. That was insane. As he gets away from the play of NIP, they get top lane turret. And FPX, like, it's just a comp diff. I don't know, a group ascend diff. Who knows? Right now, they're having such a great early game.
And they're pushing down mid lane tier 2 here. They are trading bot lane tier 1 for mid lane tier 2 and top lane tier 1. All they had to burn was Kare's ultimate. This is a massive win. They got half of top lane tier 2 as well. FPX is running the map against NIP right now, and quite frankly, the macro, it's not even close.
That's actually so insane, and now they're going to TP play. Coming in from Doinb. It is NIP that wants something from this. They know that Care doesn't have his ultimate this time, and he won't be able to make his escape. That will be Care falling to Nio.
Yeah, at least they are able to pick up that kill. Sheer is also very much in danger.
He was thinking about trying to get maybe a TT play, but he's going to try to pair up with JJ. Here comes the grand entrance. Double kill coming over. Xiaoqi just sits them down. NIP overextend.
Oh, and the gold lead that you have gifted that Gwen ends up coming back to bite you. Xin Zhao Gwen is very scary to try and dive into, and they punish your over-aggression. Once again, it's just the fact that NIP have no foothold in this game at all to create a play off of. This looks like Sheer is dead to rights, but Gwen is indeed immune, and even with the stun coming through, the perfect knockup and the damage combo from Jeje and from Sheer just make that an impossible play for NIP. Things are falling apart right now for them.
And that's a 2-item Gwen now with the Nashor's Tooth. That is terrifying in the side lane. I don't think there's anybody that can answer him as of right now.
Yeah, this is a terrifying experience for NIP because you can't play side lanes. You can't really afford to have Ryze start to push. You need to clump up and try to play these small quarters fights where you can utilize your ultimates. But even in those exchanges, if the Xin Zhao or the Gwen can get onto the backline, things can get very, very scary. Look at the gold right now for some of the primary members of FPX. It's insane. Doingby the only one that's really able to keep up from a gold perspective. So fights really need to be as long as possible for NIP to win, and I think it's hard to delay these.
And it was so funny when we were looking at the stats for the two junglers, because obviously Nayo has been there a little bit longer than JJ has on the other side, if you didn't know. But this is still one of the legends of the LPL, a damn world champion. And he's earned a little bit of that respect back on his name here in game number 1 so far. The most gold-heavy member of FPX so far, and they're actually going to start up the Atacon. It's already about half health, and NIP moving over now, 6,000 down on it. They got to move in fast. They're going to lose this one so fast. The redemption's coming in. Look at the way he's going to deny the entrance from Nayo. It's still going to go over with Jachi's taking it away at the end, and now Sheer is just cutting people down in the side. The Realm Warp going to come out, but it's a feign. There was nothing else going to come of it. They're going to try to find it. They get the heroic entrance. They try to lock down JJ. Leave is still alive, but he has cost his jungler his life. Now Doinby moving over with solo kill right behind him. Low health bars on FPX. Can they catch them down? FPX want to turn it. They want to go onto the solo laners of NIP, and they're going to find it. Solo kill going to flash, get the one from the flame spitter, but Sheer trying to kill him. Doinby going to run him down. Beautiful play from Sheer to get one back. Now it's Carevish Doinby, the mid lane duel. As the shield comes through, that's going to be the Saris pop. That sidestep from Care. Care feels confident here. The young blood, the FPX standout, he's going to go down to the standout of NIP. It's the man in the mid lane, Doinby, with a 4-0 rise.
It's exactly what the doctor ordered for Ninjas in Pajamas. They needed a chaotic, long, stretched out fight, and that's exactly what they get. We're gonna get a replay here. This felt like such a good setup for FPX. Dway ends up popping the ultimate and hitting the knockup early, but it's timed with the Varus ult, and so Nayo actually is able to flash in and get this down. Unfortunately for him, it's still going to be Jachi that secures the Otacon, but the subsequent fight at this point is not the easiest in the entire world for FPX. You get the dive in onto leave, but him surviving here is actually massive. Nayo doing a great job to keep Jeja off of his primary carry. It's okay to give your life if you're going to keep your solo laners open on the back end. And again, now we just see the setup here for NIP as they look to get their second Drake.
It's deja vu, but it's Dragon this time, and now we're getting the 50-50 yet again. NIP feeling not confident, and that means that JJ will get it from the other side. Now they go for the engage. The double grand entrance, it's going to be there.
Equalizer.
They get locked in the lock. Self and Sheer is now going in. They are completely snipping through NIP. Sheer is looking for his ankle now, but going to get locked out by Doinby. He gets taken down. A piercing arrow from Jotzi goes wide. A double kill for Doinby. He is 5-0, 6-0 now, rather, and he wants more. Although he's no vision. He's walking straight into Jotzi, but he says he has the damage. He gets sidestepped, and yet the Saris pops again. Realm Warp out. They are going to escape, but the hail of arrows did hit, so they need to be careful.
Doingby's spacing is just so good, but it doesn't really matter when FPX have so much damage and they can choose to start the fight whenever they want. They're on Soul Point now with 2 Infernal Dragons. As contested as these fights have looked, it's going to get a bit more dangerous for NIP despite the fact that they are scaling because of these dragons going over. But all of that being said, NIP now have a gold lead in favor of them. We're going to get a replay on this fight and exactly how it broke down. This is completely controlled by FPX. It's really well set up, and the moment Jeje jumps in and bursts Nayo down, this fight feels like it's over, but a really nice ultimate from Niket to really keep a lot of the rest of FPX in the same area. Solo Kill is doing a ton of damage on the back end of this fight. Ends up getting bursted down, but Doinby spacing the end of this perfectly. Sheer dashing in, not able to land that damage. A bit of an oopsie from the Gwen, but really at the end of the day, if this Ryze can step up, if the Rumble can step up, the solo laners for NIP can play, then there definitely is still an avenue back in, even if this was a win for FPX.
I hate to be the Debbie Downer, but if Jachi hits an ability, I think that fight's very different. He missed multiple Qs. He missed the ultimate. I mean, that's like the 3rd ultimate he's missed already in the game. If he can turn it on, things look very different, but that is where NIP lie in hope. They are down to a 3-minute timer for an Infernal Soul for a poke Varus. You don't want to go to that fashion. You don't want to be in that conversation, and you've got to figure out how to pull it all together before they can lock that one down.
Yeah, it's a nightmare to face that combination of things, but it's even more scary when you realize they have a Gwen and a Xin Zhao who can just kill any of your backliners at any given moment with that Infernal Soul. So you have to make sure that you continue to step up as NIP. This is the time we were talking about. Roa fully stacked for Doingby. 3 items in. He's got the Seraphs as well, so this is a big spike for the Rise.
Yeah.
Rumble is online as well. It's going to be a very scary time for both of these teams. You can't afford to make a mistake.
And I love it. We have 2 duelists sitting down for a card game right now. Maybe a little bit of Riftbound action. And both of them are pulling out their World Championship card. They're throwing JJ down. They're throwing Doinby down. Who can carry this a little bit harder? As they've both got a ton of the resources already. Sheer is in that conversation too, but he is not a world champion, I fear. And we do look at Doinby having 3 items completed now. That Zanya's fully built, and he's already almost got his 4th item.
Yeah, this is a 4K gold lead for Rise in the mid lane. Doingby is massive for this team. He is in a position to potentially try and 1v9. We've already seen some of the spacing, but he's going to need it. This is not an easy comp to play Rise into, and so that protection is going to be really important. I'm really looking at Niket in a lot of these fights on Rel, whether or not he's going to play really aggressive as Engage or stick back and potentially try and make sure that the backline have more time. Either way, whatever decision he makes might cost or benefit NIP in the long run.
I'm interested at the Mortal coming in second there for Leave. He is going to be close to his 3rd item as well. He's getting to that point of the Sivir. 3-4 items. Really is going to be that hyper carry payoff. Maybe be able to join Doinby in some of the damage that he's putting down. We don't really have much on the map besides a minute until that Dragon and the Baron up on the other side. Looks like we're getting final resets for this potential nail in the coffin fight for FPX.
Yeah, and the problem is it's going to be on multiple fronts. Baron, as you said, already spawned. Dragon in less than a minute here. FPX have control over most areas. NIP going to try to get as much as they can on the top side, but look at the vision on the bottom side of the map. It's already completely controlled by FPX, and they're going to have priority. It looks like they are going to send resources up to the top side here, but really FPX get to make the choice of when and how this fight starts.
Oh, the fact that they haven't gotten a 3rd item for Lee feels really bad. You have 3 now for Jiaqi. You do have 3 for Sheer as well. He has everything available to him, and NIP, they move in for some vision in topside, but immediately they are rebuffed by FPX moving into that Baron side of the map.
It just makes it so difficult. If FPX can also control the top side here, there's really no way to prevent whatever they want from being started. It looks like they do just want to secure that Baron, make sure that they have as much vision as possible before transitioning down to the bottom side of the map. Dragon spawning in 5 seconds, and FPX are in perfect position.
They're looking for a Realm War play. We've seen this before from NIP. They're going to go for it, but it's FPX who are ready for it. They know NIP will not slip this one out in the shadows, and Sheer immediately goes in. Crash down from Niket. He's a little bit by himself. They got the heroic entrance, but the grand entrance is not enough. They get the 1 pick, and now NIP, they're losing their front line. Niket is not there. And that just means that FPX have the advantage here. They got the 1 pick. Now they can choose if they're going to reset and go back for this Dragon.
I said Niket was going to be important. I was hoping he wouldn't just go in on 4 members without the rest of his team, but he gets burst down at the beginning of that fight.
They're going to do it again. They're going to do it again. They're going to do it again. Why not return to the well? But the problem is now it's going to be JJ and Kara up here, and they have a lethal combo themselves. They're going to leave Sheer down to do the Dragon. It's going to be low. He doesn't have TP to join, so this is just going to turn into a 4v3 right now. You have Jiaqi coming over as well. Get some damage in. Get some poke in. About half health on the Baron. They go straight onto Doinby, who goes golden. It's a little bit of time bought here by the legendary mid laner of NIP. They're trying to get him. JJ, what was that? The mechanics from this world champion are insane. He said, Doinby, sit down. This is my time. As FPX take everything from NIP.
It's absolutely gorgeous from FPX. NIP feel like they have to play aggressive, but I talked about it. If Doingby spacing is not perfect, these fights are unwinnable for NIP, and we saw that there. Jeja and Care, I think, playing that just about as well as you could in that fight. And not only is it going to secure them the Dragon Soul, it's going to secure the Baron as well. Look at the way this goes down. Doingby just stepping up too far forward, having to burn that Zanya so early in the fight. Leave already half health, no spell shield, and then the pseudo insect coming in here from Jeja on the Xin Zhao, just looking about as gorgeous as possible. It's everything you could want. World champ did.
Disgusting, did it. Where the hell have you been, and why have you been on a beach somewhere, man? Holy cow, that's incredible. I know it hasn't been the best trajectory for FPX from this guy, but he is showing up today. Now they have Infernal Soul, they have full control, and now they're going to go in onto Nio, who just wanted his red buff and will be obliterated from existence. NIP are suffering from an avalanche right now, and that avalanche, it has wings, and it's a phoenix.
Oh, Mazel, it is falling out of control very quickly for NIP as FPX now with that Baron buff are going to start sieging down the top side. The mid lane push is there as well. This could be a game-ending move here from FPX. Redemption coming down to top them off in terms of their health bars. Can NIP survive?
I don't know. The Baron is still here for 2 minutes. They have such siege potential. They're going to move to mid lane as well. No, they're just going to go for the end. Look how much damage Sheer does to the turrets. He's going to try to go for the final push here. Yahtzee stepping up, goes for the Chains of Corruption, is going to miss it. FPX want to finish this one strong. It looks like NIP haven't had a say in this game. They will be slowly whittling down that mid lane and taking down this inhib as well. They could try to push for it, but they're going to back off. Niket crashes down it. Oh my god, Niket just gave them the win. That's going to be 1 by 1. The dominoes falling for NIP. Another one bites the dust, and that's FPX going to finish strong in game number 1. They look dominant. And now that reach of Group Nirvana, it is not felt so far in this series.
We talked all pre-show about how this is the time for Group Nirvana. This is the time for them to ascend back up to their own standing. I think FPX has another thing to say about that because they came out in game number 1 looking as good as we've seen them all year long. They played phenomenal here.
I gotta say, Zizia, I called it when he walked out on the stage. That man looked cold. He waved at the crowd. There was no smiles. He just walked straight to his chair, ripped his chair back, and sat down. And damn, did it look good at game number 1. I mean, if that's, I'm sorry to say, it's a jungle gap. I mean, like a full-on jungle canyon at that point, and it might be expected. I know things haven't looked good for FPX. They only just brought Zizia in. And he is a legend of the LPL for a reason. He's going against one of the up-and-comers, one of the newer bodies in the jungle. I think it showed.
Yeah, I definitely think we saw a bit of a difference there. Unfortunately, you know, some of the predictions here kind of getting thrown out the window with that FPX win. Hey, nobody predicted that 3-0. Perhaps things go a little bit differently.
It's fine.
It's,
I
hey,
didn't have hope in
right.
doing B. He was like 7-0 at one point, all right? Come on. It's fine. It's fine. I wanted 5 games anyways.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we wanted to see out of FPX. I mean, you wanted to talk about, you know, the world champion difference. I think Judge has showcased the world champion difference, the calm, cool, and collected nature of somebody who came in prepared. And, you know, we saw him a little bit discoordinated, we'll say, from the team in his small stint in the regular season, but they've had a lot more time to scrim. They've had a lot more time to play together. Perhaps this could be the change that FPX needed in order to get back on top.
And, I'm going to bring it up just because it's funny. Where are we at on the leave was right train? So did it go back the other way a little bit? I think it might have. He ran that team to the ground. JJ was absolutely a beast in game number 1. I gotta say, if NIP are gonna find success, they need to have a little bit more proactivity in the early game. I think going with a full late game comp and saying we're just better than you, we're gonna make it there anyways, it doesn't seem like it's gonna cut it tonight.
You gotta have that proactivity. It's clear that FPX are not just gonna roll over and die. They are definitely gonna put up a pretty good fight. I do want to give a big shout out to Sheer as well. I think he had a pretty tremendous game on this Gwen. Really been one of his signature picks, and you know we're gonna see that. But look at the damage charts. My goodness, look at the gold graph as well.
The gold graph is what I'm looking at. It's less than a 5 minute. That's 2.5 minutes to go from like 1,000 gold lead to almost 10,000 and the game's over. Less than 5 minutes.
I think that's the frustrating part for NIP is the Wingbeat makes one mistake and the gold graph swings entirely back in favor of FPX.
Or JJ outplays the entire team one time, you know?
Yeah, very, very true. You know, you have to make sure to capitalize. I mean, JJ with just one of the best Sinjao plays you'll see in such a big moment. But it's really important to note that, I mean, like the damage percentage there is relevant. Like Jeja, 26% of his team's damage stepped up, was a huge part. 96% KP, 8% damage percentage for Nio on the other side. Somebody that we were talking about as the damage carry for NIP just couldn't really step up in game 1.
And unfortunately, at the table where they're playing the Riftbound card game that is FPX and NIP, it seems like there's a bit of a counter world champion matchup. It's just JJ versus Doinby. It just seems to lean JJ's way. But if we also recollect back to last split, we talked about the history between these two teams. I mean, it did go the distance last time, and I expect NIP to get their ducks in a row here.
I certainly don't think this is the last we'll see of NIP. I don't think this is going to be some sort of quick 3-0. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but I think this team is going to really take a lot of the lessons from Game 1 to heart, and hopefully we can start to see more of what we saw in the regular season out of this team, where that early game aggression does come to really fruition for them with Nio and Doinby playing off of each other. I think that would help a lot for them.
Yeah, and we could see some of it here. I just don't think maybe there was enough action going on for them when those first item spikes came in. I think some of the item spikes were just a little bit on bad timers, but also it was the fight direction. I think the hardest thing for me to see in that one was the desync of Niket and the rest of the team. There were multiple times where we're seeing him full on pop everything and engage, while the rest of the team is kind of split doing something else. And that plays into FPX's comp, right? They wanted to split the comp by going for this double entrance style, and it worked beautifully.
Absolutely. I mean, let's not forget, the reason that Baron fight happened the way that it did and, allowed for the setup is because, 30 seconds before, Niket full engaged onto 4 with no follow-up and just instantly died. So it becomes a lot more difficult when your primary form of engage ends up... Oh, jeez. It's just so perfect.
Clip it and ship it. JJ MVP.
Yeah, I don't even think. Man. Yeah, I don't even think there's an argument. He was so relevant in this game, even the flash to secure the kill here.
The fact that he didn't have a mark on Doinby is insane to me.
Yeah, I mean it's perfectly played. I mean you can't really ask for anything more from him, and I think some of the late game team fighting almost will overstate how good he was in the early game as well. Yeah. It wasn't just he played the 5v5 as well. He controlled the whole game. He was everywhere he needed to be, took advantage of multiple plays, great counter ganks, just a phenomenal jungle performance from Jaja in Game 1.
I think he's absolutely the MVP. I think there could be a conversation for Sheer, but also with the fandom surrounding JJ, I think he's going to get some of the votes here going forward. But it's a great step for FPX in game number 1. I think that's the biggest thing is we were questioning which FPX we're going to get. The team that has been so down in the dumps in Group Ascend. A team that has unfortunately been on a extreme loss streak in that group to come back and look like a completely different team. The macro, the kind of map movements from this team, it was on another level, comparatively to NIP at least.
Certainly. It really did feel like they just had a better idea of what they wanted to do as we're getting our MVP vote in here, and it has to be. 96% KP.
96% KP with a 5,000 gold lead. Whew. Thought Doinby's lead was big. It's a world champ.
Yeah, this is pretty darn good.
The fact that he got Zins out, I was a little bit surprised that it was left open. Such a big pivotal pick as DJ rightfully earns the MVP for that game itself. And you have any other thoughts, any feelings for NIP before we get going?
I think I'm excited to see the rest of this series. A lot of power picks are off the board in Fearless from game number 1. I think things are going to change a lot, and we'll see how NIP respond.
Who gets Talia? That's the conversation next up. But if you would like to support the LPL, make sure you support LPL English, the unofficial product. Becoming a coffee member is the best way. Go support the project, and a vast majority of your contributions go directly to affecting the show, towards payments for the volunteers that make this a daily product, to the broadcast package restructuring that we've seen, and some of the cool additions we've been able to do. Subscribe to our coffee, linked in the chat, to unlock perks and early access to content coming off in the playoffs. It's been a huge pleasure. I'm glad we get to the most important part of the year, and your support goes a long way. We'll be back after a short little break and get ready for game number 2.
Hey everyone, I'm Sajed, ADC for Dark Zero in the NACL, and I'm here to break down this FPX backdoor and our prodiff deep dive. Baron is spawning in 1 minute, and that's the objective to play for, and the next mid wave coming out of base kind of dictates which team will get set up. FPX kind of has a cheat code because they took the enemy inhibitor, so they have the super minions, which will help them push the wave faster and makes their wave tankier. And Silas, he's down 7k gold. He kind of knows he's pretty useless, so he opts to not even show on the side wave and just goes and overgroups on mid wave. On the flip side, IG has rookie TP to the top lane, and then he shifts down to mid. So that's the two big advantages FPX has going into this fight. They have TP advantage on their mid laner, and they took the enemy inhibitor. So the fight starts really well for IG. They burn a bunch of the enemy sums and ults, but the problem is since they contested from top river, they never actually got the wave. Instantly they start running to the wave. They take the fight away from the TP-less Victor, who's the most fed member in the game, and they just walk the wave down. They know that the game went long enough that winning a 5v5 is not the only way to win the game. They want to play around their advantages, and taking the fight away from the TP-less Victor and into the enemy nexus is their best bet. IG made the mistake of over chasing into the enemy vision, and they never actually caught the wave. So FPX is actually able to just hit the nexus turrets and threaten an end. Gala never recalled. He opted to just walk to his nexus. Maybe he thought it was faster, but he never actually gets the impact the fight, and FPX actually does get the backdoor off. So in the end, it's really important to know what your advantages are in a game and just playing around them. FPX did that very well from a losing situation and actually won the game off that. Thanks for watching. You can check out one-on-one coaching from me and other pros at prodiff.gg. To stay up to date on everything LPL English, follow at LPL_English on Twitter, and make sure to catch the games on LPL's English Twitch or YouTube. We'll see you next time.
Welcome back, everyone, to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by K-Man. We've got Kai on production behind the scenes, and FPX come out swinging, or more importantly, Didier comes out swinging in game number 1, putting down NIP and taking a 1-0 lead in this best of 5.
FPX really trying to make a case for, hey, you all underestimated us. We're going to push forward here today. 1-0 is an important start. Game 1 matters a lot in best of 5s in terms of generating that tempo. And so game 2 all of a sudden becomes kind of must win for Ninjas in Pajamas.
It absolutely does. And I think we can talk about some of what we saw from NIP in that game number 1. They fully opted into a team fight scaling composition that never got to that point. Doinby tried his damnedest. We had the World Championship trading card game going on here, but it was FPX that got the better of them, and I gotta wonder what they try to go for in this game number 2. I expect them to be on the blue side first and foremost, but trying to figure out what those power picks are going to be for B1 for NIP.
Yeah, I think they just need more playmaking. I think they need more proactivity somewhere on the map, likely through jungle mid. That's been their thing all year long. And the Vi, Ryze duo can work out in the right circumstances, but it wasn't really accentuated by picks that could really make the most of it in the mid game. I think if you can open up the map, fight more aggressively around these objectives, rather than feeling like you just have to give them over all the time, I think things are going to be much more comfortable for them.
So they're trying to figure out how to make that work. And I like the leave game plan of giving a hyper carry. Let's just keep that. Let's just leave that part, change everything else, or at least a little bit of everything else. So Niket did get a premier pick for himself, and not really able to pull that off. I definitely want to see a little bit more consistency from the support role as well, coming from NIP. But on FPX's side, change nothing, keep it the same. What do you got?
It's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough to do so. I mean, so many of their power picks are now gone. So, the Gwen and the Rumble, Shear's 2 most successful champions this split. We'll see if he can have the same kind of game impact. But NIP sticking to their strategy, banning out junglers, not wanting to give Jeja another game where he can be as proactive as he was previously. The Poppy and the Trundle taken off the board. FPX though, the Yunara, the Annie, things that typically I wouldn't necessarily associate with them, wanting to take away, but certainly targeted bans at NIP.
Yeah, I do like some of the target bans, at least from NIP's side as well, taking away Dway's Nico that has been just so disgustingly dirty. But I think, before the series, they were like, all right, what kind of prep do we want against Didier? We're going to have a couple bans. I think rightfully so, those bans are going to continue to be there. But it does mean that this jungle matchup probably going to be a priority in the first 3 picks for both sides. First pick of the Wukong for Nio. It is something to take away from Didier, but also gives you some skirmish potential and setup potential on NIP's side of things.
Nio really likes this pick. It's one of his most played over the course of this split alongside the Vi and the Viego. But we will see exactly what they want to complement it with. We've got things like Annie off the board that are typically considered to be strong pairs. Of course, things like Talia still up if you potentially wanted to go there, but you definitely need a carry in terms of damage somewhere, and we want to talk about comfort. Well, FPX are prioritizing comfort. Jacci has played so much Corki over the course of this year, and it's really been one of the picks he's found a ton of teamfight success on. This kind of signals a bunch of different directions that you could potentially go in. I think the teamfight engage of Wukong does kind of signal NIP want to keep their options open, but FPX not necessarily locking themselves in either just yet.
And that Talia does get locked in. We were saying how much both teams love this pick, and a lot of that comfort coming to the mid lane from it, just because it essentially fits the style that both teams really like to play here. But Care will be piloting that one in game 2.
You gotta take Talia off the board. You can't give Talia over for free to Doingby. I think at some point you just have to say, like, Talia's gotta be the pick we go for, and there are things we can figure out how to combo with it in the jungle. It does look like it's going to be more of that team fight kind of combo, wombo combo type of comp here with the Orianna being locked in for Doingby. They want to give him more agency and damage to carry in the late game. We saw what he could do on the Rise in game number 1, and I think that very much translates to the Orianna, who might even have a little bit more safety and security. And then with the Alistar coming in, again, it's engaged support for Niket. Draft honestly looking pretty similar so far for NIP.
But you might leave open the Silas choice, which is pretty nice in this one. But I gotta love the new age ball delivery system in the Wukong and the Orianna combo, something we've seen consistently, and I think it just goes right into the kind of peg in the hole situation for how NIP want this mid jungle to work. It will be on the other side's way, locking in the Nautilus, so a lot of engage potential already, and leaving the counter pick still potentially to the sheer pick or to Zedje.
Yeah, I think it actually becomes really interesting what they want to ban here and like what they're prioritizing, because I think there are still a lot of flexible options for FPX, whereas NIP have really kind of locked in the style that they want to go for with that team fight oriented, you know, game plan. With the Kaisa ban coming out here, taking options away from Leave, it does kind of signal that they want to make sure that there's no dive potential following up from NIP. Maybe that, you know, kind of telegraphs a bit of a safer game plan. We've seen that on red side, but again, a lot of options still open for them.
I do want to see what the focus is going to be. It is on Zedje continuously. They're going to go for all the engage options here. What if we get the Nautilus jungle? Who knows? We'll see in the end of things, but I highly doubt it, as I want to see if they're going to continue focusing Leave a little bit more of that supportal focus in terms of what Leave has been willing to go to as of late in the Senna. Late game scaling, of course, but really backing everybody else up, and I think FPX got that memo.
Yeah, I mean, these are the two big ones for Leave that you just kind of have to take away, especially the Senna, this split, which has been so dominant. Worth noting that every single champion that Jeja has played so far for FPX is off the board. He will have to play something new, and whether that is, you know, potentially a Nautilus.
They were thinking maybe the Silas jungle. I know,
yeah,
and so we have Rafa on the team, and Rafa has been just a demon with what he's been wanting to go for in the jungle. He's been playing Silas's, he's been playing Nautilus's. You know, we'll see if that's actually going to be the case here, but I do really like that FPX are playing around with the draft a little bit and what is possible on this new patch. It ends up being a tried and true classic. It is the Skarner locked in for Zedje and the Zeri on the other side for Leave, so still in the hyper carry bucket.
Yeah, I mean, the game plan's very clear for NIP. It's Orianna Zeri. It's let's try to set up for these big wombo combo team fights where Leave can take over with his damage. You've got the Alistair as well to be able to combo that off of. Skarner felt obvious to me after a lot of the other jungler picks ended up getting taken off the board. I think that champion is still incredibly consistent in terms of setup, but NIP not deviating. I think they're kind of doubling down, if anything, as we see solo kill lock in that Mbessa. I love solo kills Mbessa. It's one of his best picks, and I think, again, it just kind of puts yourself into the situation where you find a backline target, you find a Corki, you find a Talia in these fights, and things can kind of spiral real fast, and especially into that Renekton matchup, we're getting some spice.
Oh, I love it. We're getting a little bit more emphasis into this top lane matchup. Two of the up-and-coming stars of top lane. What could be the next great generation of top laners here in the LPL. Sheer now having a little bit of experience on solo kill, obviously. The journeyman that he is, but still a youngin' indeed. And it's going to be that mechanics-based matchup in the top lane. I do really like the Mbessa, though, and a lot of that comfort going the way of NIP.
I like the Mbessa, especially for the comp in the late game. I love the Renekton here. I think that Sheer is actually in a really great spot to kind of take over in the early game if Skarner wants to pay some attention to the top side. We have basically the exact same conundrum we had in game one. So much aggression needs to be put in by FPX. If they can generate leads, then I think they're in a great spot because they don't really have a late game outside of Corki, but they can get there, you know, with a gold lead, it could be fine. And you're looking at Zeri Orianna on the other side. You got to be able to scale, and Leave in particular is going to be massive this game. I expect this to be, you know, at least a bigger attempt from NIP to really stifle those early plans.
All right, so checkbox of did NIP give themselves enough proactive tools to make this late scaling work? Do we get a little check?
I think they have the tools to do so. Whether or not they're easy to execute, I think we will see. The execution was certainly off in game number one. That Wukong Mbessa needs to step up in the early game. Not always the easiest to make sure to get out on the map. I think we're going to have to see exactly what that execution looks like and whether or not it differs in game two.
I gotta see the combination of the Wukong Orianna as well. That needs to be succinct as we're getting to game two now. It's a bloodbath out here from that game number one. Let's see if it continues. FPX versus NIP.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。
The NIP ones have died off, unfortunately, for that game number one. But they'll come back if they win.
That's definitely the thought process.
Results-based analysis?
Yeah, you know, it's totally fine. I think NIP, you know, they just got to pick up one win. Everybody's going to cheer for Doing B again. I certainly have not lost my confidence in them after one loss. There's still a lot to play for, and you know what? I think this is them kind of showcasing, hey, we're not worried. We're not concerned with game number 1.
Absolutely.
We're going to feel comfortable drafting, you know, another scaling comp and feeling like we can outperform you in that. But they cannot allow that disastrous mid game to happen again. We need to watch Nio to see if he can have more proactivity.
And that's just going back to the story of these teams coming into this one. That's what's so crazy about that game number 1. Is like, we were coming in here to test if Nirvana truly can take down the last grouping in Group Ascend, who, by the way, were on a 10-loss streak coming into this, right? 1-13 in the group. You see a trade going down the 2v2 into NIP, who were on a 7-win streak, dominating Group Ascend. We had a picture of them eating grapes, the heads of other teams. And that is not the expected result for that game number 1. We thought NIP could come in with some strength.
Yeah, that's the scary thing, is like momentum-wise, this has thrown a huge wrench into everything moving forward with these expectations and with the confidence of both of these teams. But again, as long as NIP can stay maintained, as long as they can understand, hey, you know, anybody can lose a game, I think they're going to be just fine heading into this game number 2. Pathing so far, pretty standard, but both junglers are going to be pathing, at least in similar directions. We'll see exactly what they want to do with their early games. Can't imagine it's going to be quite as aggressive as maybe the Vi gank in game number 1.
True. As looking at the setup for both the junglers, a pivotal point that we highlighted in this series, they're going to be pathing down to bot lane, though I will say Nio does have the more of the 2 carry potential. I don't know how much carry potential Wukong necessarily has, but did it on that big facilitator that when we talked about coming into this series, both junglers love to be on.
He's going to have so many ways to set everything up as hell. It's going to be insane. There are so many combo tools with FPX, whether it be Talia Shove or Talia Ground, you know, Renekton Stun, Nautilus Hook. Like, there's so many things that can combo into Skarner here and really play off of that. So, Jaja certainly going to have enough proactive tools to take over the game. The question is, will he have the same fighting experience? As we see Niket doing a good job utilizing the Alistar interactions in the 2v2.
Yeah, that buffer is extremely important. Leave overstepping. He does have the way out. Going to try to hit an Ultra Shock laser as well. Doesn't end up tagging Jati, but it's going to be pressure and priority from bot lane of the 2v2 of FPX, leading to the Scuttle Crab play from Dede, and now potentially the Scuttle Crab trade going to both junglers.
Very regular start going in for both teams here. I think it is worth noting that Sheer is doing exactly what he needs to do on the top side, which is get this big lead over this Ambessa. You know, I really like this matchup for Renekton. I think this is one of his strongest in the meta right now, and I think Sheer is doing a good job of taking advantage of it at the very least in the early game. I'm going to be looking to see if they want to put any priority up there. A lot of vision around the top side. I think it could potentially be exploitable by FPX.
So we did see NIP on the red side in game number 1 put that early emphasis on the dragon. About 45 seconds for that first dragon. Will be an ocean dragon to start us off. Do we expect some of that priority, or is this going to be a game 2 where we just all in on the grub fight?
I think it's a lot more difficult in game 2 to prioritize those dragons. I think Jachi not having flash and cleanse during a lot of that exchange ended up being really consequential. They could have really exchanged in the bot lane, and so it's basically free for FPX. Now it's a little bit more up in the air, and we're already seeing that a bit. Both bot laners still down on the bot side. We'll see if that ends up changing around that 5-6 minute mark as it has become.
Yeah, where's my lane swap?
Yeah, where's the lane swaps, man?
Give me my lane swaps. Get Emily Rand in here. I need my lane swaps.
I was promised LPL action, and LPL action means lane swaps. That's what I think.
Let's talk about that a little bit, because this is, I mean, we have seen lane swaps for, I feel like, almost every single team in the LPL, and that has not been the case so far. Also, something else we haven't seen is the Azir. I mean, I know both mid laners have not played it a single time. Usually that's because it's fully banned out from every single team, but it's been open for 2 games in a row and neither pick. So there's some differences in these 2 teams facing off versus a lot of the regularity we see in the LPL.
You know, I don't want to overthink the problem, Mazel, but I do think there could be some adaptation in terms of best of 5s, in terms of Fearless.
Yeah.
And understanding, like, hey, maybe we don't want to burn this pick in this draft. Maybe we want to try and combo it with something else later on in the series. I think there definitely could be some thought process. There's been a lot of talk about how Fearless does affect your best of 5 drafting in particular, and you know, I think a lot of big picks are being burned early. Perhaps these teams maybe want to stay a little bit more solid, but action coming in. Both junglers bot.
3v3. Oh, that's Lee flashing out. He was trying to find the angle there away from Dway. That will not end up being a 3v3 that pans out to anything, but that flash being down for leave is a big ticket item for FPX.
It's exactly what they wanted to get. That makes Zeri a lot less aggressive in the early game. There's not really a lot of proactivity you can have with the Zeri no flash, and so looks like it will just be Jeje in the area. Once again, it could be them taking advantage of the fact that they burn a summoner early to take this dragon. It looks like that will be the case once again on a great timer for them.
And yeah, as they take this dragon, make sure he set up the prodiff.gg, which I was going to do after we got the grubs down. But in the end, we have this setup going early onto FPX and onto Care in the mid lane. But he does make it out alive. That should mean that the dragon goes over to FPX. They are able to take this one down. Though a beautiful play from Niket, but the Ishtal's impact will get Jeje to safety in the end. And that is going to be a nice little payoff for FPX in the early game.
Definitely nice for them to get the dragon. Good play from Niket to burn Jeje's flash. That does decrease the playmaking he can have throughout the rest of this map. But once again, I'm glad we're kind of panning over to the top side here because I think this Renekton is in a very scary place right now. If solo kill is going to be shoved under tower all game, there is a real shot this Investa doesn't have the same kind of impact that maybe you would want. Sure had a great game number 1, and I know we were questioning whether or not he could be somebody that was, you know, a real star on things outside of the Gwen and the Rumble. This is his game to prove it. Landing.
A little bit of an engage on bot side. He's going to go for the flash play. The exhaust has been used on the leave. The lockdown comes in, but the flash from Jiachi trying to get leave. Leave's getting close. Leave's going down. First blood for FPX. And now they're going to try to follow it onto Niket. The dredge line connects, and Niket's going to go down. It's a catastrophe for NIP. Niket should die here. Jiachi wants to kill the Frost Bomb. Fade away.
It's a nightmare for NIP. All that you need to do as Zeri Alistair is not die in lane. You just can't give the gold over to Corki. And now Jiachi's sitting on 2 kills. That is ginormous for FPX. If we were worried a bit about the scaling, that's all gone. Grubs are started from NIP, but teleport coming in.
Yeah, they're going to try to contest this one as well. They're going to get in here as the nice setup is the first grub to NIP, but that seems like all they're going to get now as well. They're going to move more people over, though. NIP, we're struggling to find a little bit of a foot in this one. Dway is hovering on the other side. Looks like Hex Flash would be used there at least. He's going to get the Dreadline on Niket who overextends. The Ishtal's impacted. Now that lockdown, that CC chain that we talked about, K-Man, in the draft, works beautifully for Fun Plus Phoenix.
It is a nightmare for Ninjas in Pajamas. This game has gotten significantly harder over the past 2 minutes. We're going to get a replay of the bot lane 2v2 first. This is a very, very over-aggressive start here from NIP. Remember, Leave does not have flash available to him. There's no way for him to be able to disengage this. The exhaust flash coming in from Dway. He has no mana, but the auto attacks are certainly enough, even through the barrier. They just have too much damage, and at this point, Niket doesn't have the health bar. He's not level 6. He can't survive this. Once that hook lands again onto Alistair, Dway just looking phenomenal in the beginning part of this game. It's just perfect.
Oh,
we're
no,
not
it's
done.
not stopping. The Avalanche has transferred from game 1 to game 2, K-Man. They just expertly execute a top lane dive.
It's not close right now, Mazel. One of these teams is proactive, and the other is, you know, playing Zeri Orianna and just losing early game. And I'm so disappointed for NIP that this is the showing right now. Their game is not over by any stretch, but you need to start reining it in. FPX looked fantastic at the beginning of this game. This could be even more dominant than their game 1 right now.
Yeah, I know the Fantastic Four just came out and is leaving theaters soon, but I mean, we got the Fantastic Five here in the LPL, and it's looking damn good. As this team-wide setup for FPX has just been lethal. They have been so damn good about moving around the map consistently together, and now this bot lane is just getting snowballed on.
I was almost ready to be like, okay, Dway, you might be a little overextending. He's still stepping up. Nayo.
He's got the alcove. Oh, he's gonna catch it. He has to get something out of this. He's been down here for so damn long. JJ. He's going to be clearing. He luckily doesn't have any camps to go get as of now, so he was able to be a good monkey and get through it all, while JJ is still trying to catch up in that regard. And he's going to stop his back. He realizes that he wants to commit to this. Ultra Shock Laser commits and does hit, as Leave is just baiting his jungler.
Oh my god. It's an absolute nightmare. It is just terrible.
Nightmare.
Yeah, it is. The pajamas are on because the nightmares are happening right now for NIP. It is not looking good in the early game. Nayo's clear is really interrupted. Jeje has so much map pressure. It's not too big of a problem for Nayo from an experience perspective, but again, you got to start making plays at some point. Yes, this comp scales, but you cannot allow Corki, a 2-0-0 Triforce completed Corki, a free laning phase here. You got to start putting your foot on the gas, and I think that absolutely needs to come with Nayo utilizing that Cyclone.
And I'm the one that had a 3-0 for NIP. It is not looking like that here. This is going back to like Split 2 NIP feelings and some of the lackluster performances there. And what a time to do it. This literally happened. Except it went all 5 games last time these two teams met in this playoff play-in, just last split. But NIP, they don't want to end up the losers again.
Well, right now, they're going to be losing out on the Dragon unless Nayo can get here.
They lose feats if they get this one, as FPX are just trying to force down the Dragon. It's going to be the Shockwave Headbutt Pulverized combo, as NIP is the one they're focusing on. Leave finally joins the fight. Lightning has crashed, but that's feats completed by FPX. Leave is flashing forward. He's got Doonby and Niket guiding him as he takes down another one. That's Leave being set up for success and put on a pedestal.
Oh, that was so necessary, Mazel. Almost everything going wrong for FPX, and Jeje not going to be able to get himself out of this one. He's getting chased down. Question is whether or not he can get that execute off.
I don't think he got hit.
We will see here.
We will find out.
Get a chance.
Executed. And not by Ambessa.
Yeah, small consolation win for FPX after what is a pretty terrible fight, all things considered. Nayo, first off, going in without any of the rest of his team. Leave is not even in this exchange. Nayo gets exhausted, he gets chunked down. He's not here for this smite at all, but the moment Leave gets to jump in, that ult proc is massive, and the flash over the Impale is huge from Leave. He ends up playing this about as well as you possibly can, taking over the fight onto Zeri. He is the win condition. If the Zeri can get online, things become very playable for NIP.
Yeah, and it was only 1 kill to him, but he's still able to get a little bit of something. And you've got to be there to, got to be there to contest Jati on this Corki, who is already on 2 kills, already has the item completed. And speaking of that, we are on first items completed for a majority of members on both sides. Sheer had completed his Black Cleaver forever ago. Luckily, he was the first of the party. Now everybody else is joining him. Doonby will be offset just a little bit with the Boots Rush and the Tier.
Yeah, I actually think that's super consequential for Care, who just does not have the combat power right now to utilize the Talia to make these macro plays. That's why you want to draft the champion in the first place. It's why she's so strong. So Care definitely needs to make sure that he can get proactive and get there fast. But right now, NIP going to be establishing that tempo on the top side, 1 minute away from that Rift Herald spawn. They're really in this game. If they can set up, you know, these small close quarters fights. We saw the Wombo combo there, even performed quite poorly, was still effective.
Still worked.
We'll see how that plays.
Yeah, a couple Wombo combos on both sides. As I do see a lot of movement up towards this top side of the map. Some vision play ahead of the Rift Herald. About 35 seconds until that does spawn. Now, we have seen FPX be able to get a little bit of that top lane objective focus. Sologil's just going to walk into a wild Scorpion here. Gonna have to be a bit careful as Niket tries to find an engage, but Dway does a very nice buffer. Care does finally join the first item party. He will be still far away from that evolution, but NIP moving out strong onto the map.
Certainly have some decent setups here. FPX have to be so careful of walking into a trap. While they are decently tanky, their frontliners are hard to break down. Can't really avoid the Wombo combo. Nayo certainly trying to set that trap on the other side of this map. He is in very, very deep here.
He is. Behind enemy lines, if you will. He's looking for a big flank. I do want, like, is he putting himself in a dangerous position here? Nayo realizes he's going to need to try to come connect. They know he's here. Niket has also got a flank. Jati is the focus. Jati goes onto the other side, tries to get away, dodges out of the Ultra Shock Laser, but he can't dodge away from the lightning. The flash comes out from Jati, and he is out of there. Now Jeje needs to find his exit, but he is all by himself in the middle of 4. And NIP take him out and move over to the Rift Herald.
Secret Agent Nayo coming in clutch on that flank, getting Jachi to have to burn everything immediately. Leave jumping over the wall also makes it basically impossible. This is a level 9 Zeri that's able to outdamage basically everyone in the game, picking up her second kill. This is massive for NIP. They grab the Rift Herald. That should get them some standing gold on the map, and gold lead has been equalized, and it could even be in NIP's favor now.
And that Rift Herald is going to be very nice for some of the standing gold. They want to try to use that to take down this mid turret, but you have about a minute until another dragon comes up, and yet another Infernal Soul on the map, K-Man. Very important in that regard, and FPX could put themselves at soul point. That'd be very nice for the damage profile, which they are severely lacking right now.
Definitely a win condition for them. Corki with 2 items can carry these fights, but you need to make sure that he can burst down the front line faster than Zeri can. Infernal Soul will be the thing that can end up getting them there. But all of this pressure now is on Jacci as a player. We've talked a bit about Jue and Jeje and even like Sheer being big pieces for this team. Jacci's going to need to step up on his comfort pick in the Corki this game for them to have any chance. It really is the 80 carry duel that we were hoping for, and it's going to be about which one of them can step up the most.
And the top esports challenger Prodigy all those times ago. I see a lot of respect earned from that. Now he's up against Leave, who himself was a big prodigy coming out of the LDL for EDG. I think going to these hyper carries is going to put a lot more onus on these two moving forward. As we see Dragon spawning now, you do end up getting that Spellbook Ghost pop by Jue, as FPX are going to take an outer turret right before the objective.
Yeah, this is really big for FPX. Not only is it, freestanding gold, but forces this Rift Herald to be used in the bot lane, and they will be able to grab this turret relatively easily, but the pressure should very much be on NIP right now. FPX is going to have to try and collapse. Nayo going to be starting up on the Dragon now.
Okay, they're going to go ahead and try to get this one down. They will be contested. We've seen so many 50-50s so far today, and FPX are going to need to man-mark this side fight. They're going to TP themselves. The engage is already coming out from FPX. He catches the clone. Jeje doesn't get anything there. He misses everything. But now Sheer needs to have the big impact on the Croc. It's going to be Jeje trying to turn around over on the lead. They realize he's by himself. Care goes for the seismic. He's going to get flashed out. Now in the middle of the pit, it's going to be on the Care. Solo kill gets exhausted. 3-man from the Kent as he finds it. NIP, they've woken up, and they are a beast with fangs as they find 4 of FPX.
The ultimate combo from Solo Kill and Niket was massive for Ninjas in Pajamas in that fight, and boy did they need it. That is exactly what they needed to get back into this game. Not only does it stop the stacking for FPX, but look at where those kills are going. Orianna and Zeri are online, and now we are looking at a game state that doesn't just favor NIP. They should be able to control a lot of the rest of the direction that this game is headed in. Let's get the replay here. As we see how this starts, this looks very bad for NIP, but Jeje, as you called out in the fight, misses everything on the Skarner. Just can't actually connect with anything, and even with Leave completely separated from his team, which looks nightmarish at the start of this fight, has to burn his flash early. You still get the Mbessa ult landing onto Care. Leave can jump over the wall, and Niket with the gorgeous 3-man knockup to secure everything. The Dragon going to Nayo, and NIP really taking it to FPX. The game is very much in favor of the Ninjas now.
That is the Niket that we know, the one that made a big mark, the one that on the other side, Jacci knows well. We'll see now a little bit of setup around this top side for NIP, but the setup is truly in this game. About a 3,000 gold lead now for a comp that feels very good when in the lead.
Yeah, this is a really, really good spot for NIP as long as you can play around your objectives. Care might be in danger here.
Unbreakable gonna be pop. Care! He gets hit though, so he has to back out. Now he's in trouble. He doesn't have anything to get away. He's gonna have a little bit of speed. He's overextended now. Jeje coming over. He doesn't really have a target to go for. Niket's getting just killed by Solo Bolo of Care. And now NIP, they're getting completely caught with their pants down. 2 down. And now that's the depth charge. Into the dredge line, into the wombo combo, and an alley-oop from FPX puts them right back in the game.
Absolutely huge from FPX. That is an unmakeable mistake from NIP. You cannot get away with that. FPX continuing to pressure, but all of the goodwill that NIP had generated, it just kind of goes away there. Those are more kills going over to Jacci. We talked about this Corki being scary. They still do have a Dragon advantage. 2.5 minutes on that. Otacon is on the map, but fortunately it is on the bot side. Care plays excellent in that exchange. We're going to get a replay here, but the dive, it looks like it's going to come in. The shove perfectly timed in order to make sure that he can get the ult cast off in the first place, but the knockup still coming down. He buys enough space, though, for the Alistair to not have enough tools to get back on him. Yeah, at this point, they're way overextended. Doingbee's got no health. Niket is already half health as well. And so Care can just 2v1 them on the Taliyah. Doingbee's basically caught in no man's land with this wave and ends up dying to the tower. And then at this point, it's the depth charge that really seals the fate of Nio. It's huge for FPX, a major mistake for NIP. Still a game that they very much can control, but not the kind of thing you want to see happen.
You can literally see the moment that they said to themselves, oh, we're too far, aren't we? Everybody turned in unison to try to run away, but it was too little, too late. And FPX dead even now after a massive gold lead was in favor of NIP for an early game. And you have another Dragon coming up in a minute and 25. Let's talk about those scaling win conditions. We are going to reach that point now for FPX. They are on 2 items, matching a majority of NIP ahead of this fight.
Yeah, I don't mean to boil it down to something too simplistic, but if you hit Shockwave on 3 or more members, I think the fight is just over. Doingbee is going to be absolutely massive on this Orianna. Of course, Zeri, Leave has been phenomenal throughout this game, has really been the player that's kept NIP in it throughout a lot of these exchanges, but the setup needs to be there if Nio, if Doingbee can link up and have that fantastic synergy that they've had all throughout the year. NIP still in a very good spot, but FPX with much better control. Buy time for Corki. That is the plan. Yeah. As long as this Renekton can really be an impact on the back end.
Oh, Niket going for the preemptive engage onto Dway, but Dway goes straight in on the solo kill. He is just getting completely taken out. Niket makes it out with the flash. He is still alive. It's a 5v4 now with the TP coming in from Sheer. He isn't the Gwen, but he is a big croc. That is going to be Niket backing off. He's just switched to it. He does have the TP, so he can come right back out.
That's massive for him to be able to live there. It looked like it was going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Now NIP have full control.
FPX struggling to find an in ahead of this Dragon. NIP in full members here. Again, it would be so point for FPX. That's so much decision-making power, and enough time has been bought for a TP in response from Dway.
Oh, it's a 5v5 once again here, Mazel. Dragon has spawned. They're going for it.
JJ says, let's go 50-50 me right now. Let's see who gets it. Who's better, the world champion or the rising star of NIP? He's in the pit. He's going for it. The Dragon is the focus for NIP, but it's the Impale. It's the play from JJ, and it's the team fight. Leave looking to carve down the back line. He can't get him. It's going to be solo kill getting the kill in the end, and Leave gets wall banged, and that's going to mean FPX find another fight. A triple kill for Dachi.
They lose the Dragon, but they claim the fight, and they claim the Otacon. Massive win there. That could be the game-determining fight, Mazel, for FPX that they just crushed. I'm excited to get that replay because I think there's a lot to talk about. What a greedy setup for FPX that they're able to get away with, but it completely turns the game back into their favor. This is now a 6-kill Corki, and I want to give a huge shout-out to Sheer, who is playing phenomenal in this series so far. This time on the Renekton, but we get a replay here. This looks like it's just going to be a 50-50. NIP know that they can't set this up, and so they want to go for the wombo combo, the double knockups coming in, but they just don't have the damage. Niket dies almost instantly in this fight, and the moment everything gets bursted down, once again, look where Leave is. It feels like he's in a good spot to take advantage of the backline, but he's completely disconnected from the rest of his team. This is not the first fight where he's nowhere to be found in the front to back. He's trying to make hero plays, and right now, the damage is just not coming through. FPX with a massive win that could propel them once again.
Yeah, it's just not adding up together, and a little thing there, Nio deciding to commit on to the Dragon, get that one down, which is a good call, but in those little micro moments, if his damage was there, maybe things turn out a little bit differently, and it's just the play call that NIP go with that now puts them on a almost 3,000 gold deficit, and if that Dragon buying a little bit of time is going to be enough for them. Jiachi is 6 in 2, 3 items, and solo kill goes on to a fight on bot side, or at least on this fight, at least on top side rather, as FPX are going to back away. Into the Istall's impact from Zedzev. Niket really wants this one. He goes for the flash play too, as now they know that Jiachi is going to be moving over. A TP is coming into the top side as well. All 5 members of FPX are up here, and NIP is struggling to find out what they want to do next.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really aggressive look from NIP. I think they just wanted to burn as much as they could summoner-wise, and they get the teleport out of the Taliyah, which is consequential, but for now, this Baron dance will continue. It's difficult for either team to feel comfortable fully on this setup. For now, Vision is going to be the priority. Still over 2 minutes, over 2.5 minutes away from that Dragon, Mazel. There is a lot of posturing and positioning still to do for either of these teams to feel comfortable, but This game state is so tense.
It really is. And we're getting to that team fight for both of them. It really is going to explode with the mechanics here. I do like that Leave is on 3 items now, matching the ADC power spike. And now we're setting up this mid lane play. Did looking for an impale potentially. He's just going to go for a bit of pressure. Care waiting around the corner. Solo kill coming for a flank.
Solo kill looking. He's getting zoned off here by Sheer. This is the advantage of the Renekton. That health bar is massive with that 3-0 and 3 scoreline. Oh, the hook just goes wide.
A little bit wide. As the fight continues between the top laners, I think Solo kill might have to back off here. Weaver's wall coming in. Gonna get Care. Gonna get the flash out of Solo kill.
Yeah, maybe a bit of a preemptive flash. Care cut himself off with the Weaver's wall, but still gets the summoner he was looking for in the exchange. And so overall a successful play for FPX.
This is the summoner spell you're looking for.
Yeah, you know, you can mind control sometimes. It's really about the threat of something bad
Yeah.
happening. You want to make sure you create.
Yeah, Obi-Wan said it best, you know.
Exactly.
He's the GOAT. We are getting this set up around the Baron. I don't think that either team is really in a position to force it down. Neither really has that sustained damage just that they can really burn down the Baron itself, but they're threatening it. A little bit of vision means that NIP will be fully safe until they clear that one out. Then things get scary as the map turns dark.
Yeah, I mean, that's really where it's terrifying for either team here, especially for NIP. Having to walk into Renekton, Skarner, even the Nautilus is really not a good feeling. You never want to be in a position where you, as a tank, have to face check that, especially when your main tank is Alistar, who wants to be there for engage. So establishing as much vision as you can is going to be important. I think the real timer, though, right now is 40 seconds on the Dragon. It's sole point for both teams, and I think both are going to want to prioritize it very heavily.
Yeah, they absolutely are. And it's going to be the next conversation that we get to have. But we have the dueling fates, as you will. We'll keep the Star Wars references going here, where I think Niket is kind of looking on the other side and like, man, how do I stop this man? Like, I love to see some of the lapping that we have for kind of some of those relationships as Niket actually tries to find Jauchi there, some of that relationship coming to the fold. Impale goes wide again, but Nayo loses all of his health, so he can't be that ball delivery. As Dway goes for the flash play with the dredge line. He's got depth charge Radic. Oh, nice big shove. Care takes him down. What a pick.
That's massive. That's a complete fight-altering play coming in from FPX. It's Nayo once again getting caught. That soul point going over to FPX. Not quite soul just yet, but that's their first Infernal Dragon, and more importantly, it puts them in a position to really set up around this Baron now.
Now they see them streaming across here. They're going to try to get... Oh, Leave. You got to be a little careful. There's a lot of flashes on the side of FPX, and he is a bit overextended. He's going to try to pepper as much as he can with Solo Kill on a flank. Will spot out Sheer, but Solo Kill is down a level to his top lane opponent. It does mean FPX back away, but they back away with such an advantage on this map too.
Yeah, I mean, this is absolutely massive. NIP really want to try to get Jauchi here. They realize if they can burst down the Corki, things are easy, but the Valkyrie just makes him so safe. And as you said before, Nayo just losing his entire health bar at the start of this great flash ult from Dway. This is such a proactive move, and especially with the shove coming in, Care following up on it beautifully. This just ends up being a super positive play. Dway has had a phenomenal game on this Nautilus. Yeah. He really has been the one to push everything forward for FPX, and if that continues, this could continue to be a bit of a problem for NIP, who don't have a clean answer to Nautilus.
And I just have to bring up the conversation. It's going to be a continuous one if FPX keep winning like this. Like, is the skill differential just that much? Is this just an on-fire FPX? Is this just a slouching NIP? There are so many questions that are happening with this kind of performance for an FPX who were so down in the dumps in Group Ascend.
You know, I hate to point to my own take. The reason I felt FPX was in a good spot is their mechanics, but here they go to show it.
The impale! It gets the Cat's Unbreakable Will out. That is going to be a big catch and a big ulti down. Care's going for an angle to cut off the shockwave on the two, but Jauchi is still full health almost. And look at Sheer. He's got the flank, the solo kill entry, but he's by himself. Leo's trying to go in. Jauchi spacing beautifully, gets a double kill, and look at Sheer. He's trying to look down onto Leave. Leave is struggling to find an entrance here, but Nayo can maybe set him up. Leave has an angle, but the lightning crash is going to falter soon. Sheer decides it's time to go in. Time to get the stun. He's calling the Meek, and the dredge line on the Leave. That's going to be 1,000 gold back, but is it going to be nearly enough? Doinby tries to run away, but FPX find dominance.
It is just a diff, Mazel. They are just better right now in terms of their execution. It's once again very well played by FPX. I think the setup is okay, all things considered, from Ninjas in Pajamas, but they just don't have the follow-through to be able to make that proactive play work out. Jue is on fire. I mean, he has been so good in this game, but we're going to get a replay of what happened. This feels like an okay start. The Ket ends up being able to, I believe, Mikhail's his way out of that Impale, and so he's not going to be taken down immediately, but because the Shockwave only lands onto 2 members, they just don't really have a lot of that damage that they're looking for at the moment. Doingbee has to flash out. There is no Orianna left in this fight, and Jauchi, you know, being able to survive against solo kill, that's really the fight-altering play. Sheer being able to zone all of Nio and Doingbee from this fight, and then it really is the re-engage that just ends up being perfect. The flash stun from Sheer, the combo from Care, and oh
dude,
my god!
Riot Games, where's my finger tapper? Where's my finger tapper? I need to tap the screen. Riot Games, please, please. Why? Can we go back to that and slow-mo it and freeze frame it? Like, please. Leave needs to send a formal investigation.
Is there any way to ban Jue in Game 3? Is that possible? I think that might need to be the avenue for Ninjas in Pajamas, because he is just breaking this game wide open with the plays that he's
that was
making.
disgusting, man. That was absolutely disgusting. Leave thought he had an angle, as all ADCs do, but in the face of a giant anchor from the man from the depths, it is difficult. Oh god, Leave. Okay. Sheer has decided he will not prey on you today. He was full from the last fight. He will let you live.
I like how we're both just watching Leave, just constantly like, oh no, please, please.
He's on
make
the
sure you're
edge,
safe.
man. He's like the rope walker.
Yeah.
You know, like, people do that. That's insane. Like, people like walk across a tightrope on the Grand Canyon. Like, that's actually just insane. Right now, maybe Leave has that as a skill going forward.
Yeah, Leave certainly has that mentality. We've seen it throughout his entire career. Jeje certainly had a lot to say about that mentality as well. So far, so good for FPX in terms of the setups, but it is a good position to be in for FPX. This Corki is so strong. It's going to be very difficult to play front to back against FPX, and that was really NIP's best chance, and so now you just have to hope for the Wombo.
You definitely do. FPX trying to figure out how they want to take this next step. They are all 5 in the mid lane. A little bit of name-ram action, but they're going on to Jeje. He is so damn tanky. I don't think that's the one you want to go for, but they have enough damage. Now they don't have front to back. And Leave, look at him. He is pumping. In NIP, they might have found the fight. Sheer finds the back line, though. Jauchi is conking everybody. And there you go. You got solo kill finding a little bit of an engage there. Doingbee going to try to get the chase down, but Care gets out with a Weaver's Wall. And a little bit of Kunk on Earth here in this one as NIP finds something.
A classic Zeri moment from Leave taking over in that fight. They're able to grab the dragon. It's 3 Drakes apiece for both of these teams, and everything is just back and forth. And back and forth, we see pings going down onto Baron, and teleports coming in. They're looking for this.
They do. They want to go for the tempo play. They want to go for the setup here. Nobody is available here, and they have enough damage. I mean, Leave is on 4.5 items.
Yeah, I mean, they're bursting this down. This is completely gone. Care is going to be watching as this gets taken. There's no smite, though. Oh,
there is no smite.
Way.
Care. Does he get it? Oh, it's secured by Doingbee in the end. So that's into NIP, and the lead now back in their control as we take a look back.
The really consequential thing here is that, you're right, while Jeje has a huge health bar, he never ults this whole fight. He just goes in, gets CC chained, and dies. And then Jue is kind of the follow-up there. It's a great ult by solo kill to lock down Jauchi. That could actually be a very different fight if that Corki can get a full rotation off, but it's just not the case. Care certainly doesn't have the damage to pull it back, and so it's a really proactive play from NIP, and it's FPX getting caught out. Once again, very lucky for Care to be able to get out of that exchange. Yeah, I did not think I thought he was going to get interrupted, but he ends up making it out alive, and look at the gold difference. It's basically nothing. 3 dragons apiece. We have a certified banger on our hands, Mazel.
We absolutely do. And Mercurial Scimitar completed. Final item for Leave. Full build for the Leave hyper carry. That's the place he wants to be. And now with 3 Infernal Dragons in a row, NIP now can force that conversation for this next one. We're going to get a 7th dragon, and only one team is going to get that Infernal Soul.
That is the objective to end all objectives in this game. Currently only a plus 1,500 Baron power play here. But NIP going to grow that lead with some towers taken. Here, just getting a little bit down. He's popping the ult. Nayo's in trouble.
Now he's in a lot of trouble here. He's getting caught out by himself. And FPX trying to pick on a most important jungler, at least important setup for NIP.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to get caught, I guess 3 minutes before Dragon is probably the time to do it, but certainly not a good position for Nayo to be in.
Wiggle room there, all right? Where's that overlap?
I think, you know, I'm just trying to stay on the positive side here for Nayo. Very questionable decision. There's no cover on the top side, and of course it's going to be easy to collapse upon as much as NIP have gotten themselves back in the game. They're not running the map by any stretch of the imagination.
No,
so,
not at all.
Nice play to capitalize for FPX.
All right, 2.5 minutes, K-Man, just under that. We have big item completions. More importantly enough, though, Xiaoqi does not have that next item. Maybe he has a piece of it here as he gets his back off. But who is favored in a big 5-on-5 game-deciding tussle here?
It all comes down to the Wombo combo from NIP. If you can land that Wukong engage on top of a Shockwave, it is unplayable for FPX. As much as I want to talk about players like Xiaoqi and Jue having great games and stepping up, it's all about the execution for NIP. If Zeri has time to free fire, she will have the damage to break through. But she might not have that time. Sheer has been massive, and if he can get onto the backline, anything can change. It really just comes down to which of these teams can execute in bigger moments, and I wouldn't have it any other way.
I love it that both teams have put that burden of execution on themselves, saying we knew we were going to get to a team fight setup. Now we need to execute our comps. And the bridges have been built. Leave and Xiaoqi, their positioning in this next fight is of utmost importance as we take a look on how these teams are setting up.
Yeah, the setup is important. I think it is worth noting that Nayo has no flash, as we talked about, for this fight, which means that engage is much more difficult for the Wukong. Still not impossible, but definitely can be a bit tricky. Niket gonna keep Xiaoqi on his toes.
Hey, he's like, I know you. I know your mechanics. He does check them ahead of this big moment.
Yes, it's definitely an important check to pass for Xiaoqi. He cannot get caught in this integral moment. 9-kill Corki can still be a big difference maker, but NIP setting up for a potential trap.
They don't have vision on the other side. A little bit of mind games happening here as TP is going to come out from doing B. NIP don't want to cede control of this mid lane prio.
This is such a tricky spot for FPX. You can see Sheer is going to complete his back. He's going to have to TP in here, but not the easiest ward in the world to TP to. He's just going to teleport to the tower, so that awesome flank position will be given up. But NIP laying the groundwork.
Oh, yeah. Solo kill chunks Sheared now, as he has completed that Serpent's Fang as well. Ambessa was picked for a reason. Always an important factor. JJ gets engaged on again. JJ is going to go down before even getting to do anything here. He's trying to get an impale off here potentially. There's the solo kill entrance into the backline. Trying to get this backline down. Solo kill's going to flash away. Double shockwave coming in from Goat. Even as Red Line connects on the Leave. They need to try to get Leave. Leaves the focus. Xiaoqi found him, but he's got solo kill on his back. Solo kill's going to run down the entirety of FPX. Care's the only one left. They're going to get the at least set up for Sheer. He gets the stun. It's not enough with the seismic shove. Oh my god, solo kill runs these fights all day long.
The Ambessa, who was put down in the early game, who was not able to generate any sort of lead, is the champion that comes up absolutely massive for Ninjas in Pajamas. Solo kill takes over the fight. So many resources put into killing Leave that they don't have the health bars to take care of the Ambessa. And now that's Soul going over to Ninjas in Pajamas. That could be the thing they need to take over this game. It's not just Infernal Soul, 4 Infernal Dragons for them.
That is insane. The damage pop-off is coming as we take a look at this pop-off by NIP.
This is just about as well played from Niket as you can possibly make it. You see the engage coming in here. We're going to see it in just a moment. The knock-up to really disengage and really create an opportunity for going B to ult. And then the moment that Jue goes in, just instantly gets to disengage him, keeps Leave alive for just long enough to get that damage down onto Xiaoqi that ends up being the decider in this fight. If Xiaoqi doesn't get hit with those autos, the fight is over. Corki is able to take that to the bank. So massive, massive play there from Niket and from Leave, the bot lane of Ninjas in Pajamas stepping up. And then, of course, solo kill, cleaning everything up at the end. Pretty well played, all things considered.
Yeah, and how awesome is it to see Solo Kill popping off against Sheer? We talked a little bit about it, but two guys who are looking to be that next generation of all-star top laners in the LPL. And obviously a lot of holdovers from that prodigy EDG youth lineup that got promoted. And Solo Kill showing off the Endesa skills here. NIP should just be able to burn down this Baron. I do wonder how FPX even find another fight now that the damage profile is so in favor of NIP.
I mean, these tanks are going to melt. I mean, 4 Infernal Dragon, Infernal Soul, there is almost no way for you to be able to play these fights slow. You need to find an engage onto a primary target early. If you can't get on a leave, it'll be over fast.
And the fact that Diete has had 2 fights in a row, 2 pivotal fights with not really being able to do anything, brings me back to the conversation of why is this man not on a little bit more of a carry performer. I know the facilitation is strong. I know Diete is really good at that. As Doinby ends up getting his spell shield pop from his Banshee's Veil, Baron started up.
Yeah, this is huge. It's already dropping so fast. Zeri burns this
Sheer?
objective. You have to go in now.
Sheer trying to find an angle on the other side, but they're taking way too long. Diete gonna get shockwave. The Baron goes over, and Diete is already gone. NIP, they just completely eviscerate everybody from FPX. They have been snuffed out. All the momentum from game number 1 is gone, and the NIP that we knew in Group Nirvana has made its appearance here.
Yeah, Care going to Weaver's Wall his way out of there, but it is in vain. Leave very much in the area. Will be able to get himself out with the teleport back to his own base, but it is certainly, like I said earlier, a consolation prize at best. Ninjas in Pajamas utilizing that soul, dominating the fight, grabbing Baron, and pushing for game.
A lot of big picks going to be off the table as we move forward here, but 23 to 25, 43 minutes in, NIP trying to get some lasting damage into the base of FPX by taking this in-hit.
Yeah, it's potentially going to be...
No way. No way.
Yeah, I was going to say, no way they're going to keep pushing. They were posturing very aggressively, but NIP have taken full control of this game. The consequential fight was the Soul one. At this point, I don't know how FPX can find their way back. I think this is a brilliant game from the NIP bot lane. Leave and Niket have to be congratulated for their performance, but again, how do you get in here for Jeje? The front line just melts instantly. There's no way for him to even get into the pit, and at this point, Jeje's down, Jue's down. It's a nice engage by Nio, but it's very over by the time it even happens. So Sheer's certainly not big enough to be able to hold everything up on his own. Nio just barely not surviving there with some of the fruit, but definitely a lead for NIP that I do not think they're going to really push.
Yeah, we've seen almost total domination from them at this point. We have like 21 KP on 3 different members for NIP. So much team effort in this game. And this is why we were talking about this series being far from over. I think this NIP squad has shown so much consistency in Group Nirvana, and that game 1 was a wake-up call.
Certainly did feel like a wake-up call. I will say their early game still leaves a lot to be desired. I still think there's a bit to grow from this game number 2, but just as we saw in game 1, it's the resilience of NIP that ends up really taking over. This is a team that is constantly investing into these players that can carry in the late game, and they've been rewarded here in game 2 as they push down the bot lane here and attempt to siege the base.
The late game comp works for the second time, at least. The first time not so much. Niket goes in, catches out Care, who goes golden instantly, but Solo Kill is now here. 3-man knockup coming out from Nio, and this combo, the Wombo, it's all there. We're dancing into the night for NIP. Sheer, the last one left. His GA will be popped, and the last hope of FPX will be gone. Game 2, holistically, NIP's in the end. It was topsy, it was turvy, but it's an even series now as NIP put the finishing touches on this one. We got a series on our hands, baby.
A game that was balanced on a knife's edge. You could see it. That was a stressful one, I think, for all of those players.
Nio just took the biggest breath.
I can feel it after that game. For Nio in particular, a couple of plays where you're like, I'm not going to look so good coming out of this one. Ends up right in the ship. Big moments on the Wukong at the end of that game. Big engages. Ends up securing objectives when he needs to. It's a really, really important one for NIP.
Yeah, it truly is. And an important down in the books, especially with the way that momentum can really affect this. This is your lives on the line. This is your 2025 on the line. You got to put everything there. And I know the last time these two teams met, we did go the distance.
And looks like we might be prepped for at least a very good series. No clue exactly the direction that it will head, but certainly both teams have come to play today. There have been some mistakes, but there have also been a lot of really great plays, some big macro moments. Neither looking to step down, both looking to prove that they deserve to be considered playoff teams, and they want to keep their years alive. It's more than just the playoffs for some of these players. They want to try and really elevate themselves and shock the world.
Yeah. And a lot of the tie-ins that the players have together. I mean, obviously I was talking about Tiachi and Niket, but you have, all those conversations around Leave and Jie and some of the tie-ins there. And, a lot of the history between Leave and Solo Kill and Jie and all the in-betweens that have happened between these two. And the fact that we get this banger of an important series to tie through all those narratives of this incredible year, I think it delivers so much. And the fact that we got, almost a kill a minute in an almost 50-minute game sets a little bit of the tone of what we can be seeing for game 3, 4, and 5. But the picks are going to start getting a little wonky, I feel.
That's where things really start to become fun, Mazel, because so much is off the board already. They have burned through, the real big picks, and I don't expect that to let up anytime soon. You mentioned things like the Azir, but at that point, I mean, we are really starting to hit, well, what do you combo it with? Because there's no more Wukong for team fights, there's no more Vi, there's no more Xin Zhao, so you are really looking at how things break down. I think it's going to really test the depth of these two teams, and especially because we haven't seen either configuration of these teams play a best of 5, we really get a good look as to who they really are.
Yeah, a little bit of changes going through the year itself, but in a way, both teams have had really good macro focus games. I know for NIP a lot of that wasn't the case for a majority of the game, but in the end they were able to find some of the entrances into fights that felt really good. And I think bubbling up to the surface here is that matchup between Sheer and Solo Kill, and especially what the impact's going to be later on in this series, because we've seen both of them really willing to go with game-altering picks.
I mean, it really played out exactly as you could want for both of them, where Sheer got this huge lead in the early game, and game number 2 on the Renekton was massive, 3-0 and 3, I think around 15 minutes into the game, and you could see that in the way that he was zoning Leave off of those fights, but eventually the Crocodile is going to become less and less relevant, and that's when Solo Kill stepped up and started landing some gigantic ultimates. So really, I think it's on both of these top laners to continue the fantastic play that they've had. Both of them, at least statistically, maybe not the premier players on their team, but the tape has definitely shown that they can step up when it matters.
Yeah, they can, and I know we're getting to the setup here for it, but there's so many options for MVP. Almost 100% KP across multiple members. I mean, is it just Niket all the way through as we take a look at the of this game number 2?
Here is the only counter argument I would give, is that for as great as Niket was at the end of the game, laning phase was a bit of a nightmare for the Alistar. Did not really go the way that he was expecting. I think if you want to maybe say that Leave was more consistent throughout the game, I mean, that Zeri was, really, really problematic. I mean, somehow, I'm looking at it now, doing the out-damaging Leave in this game is ridiculous on the Orianna, by the way. But, I think that there are plenty of good options, but I definitely want to highlight the NIP bot lane.
Yeah, it absolutely deserves it. It's been a huge piece of the puzzle for them throughout, and even with Jiati's 36% damage done, did not matter. Really good fight combinations from Doinb, from Leave, the classic combo that has really led to success for NIP, all that domination, all the grape eating of that group Nirvana run they had.
Yes, the grapes are tasting pretty good. Right now, coming out after game number 2, certainly a bit sweeter than they were in game 1, but you got to keep your foot on the gas. Again, FPX has shown, they're not a team that you can screw up against. As much as we can talk about the mistakes they made and, some team fight problems that they had, really, at the end of the day, they were better in the early game in both games, and they drafted to do that. And I think if you can get them in a spot where they can maybe scale a bit more gracefully into the late game, or perhaps take NIP off of these big hyper carries, if you don't have Zeri in this game, do you win it? That's the question. So we'll see what exactly happens, but game 3 is so pivotal now.
Yeah, it really is. So curious of some of these fights, the way they panned out, and especially some of the entrances that the top laners found. Don't feel like we got the sauce that that FPX were trying to put down in this one, but we definitely see a lot of the wombo combos executed pretty nicely. I think in some of the earlier fights, we definitely had some questions asking, like, why haven't we seen so much consistency from like the shockwave combo with the cyclone? But in the end, I think we ended up seeing a lot of those kind of combos come through, and a couple missed engages, I gotta say, from FPX. I think I love Did on the Skarner. He has looked good on it in the past. Here, it was a tough one to watch, especially after the domination that was game number 1 on the Xin Zhao.
It certainly is a tale of two games right now for Jeje. I will say
it's the Jit and the Jit.
Yes,
you
yeah,
know?
exactly. Hopefully we get more of the former in game number 3, but this is a hard game for Skarner. This is a really tough game to find an engage pattern on, especially after damage starts coming through. You know, he didn't help himself by missing basically every major impale throughout the back end of the game, but you know, when you're a tank on the front line here and you're just getting melted by the end of the game, not really a ton you can do in those instances. Hopefully he can have a bit more proactivity. I think his early game was very good. He just needs to keep things strong. He needs to really, you know, feel that confidence, feel a lot of that, you know, power flowing through him. It really felt like by the end of the game, he was scared, like, do I ult now? Do I save it for later in the fight? You know, we've still got a lot to work on.
We do, for sure. And maybe some of that is putting him back on a more skirmish carry jungler. Maybe we'll see that. Maybe he gets his poppy for once. But now let's turn to that, back to that conversation of the MVP at least. I think I would have to vote for Niket. I think there were so many good ways for him to find it. And I think, like, it obviously oftentimes goes the way of, like, all the spotlight goes to the carries. I know we know that. Supports have actually been getting a ton of call-outs, even sometimes when they shouldn't. But in this one, I think he should.
Niket was the best player in the team fights. It just was not close. He was so relevant towards why NIP was capable of winning that game. I would have no qualms with giving it to Niket. I certainly want to praise Leave as well. Really only had the one big hiccup where he ends up dashing a little bit too far forward. And even then it ended up working out because solo kill cleaned up the fight. Really think that Zeri was relevant. I just think you want to highlight the bot lane. This was a bot lane MVP for me, and I think that's kind of the narrative I'm walking away with.
Just a picture with both their heads on it. Let's just put that there. The two-headed Hydra.
Exactly.
Of the bot lane for NIP. But yeah, I think it's a good redemption game for NIP as a whole. And it is going to be Doonby out of the two.
There you go.
That ends up getting the MVP. 93% KP, but I got to say, Niket and Leave also had that. But hey, a little bit of love to the mid lane GOAT and Doonby.
I think the damage numbers might have tilted this one slightly in favor of the Orianna. Ended up doing most damage in the game. I'm sure that was consequential. You know, not necessarily the direction we would have had in, but, you know, maybe he gets a little bit of a boost from his game 1 performance on the Rise as well.
He's also doing, you know, it's a little bit of a favor diff there
Yes.
In some ways. But it was an FPX comeback, at least across the board, and in that game number 1, and it's an NIP comeback, at least in the series, in game number 2. I'm excited because that means we get to go to at least 4 games in this deciding series for both organizations, and I couldn't be more excited to get to that game number 3. But before we do so, we're gonna step away for a little break. We'll see you on the other side. Welcome back, everyone, to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. We are in Game 3 of our first playoff play-in series. It's FPX versus NIP. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by K-Man. We have Kai behind the scenes, and we got a series on our hands here, friends.
It is a fun one, too. It's not just a 1-1. We've gotten some banger games back-to-back here in Game 1 and Game 2, so I'm just hopeful that we keep the energy up. I know a lot of the crazy picks have been taken, but I think there's still a lot left in the chamber for these two teams to go for, and I just want to see more chaos.
I want to see more spice. You have Doinby in a best-of-5. You know we're about to get down and dirty as time goes on. We have at least 4 games on the docket here tonight, and one of these teams is going to have to take that step forward and move to match point. We've seen night and day performances from both teams. Game number 1, very, very strong FPX focus there in a lot of ways, looking like total dominance from Dede in the jungle. In game 2, though, NIP strike back as a full 5 stack, all 5 finding moments of their own in that game 2. What does that mean for game 3? Momentum is NIP's favor.
Certainly, and I think that that's the important thing, is that as much as you can talk about, oh, game 1 didn't go your way, and game 2, the early game, was also not going your way, all the scoreboard reads as 1-1, and all you have to do now is win a best of 3, which, you know, NIP can definitely do. This is the important game here in game 3. This really determines a ton. I think the one player I really want to highlight is Nio, who has been so key towards NIP's success over the course of this split. He's been the player that's elevated them. He's really not been at his best today. If he can step up and start getting back to those carry performances, NIP still have a really good shot.
He's got a tall task, though, against one of the greatest the LPL has delivered, a literal world champion. I'm not talking about Azael. It's all that set up on the side of FPX and NIP, though, for this game number 3, especially what that jungle meta is going to pan out to. I know there was a lot of focus on Doinby. He got the MVP for game number 2. I think they're going to need to rely on what he can do to link up with Nio as we get FPX on the blue side, NIP on that red side. We get the ban of the Annie and the Senna already by FPX. So the early Senna ban this time, the Yunara Nico, going to be a consistent ban on the other side for NIP.
Yeah, we were talking about this a bit off air, but you need to start banning out Leave. Like, the champion pool is starting to get very scary. He can't be getting these comfort hyper carries anymore. Things like Kaisa, things like Senna, they need to be off the board. Like, you cannot, you know, have that be a comfort pick for Leave, but even things like Smolder are still available. There's just so many hyper carries that can really affect the game for him. We'll see if he wants to go towards that or maybe go for some more proactivity. It will continue to be the Trundle, but the Poppy is up, Mazel.
The Poppy is up. I really would like to see it. I'm surprised that FPX banned the Pantheon on blue side. I thought they would maybe leave that open and force the ban there and leave a little bit more open on their side. But they're going to first pick the Aurora, which has risen in priority, also a flexible pick.
Yeah, it is a flexible pick, but this is almost certainly going to care in the mid lane. Sheer doesn't really play the Aurora, so this is something I expect to just be a strong mid laner.
Pull it out now. It is.
Hey, if there was ever a time to pull out your first Aurora game, it's now. But would certainly expect this to be going towards care in the mid lane. This does open the door for Doinby to just say, all right, well, we played scaling 2 games in a row. You know, let's do it again. Why not a third? Victor coming out, the Scion.
Immediately.
Yeah, strategy clear.
Yeah, very clear. I really like this 1-2 pick, at least for NIP. Now they need to build the composition around that, try to find at least maybe the Kaisa or things along those lines for Leave, get those hyper carries going for himself. But now FPX have that response. They get 2 picks here. Dede gonna be on the Sejuani, so piggy duty for him, and Care gets the Yone.
Certainly one of the picks you think about the most. this is actually double flex in these solo lanes. So
it is.
Really exciting for that. I honestly don't know what direction this is going to go. You know, I think Aurora top makes more sense with the Victor in the mid lane, but you never really know
Into the
what you want to
Scion,
do
too.
here. Yeah, I think it's really good in that, you know, department. Neither of these two players, or I guess Kara has played both of these champions throughout this split, so it's really just about which one he feels more comfortable on. But it's going to be the Jhin instead of that hyper carry we were theorizing, the Kai'Sa.
Hey,
Oh, hey.
whoa. Don't you badmouth my Jhin. We've had crazy carry performances for... No, I'm just going to stop that right now. He's not a hyper carry, but he can't find those pickup kills. Leave has also had some incredible performances on Jhin, but I agree it's not the same feeling that we've gotten from the other two games.
Yeah, it certainly is a bit of a different feel, and I think they really want to try and push for more coming out of the jungle. That's what this signals to me. This is kind of regular season NIP drafting where it's like, yeah, Leave he's good, he's fine, he can play Jhin, and it's going to work out really well, and we can counterpick for Nio later on in the draft. Perhaps get him a Viego, or, you know, I know that there's a lot of contention around like a Lee Sin, but something like that can be much more of a main character throughout a lot of the game, and we can even see that with more bot lane focused bans coming in here.
We could. As the Kalista ban is going to be the answer for NIP, at least in their first ban. Then we'll get the Leona ban by FPX, who already have so much damage and so much setup for these solo lanes, really opting into that so far for their first phase. It's going to be that Kai'Sa ban to follow up, but this time on NIP's side. So trying to take that away from Xiaoqi, and I think that's a great call with the way that this comp works as of now for FPX.
Yeah, not only does it pair incredibly well with everything that you've built, but this is kind of the champion Jiachi is known for. So you definitely don't want to give it over for free. That and the Corki have definitely been the two that I think have had the pop-up performances. So the Poppy eventually will come out. This time, really, I guess kind of as a combo ban here, but you know, I highlighted it. I really expect there to be a carry jungler coming out. I would be very surprised if that's not the direction NIP are heading.
Give him the sticks.
It is the Viego.
Give him the sticks. One of his most played champions here in this split, and going back to the tried and true style of NIP. He has so many scaling options, at least in his solo lanes. He is going to be the one that gets the earlier advantage to make sure that happens.
Viego Victor is not a team fight you want to take in the late game. That is terrifying to have to play into. Can get scary really fast, but it's going to be the Lucian as the answer on the other side. Really love this from FPX. I think this is almost certainly the best thing they can take in this particular instance. You need that early 2v2 power to try and punish this Jhin pick coming in from Leave. If you want to put him on the back foot, that would be big. Braum obviously combos well and makes the 2v2 more efficient. They are going to lock that in, and
Zway's popping off in the comms. Let's see, the Braum ends up coming out here for him, trying to make this happen here, trying to be a kind of defensive threshold for FPX, saying we will not let you pass this point, or at least trying to follow up on the rest.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense, again, not only to punish the 2v2 because Jin's not going to be receiving a lot of those resources, but to be useful in the late game. But it's the Renata that's actually the R5 lock-in. I really like that as well from NIP. I think it's a really nice adaptation to the Braum. I think both of these drafts have a ton of easy win conditions. I would say if you are just going to talk about scaling, perhaps FPX scales a little bit easier because Sejuani Yone is just really tough. But like, what, you're scared of the scaling from Viego and Victor as well on the other side? I think both of these teams kind of got exactly what they wanted in game 3.
I love it because in last game, I mean, both teams were really set up. We talked about it so often, and that it was the mechanical execution that really made the difference. Neither team comp was like, oh my God, this is so much better. And I feel like we're getting that here. We're getting each shade of the teams, right? Did on a facilitator, really playing around. I guess the standout man at this point for FPX and Care in the mid lane, this Yone, but really being that buffer between what the early game can be for this team and getting to a scaling point where on the side of NIP, yes, they're opting away from the hyper carry from Leave, but we have seen Leave go to a more utilitarian style, and it worked for NIP, and now trying to go with that carry potential on the other parts, especially Nio in the jungle, has the tools at his hands now.
I would definitely argue this is the kind of comp where NIP are at their most comfortable. You have a mid laner for Doingby where he can just, facilitate and shove wave and help out the rest of the team, a carry jungler, and a bot laner you don't have to worry about. I think this is a very comfortable spot for them, but look at the engage on the side of FPX. I think that's really the thing to point out. They have so many ways to start fights, so many ways to create opportunities. It's not a free game for either team. It's going to be fun.
It's going to be a lot of fun, but only one team can move on to match point. We've seen so much from both, and we still have so much more left to give. Game 3 kicking off now between FPX and NIP.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。
There we go. You know, all they needed was a tied series to be louder.
Yeah,
That's all we needed. Results-based analysis.
To put their whole heart into it. Exactly. Yeah.
So
think,
LPL is the home of results-based analysis, I feel like, you know? Maybe that's the LCK. I don't know. I feel like between the two.
I think if you ask Reddit, it's every region. So, you know, we can...
well, isn't that results-based analysis in itself?
Analysis inception happening here
very
quickly as we go down the holes.
What?
That is crazy. Oh,
we're at a library right now.
Double spellbook bot lane coming in for ninjas in pajamas. They're gonna have access to so many different trading tools in the early game.
5.
There's so many fun ways to look at this. Oh boy. I'm excited to see how this goes. I think the jungle matchup is interesting, but I gotta see what happens in this 2v2. Josh can get a big lead. That's huge.
They could have 3 smites. At one point, they will have 3 smites available to them. That is beyond hilarious to me. Oh my god, I really hope we get 5 smites in one fight. That would be absolutely hilarious. Anyways, that's just me having a little bit of fun with the eye candy. But we're looking at the pressure that's being put on by this bot lane. The 2v2, the spellbook really come and pay out for Niket as he's going to use that early heal. And we'll get the 4th shot from Leave to level up the Deadly Flourish. Not going to connect, but they have full priority in bot side.
This is that R5 Renata coming into play here for Niket. I'm really being able to stabilize this traditionally very dominant 2v2 as the wave crashes. Should generally be fine for Jiachi, at least in a couple of minutes, but for now, it's going to be a bit tough down on the bot side. But I really want to highlight just how important Nio is, and he's taking advantage of that early. He's looking mid.
He is. They knew he was coming down here, though. I believe they did spot him coming in, and Care, a little bit of trouble. He has the Q3, can go over the wall, barely missing the stun as Nio. He's going to go back into his jungle, farm his bot side, and both junglers look for the culmination of their first clears.
Yeah, there was a chance that ended up being a little bit scary for Care, but ends up getting out pretty scot-free. It is going to be a pretty aggressive path here for the Viego, though. You know, I just got to see Nio play well here. He's not exactly been a carry in the first 2 games. It's been Leave, and you can see that even in the trading coming down on the bot side, but if this Viego can step up alongside Leave on this Jhin, this could be a very scary draft for NIP.
I mean, NIP are full control on bot side. They are driving the car. This is the place that every Jhin loves to be in the laning phase. And they will have Nio on this side of the map so they can play even more freely. It's going to be a little bit of an invade right now coming in from Zed, looking potentially for that mid lane. Just going to go for the warding. As of now, make sure you can spot out that next pathing. Nio's going to come over, potentially go for a lane dive this early. Level 3 coming in. Niket's going to tank here. Maybe the bailout coming through, but they get the kill in time, and he gets the reset. No, it's the 1-for-1 so far. Nio taking the soul and going to use the soul of his enemy to take down the double kill for the carry jungler of NIP.
Ask and I shall be delivered. A Nio carry performance is upon us. A massive turn there for the Viego. Really, really big to get him 2 strong kills in the early game. If you can get this champion out of control, it's difficult, and Doingby is now a dive threat.
He is the focus. Niket trying to save him. Niket flashes. No way! Gonna do? Niket, you monster! What the hell did I just watch? Niket just 1v2'd them there. What a play.
Oh, it's all crashing down right now for FPX. They want to make the counterplay, but Niket with the roam of the series as he's able to turn a terrible play for NIP into a massive win. Oh my god.
I'm flabbergasted, K-Man. That was beautiful. That was actually incredible. Niket, you are a Chad. Now we are looking at finally a lane swap in the first time in the series that we were talking about last game, wanting. But the entire story of this early game has been Niket's influence on the map, and now that NIP have a little bit of control there, that's going to feel really nice for them.
Yeah, I mean, this is huge for NIP. We already talked about, oh, well, the big concern is that, you know, Viego Victor, and, you know, we can speak on this, has to kind of have a lead in order to have easy, clean engages, because you're looking at a Renata, you're looking at a Jhin. There's not really this big, you know, Rel or Alistar level engage threat that you can play off of, especially when you have Viego in the jungle. So it only really works if you can just dive in and get a bunch of resets on Viego. 2 kills will make that easier, but trying to punish Nio again here.
He was going for the Gromp and just gave his life for it. That's a bit of an unfortunate oopsie from NIP's jungle, who was in a very advantageous position, but the Gromp will unfortunately be the cost of his life. And now we have Dragon up on the other side. Didier could just go for the tempo play.
Yeah, very, very questionable play there from Nio. Basically gave over his entire lead there. Still does have, you know, quite a bit of gold, but not the play you wanted to make. That's certainly the case. You called it, though. Dragon is up. It is Mountain Dragon here. It's going to be hard for either side, I think, to prioritize this after the lane swap. I think this is going to be one of those games where Dragon might be a little off the table for a bit, so see how both sides want to play it.
Nio gonna save that smite just in case. We'll lose the control ward that he just put down there, but a bit of control ward gameplay going on in this very breezy early game. We are getting level 6s now, and I think that's really where FPX's comp lights up. I mean, obviously you have some of that influence from NIP, but I would like to see FPX take a bit of an aggressive stance moving forward here into the mid game that we're going to be getting.
Yeah, they definitely need to start, you know, playing fast. I think that while they do have a lot of tools in the late game and there are outs here, you can't really afford to be at a significant gold disadvantage. Not that they're at that just yet, but you don't want to give over things like grubs in the same way that NIP have been so willing to do in a lot of the early parts of this series. I think that they've, you know, really struggled to be able to maintain form because of it, and so it's important to make sure that you're contesting. And speaking of, FPX is going to start off on this Dragon. Looks like it will be free here. No contest coming in from NIP.
Yeah, nobody even in the vicinity. As, the grubs are going to be coming up in 30 seconds on the other side. You do have Nio up there already, but should just be the objective there. Wonder if FPX are going to feel at least inclined to go up towards that top side and contest that one. They are getting the resets coming through. See what the item break points are going to be looking like as well, because that is something else to keep in mind for FPX specifically, but I guess Yone specifically. That first item, Blade of the Rune King, is always so important. We're getting the redeploy TP from Didier with the spellbook. Jungler out in force.
Yeah, just wait until we see the Jhin and the Renata also TP in. That'll be really the sign that things are about
holding
to go
hope
down,
for the triple smite.
Doing B?
Doing getting caught. He's in trouble. Now the combo, the fate sealed, and his fate is absolutely sealed.
Oh,
the
no
snapback
way.
didn't kill him, but Kair's going to walk up and kill him anyways. Didn't even need it. A little flashy from FPX. They do end up getting re-engaged on by Nio, and now Jouer going to be forced to flash over the Heartbreaker coming out, but Nio in a bad position now. Going to flash back out as the concussive blows will run away. Deadly Flourish going to now connect onto Kair. Kair, how did you find yourself here? Kair dies to Nio, gives over his soul, and now the grub priority could go over to NIP.
A couple of question mark pings would be thrown down for me when it comes to that fight, because a lot going wrong for both teams, but it's NIP who benefits the most. Nio going to, as you said, be able to take these grubs. This is a great spot for NIP to be in terms of the game as a whole. Not only does Nio now have 3 kills, this guy's incredibly accelerated, already 1,000 gold up on the Sejuani on the other side, but specifically you're also able to get quite a bit of gold into the pocket of Leave, who's going to be pretty important towards enabling the rest of this draft. So nice win there for NIP, but certainly a bit of a question mark in terms of the fight. Kair, you know, definitely needs to be a bit more cautious on this Yone with the tools that NIP have at their disposal.
All I'm saying is, isn't this just a quintessential Leave game? I was looking back through his stats, and I know we talked about it before the series even kicked off, but I swear, and I don't have any concrete evidence to back this up, I swear he had so many more assists than he had in kills in so many games. Just like 10 plus assists in so many games. And you know, 3 assists to start this one off is okay. I would like to see him get to more, but it's funny what he can do even while not getting kills. How important he's been for this team off the back of, you know, that bridge building that we oftentimes see from the mid jungle. Leave is the one that comes in and closes out games for his team.
I love the call out because I think Leave deserves so much attention for what he's been able to do this split. Again, this was a guy on EDG that we were talking about as like okay, well, he has to get resources, he has to play strong side, he has to be the main character, or else he's not going to be effective. He's completely changed the narrative and also become an incredibly versatile and valuable AD carry as a result, as we've seen here. But part of the reason that has been so effective is because of how good the mid-jungle duo has been at being those primary creators, and that is going to once again be the case for the team here. Nio set up to really carry. He's had some questionable plays, not only at the beginning of this already, but really throughout this series. This is his time to shine and showcase why he's been such an upgrade for NIP.
Well, hey, some of those questionable plays, you know what would be really good for that? A little bit of review and a little bit of prodiff, as we might see a bit of prodiff in the top side, but this little setup on this prodiff.gg moment in the dive in the top side, as we're going to get the handshake, and NIP are going to get duped here, though. They went overextended as the Deadly Flourish didn't really do much, and the Fate Sealed comes back, and FPX turning completely on Nio, as he's not going to go down. He's so low. The Lightbringer isn't enough. Nio barely survives. I think he had under 10 health there in the end. But let's go ahead and bring that prodiff.gg back up, because I think that's a bit of a prodiff, as LPL 10 will get you 10% on one-on-one coaching sessions with only pros from the LTA, NACL, and the ERLs. Go to prodiff.gg. Be able to find that link in chat.
Yeah, I think NIP could have used a bit of pro-diff there to remind them that Braum can block Renata ult. That's a bit of a problem in this exchange as we get a replay here. They're setting up this play, and they're like, okay, we throw down the hostile takeover. Well, there it goes. There's no way to outplay or counterplay that. The CC chain coming in is very good, but this play was doomed from the start for Ninjas in Pajamas, and they just were way too over-aggressive and looking for it. They are very lucky that Nio can get out of here alive. It's the shield from Niket that just keeps him alive. Look at how close this is. Oh my goodness. 8 HP. He was down to 8 HP.
8 HP. Oh my god. Well, he is 3-1 on the Diego, and I think he is absolutely in a prime position to be the carry we have seen NIP Nio be so many times this play. I know we talked about Lee kind of being that linchpin a lot of the time, finishing games on, but Nio is how they get there. Because now we have first items completed for everyone, except unfortunately for Care. He did stop off for the boots, but Dragon is started up by NIP. FPX are right in vicinity.
They're going to eat up a lot of CC.
Okay, he's going to miss the Arctic Assault. He's going to move back over, though. The combos are so important to lay out, though. Doinby going to be man-marking that TP as Shear's going to be coming over. The Dragon ends up going the way of Nio. Now one reset makes a difference. Between worlds, they lock him down. Shear's just going to go down. The Dancing Grenade gets the kill, and now NIP with a final shot to the dome. Takedown 2 from FPX. They lose the Dragon. They lose potential around that bot side play, and now a 1.3k gold lead for NIP. Oh my god, wait, he got
here,
hit
though.
by that. That's crazy. Nio looking to turn back. There's the redemption play coming in. The handshake coming in from Niket. Niket's running forward as Kare's looking for a bit of a rebuttal. Tries to catch him out. They get the 3-man Q3. Kare's putting on a wonder start performance right now as Nio's forced to flash out.
A crazy turn there from FPX. I thought that fight was really cooked for them, but turns out to be at the very least okay. What a great job by NIP. They spot the teleport early on, and we're going to get a replay here. The way that this starts, the smite going down, this is basically a 50-50 once again, but Nio able to land it. This is perfectly played. The stun immediately comes in the moment the ult is dropped, and there's not a single second that Aurora gets to move in this entire exchange. Jiachi just has to give his life at this point, which is never a great place to be in as the AD carry. Luckily, Care and Jeja are able to turn a bit, but it continues to be bad setups from FPX that really cost them.
But I will say, though, that was Care without a Blade of the Ruined King, and he just melted that fight if he finds the angles. Now he has that item completed. I expect that level of intensity to still be there from him, but maybe the payoff can be a bit bigger next time. You got to keep tabs on what this Yone can do in this game. A guy in Care who has literally his entire career under the FPX banner, but is the guy that has been the holdover through all of these roster changes, and now he's got a signature in the Yone. He's trying to make it work.
This is his chance to carry the game for sure, and really highlights these two drafts, I think, to kind of talk about that, because as much as we like the position NIP is in, and 4 kills on Viego just feels very difficult to break through, we already talked about it. The engage on their side is a lot more inconsistent than it is on FPX. If you can't get those resets off on Viego, he is going to melt to the Yone, and so you still need to make sure that you're executing in these fights. Kara has all the tools he needs in order to step this up, and could be even better if FPX are able to secure this Herald.
That's why I appreciate, at least from the side of NIP, the Collector first on Leave. I'm a big fan of Collector on Jhin first. I know a lot of people in the LPL have been going Yumu's first, but especially to give those resets over to Nayo, I think it's just a perfect combination. We are going to see NIP use the combination mid-jungle to get this bottom outer turret. This would be feats for NIP if they take this. It was going to be decided off of the next objective, but NIP say no. We will claim that now. Feats of strength to ninjas in pajamas.
Definitely a positive thing to get for NIP, as continue to try to take away as much as possible. Jachi, they're here. Nayo.
Oh my god, Leave even got one. Let's go.
Well, there you go. Good for Leave. He's gonna the spellbook Jhin continuing to get enabled down here on the bot side, or I guess in the mid lane now. But I think Leave is actually very relevant towards how this game plays out. I think you're in a position where if Jhin actually is able to hit a lot of those W's, you know, those deadly flourishes, that could be a primary way to set up an engage for Viego or for Victor to go in.
For
so,
sure.
You know, definitely watch Leave here.
Important to think of how he finds his entrances, the utility that he brings to these fights. On the other side, his counterparts just looking for the damage. We do have the Rift Herald up for Jid. I do want to see how they use this one. I mean, about 1 minute and 20 till that dragon. It would be a nice distractionary tool to use. I like to call it the distraction Carnifex. If you know, you know. And I would love to see it used in that mid lane ahead of that one. I know it's not the most important dragon, but getting these Cloud Dragons stacking will be important for both sides.
Yeah, I mean, dragons have been consequential in this series already. We've seen the effect that can happen, especially when you split one apiece at the start. It delays the game quite a bit, which can favor a team that maybe wants to play front to back a bit more. I think both of these teams would love to get that Dragon Soul and would both love to kind of push that Cloud Soul forward in particular for FPX. But they're going to be on the top side here. Potentially be a Rift Herald angle if they really wanted to be aggressive about it. But with 40 seconds until Dragon, doesn't seem like they want to do that. Definitely just waiting for their opportunity. They don't want to make mistakes here.
Ooh, second item, Navori Flicker Blade there for Jiachi, as that's going to be a big item spike. Still waiting as Collector number 2 comes across the comp for NIP. And it's going to be for Nayo, completing his second item ahead of that threshold here and ahead of this fight.
Definitely a big thing to get. That Collector is going to be...
It is cooking for sure, but I kind of like it.
NIP are cooking this game. I have to say that. You know, the build paths, the rune choices, they are definitely in the kitchen for this one.
I think this has to be the first time I've seen 3 spell books on one side. That's
yeah,
crazy.
I can't remember a game where that happened. You know, it certainly is one of those.
Has Leave even switched off of his spells, though? I'm pretty sure, because he hasn't even flashed. Okay, well, Nayo's going to have to use something. He's going to have to flash. Cullen coming in. He gets out again. How does this dastardly man continue to escape? Unfortunately, the recompense will be Dead claiming second dragon for FPX.
This is exactly what I was talking about for FPX when I said that this team scales better, because honestly, look at NIP. It's all well and good for Viego to have 4 kills. If he gets Sejuani ulted into Braum stun into Yone ult, like, there's no way for Viego to play. He has to get resets. He has to be first. And so, you know, this is not over by any stretch for NIP, just because this Viego is strong. But
yeah,
could be some top lane pressure here. It's just a really nice play for FPX.
It goes back to that conversation for draft where it's like neither team's comp is bad. They just both have a level of execution that needed to be reached. And at any point, if Nayo gets one reset, like that changes fights completely. If one person gets locked down from the side of FPX, locking down NIP, that changes the fight completely. And that's why I love that we're on the edge of our seats. We're 19 minutes in. It's a very even game, even with the 1,000 gold over to NIP. And these next fights will be extremely crucial in the mechanics display.
Yeah, the next major objectives coming up, Otacon in 30 seconds. That's going to be massive as FPX look for the siege down on this mid lane tier 1. They should be able to get this without a ton of problems. See if they can get it before the Herald goes off. No, they're just going to leave it for the Herald to pick up. No problems there. Unfortunately, the handshake not going to dissuade the play. But Nayo
Shelly
once again
doesn't like handshakes. Oh, Trying to catch Nio. And JJ felt really confident about that one. TP's coming out. The flash is going to be burned there as well. Will be the spellbook flash though, so still going to have something available to him. Dwayne needs to be a bit careful. Oh, JJ is getting locked down. He's very, very tenuous here as NIP do end up getting the blue buff, getting away. And no other play is really set up to that. Anacon's on the bot side of the map, could be pulled on any time as both teams going towards that way and setting up bot side.
I cannot stress how important Jejet and Jue are to this comp for FPX.
Yeah,
they really are the difference makers in terms of how this entire comp functions, and got to make sure that your positioning is nearly perfect if you're going to pilot these. You talked about it earlier. One reset and the fight is likely over in favor of the Viego. You can't really allow that to happen as the frontliners, but they are setting up and posturing. They're going to start up this Otacon.
FPX says, we are better, let's do it. You don't have the pull. Doinby had just
Doinby's not here, no teleport.
topside. He literally TP'd topside and then leaves his team without any answer here. Will the spellbook leave? Has smite? Can it be enough? Go for it, baby! As they're gonna try to get it away. It's gonna go to JJ. They get the Atacon, and now NIP are struggling to keep their health bars in this fight. Solo kill will give his life, go zombie mode, but FPX claim the objective and all the flowers now. 38-7 in that. And that's going to be FPX also getting an outer turret and bot side.
It's a masterclass from FPX on capitalizing on a huge mistake from Doinby. He's topside with no teleport when Otacon is spawning. They recognize that it's completely free to take. There is no way for NIP to deal with this other than getting a miracle steal. Nio looking for Chiachi. He is not scared here, that is for sure, but it's once again this idea that Viego has really no easy pathway to get in on any of these fights. We're going to see a replay. Otacon is gone at this point. The Braum just completely zones the entire engage away from NIP. Even with the hostile takeover coming in, there's nobody that really gets punished all that much for it. And as much as Solo Kill can eat some damage, he certainly can't eat the entire health bar that FPX is going to be able to put out in damage in 1 second. Care has been massive with this Yone, and now at 2 items, it could get even worse.
Yeah, it definitely could. This shield build giving him so much breathing room in what he can do with his health bar. That's going to feel really good in those kinds of situations of the big pick potential for FPX. But, man, it's almost already 3 items as well for Xiachi, but it's still one of those moments where you're wondering how the play call is coming through. Some of the shot calling, or at least some of the communication going through. And a really good heads-up play from FPX to kind of pull the trigger on that.
Yeah, I mean, the moment you see Doinby on the top side, you spam ping him and you go, hello? This is a free objective that we can take right now. There's no, no 4v5 can be won without the victor there.
He's going to back this time. He's going to be down here this time, all right? He's going to walk his way there, and he's going to be on second item, too.
Yeah, well, he needs to be. He's a huge piece of why this team works, but Dragon spawning in 30 seconds, that's soul point for FPX. If they're able to claim this, especially if it's without a fight, things are going to get really tenuous. So NIP definitely going to need to set up around the area. The gold is even, Mazel. This game is so close.
Yeah, it is, just like this series has been. As that's 3rd item now for Xiachi, he will have the Dominix. So that's going to be some health shredding tankiness gone from the side of NIP. As it's going to be NIP setting up down here first and foremost. They might get pushed out though, as they're going to lose Prio in mid lane.
Yeah, this is really well set up by FPX. Exactly what you need to do when you have the kind of map pressure you have. Force NIP to make a decision, and they're choosing the Dragon.
Oh, it's choosing a potential 50-50. JJ right in the front line. Look at the angles here. Sheer waiting for his between worlds. FPX need to fight a front to back. They need to be able to take this front back down, but they can't get in. They can't get the Dragon. That's going to be the separation now. Decimating Smash coming in, or at least the Unstoppable Onslaught too. And that's going to be the curtain call. But in these kinds of situations, the curtain call's not really doing much. Now some of the autos coming through with solo kills already gone. And you're wondering, is it better to auto? Is it better to ult? And unfortunately, NIP just don't have damage.
That really does, that's the problem. Mazel, like, that is the issue. They just can't break through anybody on the side of FPX. The engage, while not perfect, and certainly could be better, from FPX was enough to be able to lock down some priority targets. And I agree with you. I think the curtain call from Leave is honestly bait this game. He needs to step up and start consistently either putting out damage or stunning targets to create opportunities for his Viego to take over. If Viego can't get in, there's no way to play the fights. We get another tower falling on the top side for Care. And this game might just be a snowball at this point for FPX.
It's starting to feel that way. Almost 2,000 gold up now. Bloodletter's Curse completed for Sheer as well. So the MR is definitely not going to be having a happy camping time in these fights. But, I mean, it's so tough to see how this is breaking out because Nio still is in a very advantageous position. And it's still that constant conversation. Somebody from FPX messes up and gives over resets, that is a completely different fight. We've said that already, and that will remain the case for the rest of the game. But FPX have started to kind of button up here in game number 3.
Kair's Yone has been massive this game. He really has been a clutch performer for this team. And I know, we talk about Kair as the veteran player on this team, kind of the team captain all the time. He's not always had the most consistent performances, but this guy's actually very sneakily been a big playoff performer for FPX, even if the regular season games aren't always there for him. And once again, showing that in big moments, you can really rely on him to generate some leads. This Yone is going to be a massive problem as this game continues to go down. You can layer the CC of Sejuani and Braum, as we talked about, on top of the Yone. It's going to be tough to imagine a world where NIP are going to feel comfortable.
And 3 items, your fate might be sealed, and not just the ability. For a guy that has literally spent his entire career, at least competitively, on the FPX track, I think it's so interesting to see all the pieces shift around him and how important he still has been, even in some of the lackluster moments. He's a journeyman that hasn't made that break into the top tier LPL mids, but he's trying his damnedest. And I know last time these two teams met in split number 2, he was a key piece in how they won that series. You have to remember, FPX did come away the victor 3-2, knocking NIP out of split number 2 playoffs. See if they can put themselves a leg up here in this series.
Definitely needs to be the one to continue to pressure, and Baron is going to be the call. They're going to take this. It's not going to be particularly fast, but Doinby's on the bottom side of the map.
Oh, I mean, they got Kair here. It is fast now, as they're going to bring all of NIP over. They're going to try to get in here, but it's going over the wall. They try to get Nio. It's a Fade Seal that comes through, and it just separates every Sheer, finishes everybody off. The bailout, not there. It's Baron. It's everything. They're having their cake, and they're eating it too, and I think it tastes like chocolate, or maybe it tastes like NIP. FPX are wiping the floor with the ninjas in pajamas in game number 3.
It's a massacre. There is barely anyone is left alive after this terrible exchange for NIP. How do you face check a Sejuani Braum Yone combo? You don't. You end up dying almost instantly. The trigger pull coming in from FPX is gorgeous. They get the Baron. They take the top lane tier 2. They take the mid lane tier 2, and they can push for significantly more here as well.
And so far, blue side has reigned king. Obviously, they're not going to end the game off this, but it's an almost 8,000 gold lead now. We take a look back at this expertly executed FPX fight.
Yeah, I mean, Braum is just so Omega here. He blocks all of the ultimates coming in with his shield, and then just his perfect layered ult on top of the Yone. There's no way to play the game for NIP. This is complete and utter destruction. And really, at this point, you just have to wonder where any sort of playmaking tools are, because for as much damage as NIP have, they have no way to actually use that damage, and it's really costing them. FPX now moving towards the bot side. We could be looking at a push for the end of the game.
Could be. Baron still on them for 1 minute and 40 seconds. Nio tries to find a little bit of a CC chain there, but doesn't get it. The wave is the focus now. Doinby is starting to get pretty strong on almost 3 items now, but still lagging far behind many members of FPX. FPX won't actually get the siege potential they wanted. They're going to wait for another wave coming in here, but they're going to push mid with Kair.
Yeah, that's the thing, is they have so many different, split push options, because you have a comp of Yone and Aurora that, these waves are going to get crashed so quickly. It's almost NIP's detriment that they're, sitting in their own base.
Oh my god.
The ultimate coming down. It's just for fun at this point, the amount of CC they can layer. Dragon coming up. This would be sole point for FPX because they were not able to grab that 4th Dragon, but certainly a fun feather in the cap's crown.
And I think that's a little bit of a boon to NIP, and being able to stop that. I mean, at least you don't have to deal with the Cloud Soul going over with this take. You still buy yourself a little bit of time with that last take, and you don't end up losing the inhib in mid. Oh, I spoke too soon. Didn't take down the cannon. Unfortunately, he's a Jhin. He could have switched to Smite, just saying. But wasn't able to in the end. Now he's going to open up, though. Coming in with the curtain call, looking for that one reset is NIP. They find it. They are able to get that one down and leave, helping set up the team.
Yeah, I mean, it's really greedy positioning from FPX. Like, their jungler is taking Dragon, their mid laner is pushing mid. You can't really be stepping up 3v5 and just saying, like, we still win, we can still posture. It's just a bit too much, but the punish ultimately isn't too consequential, just going to kind of cease this Baron power play that they had. Still a 4K gold lead generated from that Baron, which has turned into this absolutely mammoth lead for FPX, and you can see it in the gold on the other side. The 2 carries for FPX just so enabled.
Yeah, they are pumping. I don't know if you know this reference, but one of these things is not like the other.
Yeah,
And one of these things is sheer.
It doesn't belong.
Being almost 4 levels above solo kill, by the way. 3 at this point, and solo kill did catch up a little bit. So yeah, I'll give him that. But he's very far behind, and Sheer has just been farming up the side lanes like crazy. And again, it brings up that conversation of side lane pressure as Nio getting a bit caught, fate sealed, and that will be Nio down. The one thing that NIP needs is gone, and now they will end up getting the big pick onto Niket too. FPX are surrounding NIP like sharks. Glacial Fish are going to go over the wall to Culling on top of the slow here just to almost kill solo kill.
Yeah, at this point, it's disgusting to watch. FPX going into the base, and Sheer is ready to end the game.
Dude. I mean, Sheer's level 17. You do have that match by Doinby, but he's a top laner comparatively. Unfortunately, solo kill is not anywhere near that now. You do have Care clearing out some of the vision here, and FPX hesitant to really put this game to bed, but they're doing so in a very reserved fashion.
Yeah, I mean, once again, it's just Jeje being able to play as aggressively as he wants. They feel like they found a catch. He even whips ultimate just to bait them in to this fight, but Care is here, and Care will win any exchange he's in at this point. The stun comes down, the damage comes through, and once this Viego is dead, there is no fight to be had. Even the back end of this fight is impossible. Chachi just deleting the cat from the map. His former teammate, he has no love lost for him in this series, and then the Culling coming down as well. Basically shredding through the Scion. It's really tough to tank at this point in the game. You just got to be so safe.
Yeah, unfortunately, Jati has so much more of the decision-making power than I would say Leave has on his side of things on the ADC market. It's definitely FPX in full advantage now, hovering that 8,000 gold lead for themselves. Now working on full item build for Jati as he's almost got that final one. Getting close to this top lane fight. Oh, Doinby getting caught like that. That's in trouble. Kare's going to go back to the Soul Unbound. Glacial Fisher is going to be used. He's in some trouble himself. Glacial Prison's going to be in there, and the Glacial combo coming through. Kare's going to flash away as that hostile takeover was doing some work. A fourth shot. Oh, dodging out of it, and FPX get away in the end. A little bit health bar reliant there, but they will survive.
Yeah, a little bit dicey. Very disconnected engage coming out from FPX. They kind of feel like they're kings of the castle right now. Maybe they've usurped the kings. The peasants have become the masters, if you will, from our earlier pre-show. But, you know, maybe a little bit too deep there in terms of the engage with Jue and Care basically being entirely disconnected. As long as these guys group up together, it's still going to be very clean in the 5v5. And in fact, they might not need it right now.
Nio, solo kill, they're caught out. Solo kill's just gonna die to Jin, and that's just straight to the Baron. These are mistakes that you can't be having. NIP were so on the edge of having this series lean their way, and now all that momentum, it seems to be fueling the fires of the Phoenix here as Baron's getting half health now. Can Nio even get in? The cat is just gone. He didn't even get to bail himself out. There is no check coming for you today. And now FPX are coming to take the payments away. Nio gets locked down, concussive blows, everything used on him. He is gone, and FPX are signaling for the end.
The culling coming out. Doinby just barely going to live. The shots being
World
fired
champ
for
diff.
Jeje.
World champ diff. Jeje, he's trying to pull the card. Oh, he doesn't get him. Okay. Well, that's the world champ buff that just saved Doinby. So, you know, we get it both ways.
Yeah, you know,
JJ leave. JJ versus leave. And who was right? Well, right now, JJ is looking like it. They're playing with each other. JJ is trying to get in the mind of leave as FPX are taking the lead in this series 2-1.
A chaotic game in game 3, but chaos favors the Phoenix. So cold. He doesn't care. He's standing up. This is just a Friday to him. It's a Saturday to him. He's not worrying. He's just chilling, man. He showed up here to win, and he's accomplishing exactly what he set out to do. what a game from FPX, from the mid-jungle duo, from the support, from everybody. We've got match predictions getting thrown up. You know, right now we could be on pace towards an FPX upset. Is that even fair to say for a Group Ascend team?
It's not, because no Group Nirvana team has ever beaten a Group Ascend team. And we take a look at that. This was, I feel like everybody thought the one that could be it, but it is not. And I got to ask you, because fans of drama are eating right now. We literally got, JJ was playing with him, bro. Like he was messing with his brain in that last little bit, saying hi to his old teammate. I wonder how this is going to work out, as Blue Side again has been king here, and FPX have also been king of this series so far.
Now, Mazel, I got to ask you, of course, you'll have more knowledge on this than I will. Okay. What would you rate Spellbook Jhin in game number 3? Get a thumbs down.
He could have, like, there was that moment he could have smote it away, like the jungle camp. Like, there's like little things that you could do, I feel like, in those situations. But yeah, no, I'm good. I think I'm good. We didn't end up seeing the triple smite come through. Like, if you're gonna take triple spellbook, like, why not try that at some point? That's like full objective control, 1800 smite potentially. Nah, get it out of there. I want to see. I need to see Leave on a carry. I know he's been good on Jhin. I know he's been good on Senna. I think at this point the Senna might just be a bait. It is good late game. NIP have constantly tried to go for these late game comps, and 2 times they've lost. It's that they don't have anything going for them in the early game, except this time they did have a little bit of something, but it didn't build into anything.
Yeah, I mean, really, I think the main thing for me that game is just there's no way to start fights. Like, you have absolutely no chance to play unless you're super far ahead. And honestly, I kind of like that idea from NIP in the sense that if you can get this big early game lead, like, this game is snowballable into oblivion. Your range is 100%. Really high. It's going to be difficult for you to really kind of falter if you are able to control areas and kind of play for towers. But if you can't do that, there is no way to function. You can't be neutral. You can't be even with a comp like this. And they just really struggled. You could see it in the gold graph.
Yeah, you can. Very, very triumphantly so for FPX. Leave only doing half the damage that Xiaozi did in the end, but a lot of, really good comp setup from FPX. And I know, put Didi on a carry, put something on that he can really work on. I mean, you give him a Sejuani that he's well known for. I mean, it's his 3rd most played champion in so many years of his career, and he knows how to pick apart the map. And this was a struggle for Nayo. I got to say, when you're looking on paper, I mean, is literally a world champion versus somebody who's trying to make his mark, trying to make his name on NIP, and a newer blood in the LPL. And you see the attempt to go balls to the wall, try to go crazy, try to get these resets, try to be that carry. And JJ just stands there stoically, said, "Sit down, kid. This is my lesson to teach you."
Can we have a skin check on the Viego? I just have to make sure. To see which one he ended up selecting, because that could really influence just how I feel about this game if he pulled out Jeje's world skin. But either way, I mean, you can talk about it being like a big jungle diff. I think much more than that. I mean, Nayo doing 10k damage in this game, almost all of that came pre-15 minutes. Like, he was not able to function, really, at any point in the back half of this game. There was no way in, no way for him to play. You could be the best Viego player in the world, and I think this game is almost impossible for you to be able to pilot. You just need to make sure your setups are better. Like, that is it. If you're going to get this big lead on a champion like Viego early, you need to play around it more. You need to keep taking these fights. You need to keep pushing your lead. It felt like there were way too many avenues for FPX to get back into this game, and they're a more coordinated team. At least today, they clearly just have more ways to be able to recuperate their game states.
We did get confirmation. Nayo is not that disrespectful. He did not go the EDG skin, so it's fine. Unfortunately, we don't get Viego, which I don't think we have in a long time, but it's okay. In these situations, though, it just came down a lot to the execution. I know we've talked about that a lot this series, but that's what we kind of expect with 2 teams who are going to get down and dirty, right? These are not going to be the cleanest games. You're going to have a little bit of wonkiness in some of the setups, but giving yourself ease of execution is the most important factor in these kinds of situations. We see that all the time in Tier 2. I know it's vastly different, but it's very important, even at these levels, in the most important series of your year, potentially, to pull out all the stops and make sure you're giving yourself the best setup.
I mean, this is it now for Ninjas in Pajamas.
This is it.
This is it. This is for all the marbles. One more loss and your year is done. And quite frankly, with everything that you had set up for yourself, all the expectations, even all the words that the org and the players were saying at the beginning of the year, you know, a non-playoff finish, you know, that would be worst case scenario for a team like Ninjas in Pajamas. Game 4 is a must-win in every possible way.
They came out swinging Split 1, had some troubles in Split 2, and then find themselves at the top of Group Nirvana in Split 3, but that would be a very disappointing end. All the drama you could ask for, everything you could ask for going into this game. I'm hoping we get 5. I know we still have the MVP to give away as well, but it's so crazy when you have the culmination here of what FPX has put together in this series, and Care rightfully deserves that MVP.
Yeah, I mean, this was a no-brainer. This Yone was very scary throughout this game, and you just think about the draft that they build entirely around him. You draft the Sejuani and the Braum to make sure this Yone has as comfortable a game as possible, and you have Care, the franchise player on FPX, stepping up when this team needs him the most. Pretty massive Game 3 from him.
And how incredibly amazing is it for Care to be the guy that stands up against Doinby, of all people, for FPX. The legends write itself. There's so many overlapping storylines and so much craziness going into this. NIP need to give it all they got. They need to put together this mid jungle that has been so strong. They need to put together a comp that lets Leave thrive. Doinby versus his old organization. Ziedzie has come in to try to finish the job here and try to set up FPX for success. We'll see if NIP can come back in game number 4 on the other side of this break. Welcome back, everyone. LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL, and we are on a nail biter. FPX have NIP on the ropes for 2025. One game could potentially end this bit of a star-studded roster in the upcoming development, but as well as doing beyond NIP's year, which would be an incredible feat. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by K-Man. We've got Kai behind the scenes on production, and the story of how we got here has been a bit momentum-based, I feel like.
It's certainly, fluctuated back and forth. I think that's a fair thing to say, but it's really been, an example of FPX really rising to the occasion, stepping up when they need to the most. And it's been a story about ninjas in pajamas, maybe not coming through with some of that, great tape that we saw even in Group Nirvana, but throughout the beginning part of the year as well.
Yeah. And I know, on paper, when you look at everything on the screen, you see 1-13 for FPX, you see 9-1 for NIP. You're like, how is this happening? How is this possible? Are we truly getting that decision of the level of difference between Group Ascend and Group Nirvana? You could get your butt handed to you 13 times by FPX and still be better than NIP. And I think the thing is, when we focus on that number, when we focus on that story for FPX, it's the big changeup. It's Zedzia coming in. This is no longer that FPX team that maybe built all that bad reputation.
I think that really is the takeaway here for FPX, is that while I agree, Group Ascend really battle hardens you. Like, it builds a lot of good habits. We know what happens when you constantly get to scrim and play stage games against some of the best teams in the world, and FPX have been able to benefit from that. But even more so than that, I think this series so far is proof that Jeja has really upgraded this team, and they are not comparable to what they were with IYY or even with Milky Way at their best. This is a team that is, really strong. They can make a pretty big difference, and, they've stepped up here today so far for sure.
Yeah, they absolutely have, as we get back onto the stage, at least in Suzhou, and the importance of some of these matchups. I love it. They go right to the cameras of the people that we've been talking about the entire time. The jungle matchup, that mid-jungle combination, how important that is to those early games, to the setup, and the late game carry potential that both these ADCs have been bringing to the table. We're into game number 4. Potential final for NIP. They're on the blue side. Blue side has been king today. Full 100% win rate. And we see some of those bans still holding over from the previous games. NIP ban away the Poppy towards Zedzia, as well as that Jax. And so it's going to be the Yunara and the Annie banned by FPX.
I really like the Jax adaptation here in the ban phase from NIP. This becomes a champion that, the longer these Fearless series go, the more scary Jax gets, because the answers start flying off the board real fast to that champ. So really like the adaptation. Silas as well going to be a ban here from Ninjas in Pajamas. So they are just throwing everything at the wall and saying, we don't want you pulling out anything crazy here in game number 4. We want you to play something that we can kind of predict. The Yunara, Annie, they've been permabanned throughout the series. The Pantheon will remain as that final ban. One thing to note, Trundle is up for, I believe, the first time this series, so definitely could be a lock-in. But the Nico as well.
All right, so we would get Niket's Nico, stealing it away a little bit from Zue, but obviously something that he's very willing to go for. But it's showing a little bit of how important the support has been in both teams' potentials in this series. But there are some big power picks left over. You can only hold the floodgates for so long. Xiachi will end up getting that Kaisa.
Will get his kind of signature champion. I know that's kind of the case for a lot of players here in the LPL.
It's a staple in the LPL.
It's kind of a part of the regimen that you learn, going through the LPL system.
It's the Akali check for mid laners. Like, if you can't play Akali in the LPL, you can't be a mid laner.
Exactly.
Well, it's the same for Kaisa.
Yeah, and I think that we're gonna get a chance to see why maybe in this game from Jiachi. He's been incredible on this champion, has had a ton of pop-off performances, even going back to last split on RNG. But the Ahri is actually going to be the accompanying piece. And speak of the Akali, you spoke it into existence, Mazel. It's Doinby's Akali.
Doinby's Akali. What a weird setup in this situation, but I'm here for it. Give him some carry. He's been popping off too, silently. And they're going to get the Jarvan that also had been banned away in previous games for Nio. So the mid-jungle combo is exactly what NIP are cooking with this time around. We'll see what that answer for FPX in the jungle is going to be for Zedzia.
I really love this start to the draft for Ninjas in Pajamas. Not because I think it fits their playstyle perfectly, but because it says, Doinby's our guy. He is the franchise player. He's who we brought in to really be the main character, the world champ difference, and he's going to get the chance to show it. Akali is a massive pick here, but you want to talk about, up-and-coming stars getting playmaking tools. No more fancy playmaker in the meta right now than Bard, and alongside an Ahri and a Kai'Sa for dive, this comp is going to be very scary.
I think the Bard is just so lethal in so many situations. I will say also, I think Dway has had some incredibly impactful moments on the Bard itself this split alone, and it just upends what NIP want to do, right? You land a Tempered Fate, it completely derails that engage comp that NIP is trying to pull off. Now in the second phase, we get the Senna ban and the Trundle ban as well from the respective sides.
I think it's especially relevant because look at all the AoE that NIP have. Like, you can disengage a Nico Pop Blossom as long as you're not hit by it. You can if Akali goes into Shroud and you need to make sure that, she's vulnerable, you can just Bard ult the Shroud. Like, there are so many different outplay tools here that create, AoE counterplay from Dway, and we know we can trust him in terms of making those plays. He's done so all year long. 80 carry bans coming in from FPX, Tristana, and Senna taken off the board again, taking options away from Leave to carry the game. That's what they are afraid of. Lee Sin and Trundle, early game bruisers that want to get a lot of priority. Really the last remaining comfort picks for Jeje. We will see what they want to go for. There are a lot of things in the meta. You don't talk about hovers, and so I'm not going to worry too much, but there are a lot of things that are on the table.
Yeah, there absolutely are. They're going to get the Cassante for Sheer, so give him some team fight setup, some kind of splitting of that comp. And guess what? They're saving that counter pick for Jeje. He wants to see everything put out in front of him before he chooses what he wants to go with. And NIP need to round out their comp. They need some sort of hyper carry for Leave. If he's not on one, I will be extremely upset, and we could see NIP bow out early.
Yeah, we will see. It certainly is the comfort for him. It's going to be the Smolder locked in. Get ready, chat, to spam all of your copy pastas that you have available to you. Leave Smolder has been terrifying over the course of this year. It's been something that has won them multiple games, and they are really relying on it in this big moment. Top lane matters, I think, in terms of how this matchup goes. If you want to go for something more lane dominant, I think that's kind of a necessity. You need to have priority on the top side of the map, and they will try and get it with the Aatrox. Certainly a matchup that at least from a scaling perspective you'd favor. Yes.
I really like solo kills. Let's go! The Jeje Zed. He says, I am putting you in the dirt, NIP. Leave was wrong. Doinby doesn't matter if he's a world champion. And Nio, you're going to learn today, little kid, as that is a massive Chad pick for Jeje. Stone cold as ever and looking to bring FPX over the finish line.
And that really kind of stabilizes what this comp wants to be. You've got a mid-jungle that's super proactive for FPX, the double assassin duo. If you run in to these two at any point in the mid-game, you are dead. There is no way to deal with that. Ahri's pick potential alongside Zed damage is unstoppable. And then look at the late game from FPX as well. You've got a Cassante paired with a Kai'Sa. There's so much going on here for FPX. Ninjas in pajamas, it's a Smolder game. If they can get Leave into a good spot, they can still win. But boy, does that top side need to win early.
Raise the puppy in NIP's favor here. The Smolder will get to a place of promise, but it has to be built off of this mid-jungle duo that has been so potent for NIP, that has led to them being the kings of Group Nirvana. What does that mean at this point if you don't show up?
It means everything. Like, this is the shot for not just, Group Nirvana, but, all these teams that consider themselves underdogs. And, for NIP, this is their last chance to really solidify themselves. All the expectations, all the hype, all of the momentum, it all comes to a conclusion right now.
It does. We've got a lot of weight on some of the carry shoulders. Doinby on his Akali of old at this point. Leave on that hyper carry we said we wanted him on. The level of execution is definitely going to need to be there. I want to see map control come through for NIP, but this team that when Doinby joined, all of a sudden became a competitor coming into 2025, could see themselves bow out of back-to-back splits against the same opponent. A legendary story that would be for FPX on the other side, who have used a lot of this momentum they've gained, or at least not had, out of nowhere in this series. A team that was so down in the dumps at the end of Group Ascend is finding that fire within them through Jeje, and it's been impressive to watch.
let's give this organization all the credit for looking at the situation they had found themselves in and saying, we're not good enough for what our expectations are. We need to make changes, whether that, was replacing IYY, mid-split, obviously multiple times, or, even just after split number 2, going and saying, okay, well, we're going to bring Jiaqi in. We're going to trust in the fact that he's going to be able to elevate the team. We're going to let Shadow, go to a team like BLG. We're going to make the changes we feel we need to make in order to make this team as strong as possible. And you have to commend an organization for attempting to be someone that can compete, looking at themselves and saying, we're not good enough, we can get better, and then going out and really proving it in a series like this.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing is like FPX were able to cut their teeth on so many strong opponents, see how the game should be played at the highest level, and now it seems like they've learned a lot of lessons there. Dede on a Zed. I'm so happy to see this kind of performance, but it's also a position that NIP can take full advantage of if they get out ahead of it. If they can find a way to stop this FPX momentum. Doinb versus his old org. Can he put the carry pants on here and be that super carry we know him to be? Game 4, do or die for NIP. The amount of times.
This is it.
Yeah. It's actually crazy.
Yeah, this is do or die. And we already see some trading. Some electrocutes procced. Doinb gonna get double electrocuted there at the start of this. Certainly a bit of damage, but I think it's a great highlight to talk about Doinb because, I mean, this entire conversation revolves around him. You're talking about a Ninjas in Pajamas team that has specialized in playing around this guy throughout the entirety of the year. And now you're looking at this pivotal game for what could be their last game of the entire year. And you get Doinb's Akali into a Zed Ahri matchup. I mean, it's just about as poetic as you could ask for. And I just can't wait to see if he can step up today or not.
Yeah, it's also just a situation that's like, he's been stepping up. He's had some really good games so far in this series. And he's just tired of being in a back foot position. And he's going to need to make sure to pay that off here in this game number 4. We'll see how this all pans out. Both junglers, they're going to be pathing opposite sides here.
Yeah, standard start here for both of these junglers. No real surprises. Zed just wants to clear as fast as possible up to the top side. Jarvan going to be a little bit more lax in terms of the pacing he goes by. Jway taking a lot of damage in this trade. Shouldn't be too much of a problem for the Bard, but I definitely want to make sure that you're playing it a little bit smarter here for those level 3 trades in particular.
Yeah.
But man, this bot lane, like this is the conversation, right? When you look at the game 2 that NIP won, it was Leave and Niket who stepped up. And when you look at FPX's bot lane, Jiaqi and Jway, despite the roster changes, have kind of been the consistently good pieces for FPX throughout all of this year.
Yeah.
Nayo now looking potentially in the jungle here.
He did just use the flag and drag. He's waiting in the bush. Oh, the smite's gone.
Oh, no.
JJ, he's going to get it stolen away from him, and now he might die. This is the only piece that could work out. JJ barely makes it out alive.
Yeah, that is catastrophically bad, though.
Oh, JJ.
For the Zed, no way.
No, JJ. No. No. He's just backing my vision. Oh, man.
It's a nightmare for JJ. It's about as bad of a start as is possible on this Zed. It's a free donated kill to the Jarvan. You lose your red buff. This is really bad for JJ moving forward. There's no way for him to be able to contest on the bottom side of the map. He's just going to have to live with this disadvantage. And you want to talk about the world champion difference, unfortunately not going in favor of FPX right now.
You can't do that. You literally cannot do that. That is so tough, especially when you have the team on the ropes. Now we're getting the heal on the bot side. A little bit of play in the 2v2 action. FPX are stepping forward. JJ in trouble. Be very careful. He does get a little bit of latent damage from Niket. That is going to be full prio for NIP on bot side. Nayo is down here as well.
He is yet to even clear his bot side jungle. He's sitting at level 3, and they're looking for a dive.
Want to try to get down Jiaqi, and he will be able to make it out. He did have the flash and the barrier. As low health Jway will end up backing in the bush there. He's going to make it out alive for that one. And so far, now JJ looking for his own advantage. Really needs to set himself up for success here. He's trying to get a dive on a Doinb, and Kair's going to get this crash in.
This is such a tough play to make.
They have to
can
execute it. He stepped over. He's going to die. He gets the flash out too. Beautifully executed from FPX.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate for Doinby. He steps basically in the exact wrong spot to avoid that dive. No way he could have really known that that was incoming, but very nice counterplay by FPX to really get Jeje back on the board.
That's going to feel a little bit bad. But immediately going to the typing is Doinby. You know him, getting all those timers out of the pinchers. But unfortunately, there were no summoner spells burned from the side of FPX. So, you know, it's going to be okay. In the end, it's just that little bit of an advantage given back over to Jeje, which maybe isn't the exact person you want to give, but the dueling of these two junglers will be extremely important as Nio going down towards bot does also have Niket in tow to try to get this gank. Oh,
this is a 3-1 if they're this forward.
Yeah, there's been some really questionable decisions. The magical journey. Oh my God, his bar just paid off instantly 5 minutes in.
It's massive from Jue, but it's Nio just not being in range to land the flag and drag knockup onto the Bard. It's really onto the Kaisa, I should say, that really creates all that. I'm just not able to connect on the ability. Still pushing forward, realizes that they just don't really have the damage to push him out of here. And IP can play really aggressive.
Oh, he gets the smite. Okay, Gromp is going to go the way of Jeje. And he's still healthy. Going to go for it. Nio, I don't think you can do that, bud.
He's
here. Got one more plasma stacks. They're going to bring over Care. Care's going to instantly ult. He's level 6. Doinby does have his perfect execution. Flash play. He doesn't get him. Care's in trouble. Jackie, one auto down. And it's going to be the perfect execution from Doinby that gets one. Looking for a double for super carry. Doinby doesn't get it, but it's going to go to leave anyways. Feats of strength completed for NIP.
Everybody just causing chaos everywhere on the Rift right now.
Warfare.
A kill donated to leave? That's insane. That is so good for NIP in terms of how that setup ends up going. Jachi, no sums. Care, no sums. The flash, unfortunately, just not enough to be able to get in range to, you know, take that kill. But we're going to get a replay of how this whole thing happened. We're really going to get it from, I guess, the Care start onwards. Nio being able to flash out of the way of the charm and of the damage. Care at this point in a terrible position. He was always going to trade 1-for-1, which is already very scary. But yeah, Jachi looking a little bit terrified. Unfortunately, Doinby not able to pick that one up. Leave will say thank you very much on this folder, and
I think that's
we'll be in a pretty good spot. 1K gold lead for NIP.
Feeling really good. The early game looking good. They're looking at that long scaling game from Leave, but if they have some advantages in this mid-jungle duo, it can just make them so deadly on the map itself. Now, Dragon is up. It is an Infernal Dragon early. We do have Grubs in about a minute. I do wonder if we're going to see a trade from the team.
We have been seeing Dragon prioritize more than normal in this series, especially from FPX, who have been very willing to take it on a timer. It's not quite as good this game, timer-wise. If you do end up committing to the bot side here, you will be foregoing any sort of pressure on the Grubs, and so the decision definitely needs to be made. Pings going down from both sides onto the bot side, and right now, just going to be that vision control. FPX realizing they don't want to full commit to this.
So far, neither team really feeling super confident to take that forward step in those objectives, but I think that might differ once we get those grubs spawned, although neither team's really in position to start those on spawn, which is a bit of a weird oddity, I guess, since that has been kind of the timer that LPL has been consistently going for, as Nio will take the first dragon. No contest coming out from FPX.
Yeah, this is available because of the setup in the mid lane, I should say, from Doinby, who's got the wave crash. He's able to move towards this play to basically make it happen for free. There's no way you can trade priority on the top side of the map because Zed had spent so much time on the bot lane here. So it is just a free dragon for NIP, and they really are running this early game. They have a pretty big lead right now.
They do. I think constantly going to this bot side here. A lot of pings coming down. Well, Jachi going to dodge out a little bit here. The Nio coming to finish him. Cataclysm in. Mom comes to help, but Jachi buying a lot of time here. He's going to try to turn back and leave. Finally gets the kill. Doinby coming in for 2. Doesn't end up getting that one, but gives it over to Niket. Care does use his Spirit Rush to get away.
Yeah, it's just utter domination coming in here from Ninjas in Pajamas, understanding that we can dive this bot lane over and over again. Before Jue hits level 6, there's really no way for them to counter that, especially if Care is going to be late on a lot of these roams. So Jachi not able to play, and a lot of free gold going into the pocket of Ninjas in Pajamas.
And expert uses of the most busted mechanic in League of Legends right now in the cannon minion Swaparuni from Niket. But hey, it's in the game. It's possible. It works right now. And You got to use it if it's there. Although the free grubs did go the way of FPX, that will be a permanent buff for them in the future.
Yeah, this Nico champion is a little bit funny in terms of just how much he is capable of doing.
That happens to this champion. He had the glitch of the backing clone that would just stay there like permanently and provide vision. You had like every single time. The fact that she still can flash Pop Blossom is insane after Galio just got that ripped from him.
It is definitely a bit of a champ that's been tough to balance, if I'm trying to be political about maybe the way that I word that. I can see the balance troubles with the kit that they've given Nico. But at the end of the day, if you can utilize it, you can utilize it. We've seen many teams have success and also not have success with the champ pair. Taking a trade. Jeje is here, but Dornby's not really in all that much danger. This is going to be just a shadow, I think.
That's where I think the story of Jeje coming into this team is so important to focus on, but I also look at a lot of the other pieces that have stepped up in moments, and they didn't win a lot of games in Group Ascend, but especially in this series, we've seen a lot of coordination from this squad, and I think in this game we haven't seen it as much in this earlier game, but it's not that big of an advantage for NIP. I mean, 2,000 gold is great. There is a lot of those scaling options you were talking about in draft from FPX's side. So I really need to see NIP continue to kind of push this lead forward.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to give up on this draft. You still have a ton of scaling from FPX. I still think they'll win in the late game with all the damage they have. But, again, this is everything for NIP.
This is everything.
And you know what? Like, it's not even just for NIP. I think it's fair to say, like, we have never felt this close to a Group Nirvana team being better than Group Ascend team. Even going back to last year, this was the opportunity. And if they're going to, fall in 4 games here, then we're gonna have to start rethinking some conversations. They still are in a very good spot, but a lot on the line, a lot of pressure for Ninjas Pajamas.
Yeah, I mean, ever since this format change has come into effect, and Nirvana team has never beat a Group Ascend team to make it into playoffs. It's an important factor here, and we thought maybe this could be the one. There's going to be trades for the turrets. We are going to get the dual vision here. Soloco comes over into a 1v3. Now a 2v3 is... Sheer.
Sheer.
He goes all out on the other side of the fight. Oh my god, Sheer misses another charm. I don't think he's hit a single one in these fights yet. Still does have Spear Rush 2 available, as now Solo Kill goes in with the World Ender. Nio finds himself on the wrong side of the fight, goes back over, Cataclysm over, and he was just baiting them out as a charm connects. Solo Kill might give his life. He isn't going to go down just yet. NIP make it out. They've burned some of their spells aplenty, but they don't give over any kills.
Yeah, and they burn so much from FPX. They basically have to use everything to try to make that play happen, and yet they're not able to pick anything up. Those are a lot of resources that can be used to fight over the objective spawning soon. 1 minute on this Cloud Dragon, and you do need to start paying attention to that to stop the stacking of these breaks. But we can see the play happening here. FPX just want to overload on the top side. They want to take advantage of the fact that Solo Kill and Nio are here alone. They know that they have the way coming up, but again, the charm missing from Care is absolutely massive. It means there's basically no follow-up on this play. You need to wait for the Bard, and then Sheer goes in. Jeje ends up ulting Nio, but no one is here to follow up in terms of the damage, and it's really well played from Nio to keep himself in a safe spot to lock the rest of the team in the Cataclysm. And Solo Kill even with the flash.
Play. Yeah, that kind of cerebral play from Nio was actually insane. Like, just walking up there to pull all the attention and just go all the way back down to the turret and hopefully single somebody out who wasn't ready for it. I think those kinds of moments are huge, but as you said, Dragon coming up now another time for NIP to step up to the plate here. Although I will say, it looks like FPX might be on this side of the map for this one.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be one that you have to contest for. But again, so many resources used in that previous fight. You have no flash on Ahri. I think that's really the key one. No flash on Jue either. So some aggressive plays could still be made, but if they're made, then you might be a little bit scared. NIP, you're going to feel comfortable walking up. Nio is at the very least going to check the Dragon with the flag here. See if he starts it up. He does. Doesn't look like FPX even want to try to contest. They're going to overload once again on the top side and potentially look for Solo Kill.
Okay, well, they have Tempered Fate and stuff now, so they may be able to take this one down. No flash on Solo Kill either, but Solo Kill played extremely safely. They're going to also lose mid. Jachi forced to flash out, and Hank gets the double Teemo thumbs up from him. Still gets hit by the Tangle Barb in the end, by the way. And even more plays go in the way of NIP as turrets finally fall in favor of FPX, but they are still down monumentally in this gold lead. 3,000 gold 14 minutes in.
this is undoubtedly the best early game Ninjas in Pajamas have had this entire series. They've been able to control basically every play that's made. Doinby now.
Oh, Care in a lot of trouble. Gets perfectly executed, and he dies to Mom. The helpful call is Jie going for Doinby. Jati is here with the killer instinct. Gets 1 kill, at least 2. Jie. Tempered Fate's going to go wide on leave. They could have followed it up if they wanted to, but that's the power potential to Kaisa and a comfort pick for Jati.
Ends up just being a 1-for-1 trade, but definitely a 1-for-1 trade that I think you are okay with. It is another kill onto the Zed, and so that can be a little bit scary, but yeah, donating kills to Smolder feels good, and now Jie, with as low as he is and as much as he's getting chunked out, that mid lane tier 1 will evaporate.
Yeah, and Leave getting any kind of resources. I mean, he's back to a hyper carry. The gen was just a stop off. And we see him getting kills here, but Doinby is the one that sets this up.
Yeah, I mean, he's on fire right now on this Akali after being set behind early. He is determined to still have an impact on this one. Just perfectly played, donated perfectly right into Mom there. Does have to expend a lot of his resources to do so. Once again, burns the flash in maybe a situation where he's already dead, but you can't complain too much. It is, at the end of the day, a 1-for-1. NIP are going to start and take this Rift Herald, and I think the one thing I really want to call out, 161 stacks on this Smolder. We are getting dangerously close
so
already
fast
to a very strong ADC.
Yeah, it's actually so incredibly fast. We're 15.5 minutes in. He will be getting there closer and closer, and I think that's really important to highlight in terms of these next fights as well. Some of the single target selection that can come through from NIP just makes it so hard for FPX to deal with, where we can start calling into question some of the team comp. Like the Zed, it's a cool pick. Is it the stable piece that you need for this comp? I don't think so. But second item is already there for Leave. He's got the rapid fire cannon now, and NIP are going to take down the final outer turret of FPX.
Yeah, will fall, I believe, here, unless... Yeah, I was going to say, unless something catastrophic happens, it will fall. Winions once again taking some towers, but really at this point for FPX, you know, as much as I'd like to say that they're, you know, scaling and that they, you know, could theoretically play out this late game better, which I do believe is possible for them, I think it's become very difficult. Luckily, I think the gold is on the Zed, who's probably one of the more consistent pieces. If you can get a bit of gold onto Kaisa, onto Jachi, I think that could really be the thing that ends up, you know, fixing things. We've seen a lot of chaotic fights over the course of this series.
Yeah.
You know, one more and, you know, anything is possible.
You can pick out the Smolder. Maybe that's the case. Maybe something like that happens, but yeah, there's a massive level differential happening right now across the map and in favor of NIP. About 2 minutes for that next dragon would be sole point for NIP. Gives them so much decision-making power. And on top of that, they have the Rift Herald. So they could use that, although they don't have any outer turrets to play towards. They could pull the ire of FPX into one of the lanes ahead of that objective.
They're probably going to need to do that because you really need to make sure that you can separate key pieces here. If you actually want to fight front to back as consistently as possible. You know, what does Zed already do at a high level? Find picks. And you need to start looking for those picks if you can continue to, you know, slowly chip away at that gold lead. You don't need it all to happen in one, you know, fail swoop. If you can find a couple of aggressive plays that you want to look for, you know, that definitely is the avenue back into this game, but it's got to happen soon. We're getting closer and closer to the stage where you can basically just force any 5v5 you want if you're NIP, so.
And isn't this just fate at this point? I mean, last split we saw it go all the way to 5, and it feels like we might be getting that again here for our first playoff play-in slot.
Yeah, this is just how these two teams are going to interact with each other, these two orgs that have put in so much. Two different world champions, multiple players that have played together and played in the same org before, and you know, all of these narratives, of course, you know, you're able to know your opponent enough to really create these contested matchups, but it's going to be the Herald that's dropped here on the bot side for NIP. 40 seconds until Dragon spawns. They just want to use this to get this tower.
And Pervade going to come in, and they knew, because he's going to save it. He's going to walk it back over and get the late engage under the turret. Another charm goes wide from Care. He's going to get all these stacks, and now he all instantly has his execute. He's just going to be ripping through them. Leave, just setting them down here as he almost executes one of them there. He is so damn close, and Leave is online.
Yeah, I think the Dragon has gotten a little bit terrifying here. Leave is able to completely delete every single member of FPX. You cannot play front to back anymore. And we're seeing that teleport coming in from Sheer.
Double.
And Care.
Yeah, they've got this flank going. They feel like they can take this fight, though. Care He's waiting on the flanks. He's going to get caught out here. Needs to be very careful. Stops the back from Doinby. The flag and drag goes down. He loses half his health. Sheer goes for the Q3. Sheer's by himself now. Solo kill coming around for the kill. Pop Blossom flash that play, but he dodges. JJ just completely breaks Niket's ankles. As now Solo Kill is trying to get away from the other side here. Leave, stepping up, hit the Q. It's so deadly if he does. Doinby misses the Shuriken Flip. Charm. And Care, all he has to do is hit one. Solo Kill's going on Jiazi. Cataclysm on the 3 members now. Leave is trying to be the hyper carry dragon we know him to be, and he's going to find one. He got the execute on that one. He's going to look for another. Is this the pentakill play for him? The flashes coming through. Mom has been unleashed once again. Solo Kill can't find Sheer in the end. He should get out of this one. The Q sweet spot and Lee's trying to come over. They're going to go in. Unstoppable, but the charm misses. Temper Fate going wide, and Leave is just rinsing the entirety of FPX. Jiachi, he's going down too. Leave is untouchable, unstoppable, and 6-0 on the Smolder.
It's a certified Smolder moment in this fight. It looks doomed for Ninjas in Pajamas. It's perfectly played at the start by FPX. They balance all of the engage about as well as you can, but the problem comes down to when you can kill everyone except for the carry. It does not matter. We're at a point in this fight. Care ends up chunking out Nio for a lot of his health bar, and once he full engages here, Sheer actually has a pretty nice avenue to set up a line, perimeter line, if you will. Once Niket ends up whiffing the engage, great job by Jaja, by the way, to really negate that in terms of, using that invulnerability. Niket goes down, and this 4v5 looks winnable. Care is able to, kind of disrupt what Doinby wants to do. The dash isn't there anymore. The point-blank charm is going to land, but Solo Kill is still alive, and I think that's really the pivotal piece. Despite the fact that Nio goes down here, so many resources are used, and Aatrox and Smolder are the scariest members of this comp. If Leave gets the free hit on the backline, it's huge. We get one charm miss, and that's a very consequential one. If he hits that, the fight is instantly won for FPX, but it's okay because he's on a good flank angle, and he gets another one. It's another charm miss, and then the Tempered Fate goes wide.
I can't, dude. Oh, I feel so bad. Care has missed like 90% of his charms this game, and if you're gonna pick a skill-based champion, you gotta hit the damn ability, man. Actually insane, and Leave is just weaving around them. For a guy that has had such a troubled history this last year, finally finding a place that feels like accentuates his abilities on NIP.
Yeah, and as much as we can, clown a bit on Care missing every charm in that fight, Leave's sidesteps were brilliant in that fight as well. Like, his positioning was about as good as you could possibly ask for on the Smolder. It's definitely worth giving him a lot of credit. Here we have another exchange.
He does hit the charm on Nio, but he's very tanky now. The Redemption is going to buy a lot of time.
Solo Kill is not here. Aatrox is walking his way down. Teleport is available if they need it, but right now, it is FPX just trying to push NIP out.
NIP feeling confident. I mean, they have Leave very strong. He's on 3 items now. He completed that IE. He will one big Q ricochets on the team, and it is GG easy. They try to catch him, but look at that. That was one hit.
This is so hard to play for FPX. You feel like you can step up because you're 4v5, but this team disengages so effectively, and Leave can poke you out so easily. Doinby!
He's going to use Mystical Journey. Oh, Doinby gets killed by Jiachi, and the Uzi Wolves come to claim Doinby from the depths.
Yeah, I mean, it's an overstep. It's Jue, kind of baiting the Akali in a little bit, and the damage is coming down. It's a charm that ends up landing that is really, really important. It's nice to be able to pull that back. Not the most consequential kill of all time. It's not like the game state is entirely twisted or anything, but certainly nice to be able to punish a mistake there coming in from Doinby. And we talked about this. Doinby is the player who has to step up. He's playing this flashy Akali, and quite frankly, this game, it's not always been there. His team's in a good spot anyways, but we'll see how he can end it.
All right, so let's talk brass tacks here. Setups for both teams. We've already talked so much about Leave being this hyper carry. I mean, he is online. He will continue to get stronger. On the other side, who are we looking at? I mean, Dende has been non-impactful, at least in these last little moments, but are you hoping and relying on that single target focus for FPX?
I'll answer your question in a minute.
Yeah, we're going to get Mom almost eviscerate Wade by herself, by the way, and Leave is now looking to rip through them. The Magical Journey will get them out. Care barely surviving, while Dede is probably not going to survive. Actually, he gets back. Oh my god, does he actually get away? No, okay. He's going to get flashed on by Nio just to make sure. And now NIP are actually going to move down mid. And Leave, he's going to catch him. He gets him. Execution. As the magical journey comes through, Leave, he wants the final kill. He's gonna flash, he gets it! Another execution, and Leave gets a double kill. That's mid lane push for NIP, and it looks like we're going to 5K, man.
And just like that, the game is done. Leave with like 5 solo kills this game on the Smolder completely takes over, and NIP run this game in game number 4.
They're going to try to push this one in. They've got such an advantage. 24 minutes in, they're about to finish. It's such a blistering pace for them that looked so dead in game number 3. Sheer's about to go down 2. They see the Nexus in their eyes. They see the final moment. NIP's year will not be denied. The super carry Doinby, he didn't show up, but super carry Leave did. This dragon is big, and so is NIP. It's destiny to go to 5 between these two teams with their year on the line. We get silver scrapes one last time for NIP, and FPX a quadra kill for Leave.
Oh, Mazel, we knew we were in for a good one today. We knew we had a good series between these two teams, but we couldn't have expected it to go like this. NIP striking back with the most dominant game of the entire series in Game 4, looking phenomenal.
Leave throwing up the 2018 EDG emote as it goes down. He knows all the drama. It's real, it's there, and it's all down to this one final game between these two teams for their year.
I mean, could you ask for more? Winner gets to go to playoffs and really, kind of asserts themselves with the roster changes they've made as being smart and successful orgs, and the other one has to go home with their tail tucked between their legs, not being able to get through play-ins. Everything is on the line for such established players here today. I'm just so excited for Game 5.
There was a reason why we said this could be the opportunity for Nirvana to finally win a series against Group Ascend, to knock them down. And we only have two possibilities here now in a 3-2 either way.
Hey, we will see. I've still got my prediction hanging on. I've still got it hanging on. NIP keep it alive, but we've got some late movement coming in.
Some wild movement.
That's
it was very, always there. What are you talking about? No, it was always there.
That's my bad. I didn't actually see anything. That's on me. But no, I mean, I had to believe that these two teams were going to have this kind of fiery back and forth. There's so many players to point out on both sides that have so much to play for, but the world champions on both sides have just been so important towards their team's success. Jeje being able to elevate FPX so late into the split, and Doinby stepping up. Some Akali plays in this game that we can overlook, but only one of them will be moving forward.
Yeah, the fact that Leave was unkilled, a statement game from him as well. I just think, why go for that Jhin? I love Jhin so much, but you see the difference that this NIP team is when they have this structure of mid-jungle, blistering pace early, get the advantages, and build that bridge for Leave, who can be a hypercarry. There's a reason why this guy was a prodigy coming out of EDG Youth, and even though those stories didn't work out for him, he maybe has the last laugh here with this one if they take down FPX.
He will certainly have a chance to do so. Only thing I'll say about Leave here, hypercarries, kind of gone. A lot of them are off the board.
Jinx?
So... yeah,
Senna?
Jinx is kind of the next one. Senna is getting banned. I'm not, no spoilers. I'm making a bit of a prediction here. I don't think Senna is getting through draft, but you're right. Like Yunara, if it gets through, Tristana, I think you could be looking at the pool has, become really shallow, and that's what makes this best of 5 so fun, is you have teams that really did have established playstyles coming into this series with a huge chance to break that narrative, to kind of turn everything around, and it's going to lead to one person being a hero. Oh my God.
If you needed a statement from Leave, there it is, baby. I mean, that is a 1v9 performance from him. He had his stacks so early. They literally forced those fights on bot lane constantly to get him more stacks. And I love that kind of utilization, that realization of the strategy you have to employ.
I just want to remind everyone that this was a 25-minute game.
Yep.
That 40,000 damage happened in 25 minutes. That,
yep.
Just is what it is.
50% of his team's damage, by the way. That might be the most of the split.
I can't think of a time in any region that it's been that high throughout this year. You know, I might be proven wrong on that, but I mean, that's just utterly ridiculous. And it all really did start with this phenomenal game plan, early game from NIP. This is what you draft Nico for. Dive over and over and over again. This Kai'Sa gets set so far behind. Leave gets donated 2 kills in the early game for free. And from that point, the Smolder just gets to scale. If you can keep this guy alive, look at this.
Riot Games, please. Take it out of the game, man. This is disgusting. You should not be able to do that. Anyways, excellent use of a broken mechanic from FPX. But honestly, it's an incredible setup for them because it definitely was a realigning of what can work. And you take all those skirmishes because you're constantly, continuously getting these stacks going for Smolder. I mean, he had 225 so early into this 25-minute game. And it still feels really nice to see some of this wiggle room that NIP have afforded themselves. Now going to a Game 5, going to the ultimate part of this series itself against an opponent they know well.
Yeah, not to make an old comparison, Game 1 feels forever ago, but Leave got 225 stacks on Smolder 6 minutes earlier than Doanby stacked his Roa in Game 1. That's where we were at. that's where we were at in terms of how Game 4 went. So, you know, a lot going on. I think really when you're looking towards Game 5, it all really just comes down to who do you trust to carry? I think Leave has to be a priority. He's been excellent in this series, genuinely has been the player to step up, but this jungle matchup, we've highlighted it all day long, and this is really the one that I think will determine Game 5. Can Nio survive against Jeja, or will that world champ difference really come back in Game 5?
And that's one of the wildest things about that is we are in a tight-knit series between what is and was one of the best junglers at one time in the LPL. And maybe even the world, if he has a world championship versus this up-and-comer Nio who's really been making his way for this NIP team and being a big part to how they have launched themselves to success in Group Nirvana. And now we get a game number 5. We got to give it away an MVP here first and foremost. It's Leave. I'm sorry. Nobody else gets any kind of mention. Nobody else was even close. The spotlight was completely on the man in the bot lane. And he made his statement all right in a game where there's so much drama behind the scenes, so many things overarching. You got to buckle up and play when it matters most. NIP stepped up, and they did deliver themselves to a Game 5.
Yeah, I mean, clutch moments. Clutch moments come from clutch players, and I think we just saw that, from NIP in Game 4. Will they be able to translate that? I'm not expecting 50% damage, in game number 5 from Leave, but he is on fire today. You want to play the hot hand. It's absolutely the bot laner that has really cemented himself as one of the players to watch in the LPL.
And maybe we can have Kai, our producer, check on Alk Battery behind the scenes with all the love that he shows to Leave. Got to check on his heart palpitations now after that performance for sure. But this gives... I'm not going to repeat what Alk Battery just said behind the scenes, but you can guess what it could be. But in the end, it is a situation where both teams have one game left, an entire year. I don't know if you saw some of those tweets going on, but the amount of games that the LPL plays comparatively to every other region, I mean, it's like 2 or 3 times a lot of the Western regions in the LEC and the LTA. And to have all of that year, all of that growth, all that time spent on the Rift and off the Rift come down to one game, that's a lot of pressure.
I mean, you wouldn't know it by looking at Jeja. He's stone-faced, walking out onto the stage. He feels so cool, calm, and collected. And again, it just goes to show who these players are. These aren't just, yes, this is a one-win team for FPX, and this is a team in Ninjas in Pajamas that was coming out of, Group Nirvana. These are not players that, have little experience at this level. There are players that you would never expect to miss out on playoffs in a series like this. And all of their season comes down to this, all of the work coming down to one game. It's all just about who can keep that morale on them.
There you go. Leave 50% damage done. 12-0-3. An incredible statement game from the carry of NIP.
I think the fight that really encapsulates what happened for him this game was what looked like a free FPX win, and yet Leave just gets the free hit on the backline. He ends up picking up almost like what, 4 or 5 solo kills throughout this game, just by himself. It truly was a 1v9 type of performance from Leave, and he's gonna play like that, and IP are in good spot.
It's crazy that happened in a game 4 too. What do we make of a game 5 here? What the hell happens now? You'll have to stay tuned to find out. We will on the other side of Silver Scrapes. Will the 1-win series team be able to beat the team that only lost a single series in their group? We'll have game 5 right after this. Welcome back, one and all, to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. And I'm Mazel. I'm joined by K-Man. We got Kai behind the scenes. Full Game 5 banger again for a second split in a row to decide which one of these teams joins the pantheon of teams in the main stage of the Grand Finals playoffs.
It is winner take all, Mazel. All of the marbles, everything these teams have worked for is on the line in one game number 5. Both of them have shown up throughout multiple versions of games today, but it can only come down to one, and you know what? I am here for it. I think it's been really fun today.
It's been absolutely fun. Let's go ahead and, if we can, bring up the predictions one final time here before we get to things. And I don't know. I mean, there were 3 people obviously thinking this would go to 5, but I think a lot of, including me, had a lot of faith in what an IP could bring. But we are really seeing the differentiation between what being in Group Ascend versus what being in Group Nirvana brings. We have a team that is smacked around for the entirety, it felt like, of that split, an entirety of beatings, right? 1 in 13 against some of the top teams in the LPL versus NIP, who are 9-1, literally the reverse of wins and losses. Yet FPX have found a way to be consistent in this series, even through all that, with no momentum coming into this.
It really has just been an amazing showcase from them, and it really just goes to show that, like, a lot of the regular season is dictated by what challenges you face and what challenges you overcome. Because really, at the end of the day, it's not about what you get knocked down by, because FPX has been knocked down repeatedly every single series this split. NIP was knocked down by FPX to Group Nirvana in split number 2. It's about how you can recuperate, how you can recover, and what kind of team you can become in the back end. And both of these teams have shown that their resilience is astounding. Fortunately, one can make it.
One more draft. What puzzles are we going to be seeing completed here? What power picks on as FPX immediately are gunning down anything that Leave can carry with? Yunara on the other side, the Pantheon on the other side. Still some big jungle picks as well to focus.
Yeah, a lot of the big junglers still, you know, on the table. Things like Trundle, things like Poppy have made it through the entire series in terms of, you know, they've been getting banned every game, and so, or at least not picked. The Aphelios is incredible to take away. You have things like Jinx that could theoretically still be a hyper carry on the other side. There are so many options available.
Does
even
the
other
Xayah come in anywhere? Ezreal, Tristana is going to be the ban now as well.
Yeah, it is clear the directive here for FPX. Anyone but Leave. Anyone else can win them the game. We will let that happen, but it cannot be Leave. We cannot let him do it to us again. And you know what? After that game 4, I totally agree.
You cannot let this man care. Okay, I'll stop.
Oh, man. Yeah,
all right, first pick.
First pick coming in here. Trundle is the final ban, which does open the door for potentially Poppy to be that 1A type of jungler. Lee Sin is something that some of these players have preferred, but Annie making it through draft for I think the first time in this series is going to be the B1.
I'm okay with it. I think when Annie first came back to the meta, Care actually had some pretty good performances on it. I have not been as sold of general Annies here as of late in the LPL. I think there's some answers that can really be well played into it, as we will end up seeing NIP go for their 2 picks here in their first at bat, at least in this game number 5. It's the Sylas that has been creeping up so far.
Sylas is phenomenal. Into Annie, I mean, Sylas Tibbers is very tough to deal with, and really does neutralize a lot of what Annie does. But at the same time, both of these champions need to snowball. Like, Annie is phenomenal from ahead when you can set up around, you know, objectives. Sylas is even better in that circumstance. If one of them can get a big lead, that could be game defining on its own. But with so many of these engaged supports taken off the board throughout this series, in game 5 to still have access to Leona, a very nice pick here for Niket. That's
huge. It's just immediate pick potential with the Tibbers, and the Solar Flare coming in could be very, very strong for NIP. Now you got to think what FPX's answers are going to be. I want to see them grab jungle here. I want to see them get something. As so far, the Poppy that has been banned every single game, something that I think Jezia is probably the best jungler in the LPL on, will be given to the man himself.
Yeah, you have to imagine this is going to Jezia just because of the history that he's had on this champion. However, I do think it's worth
go.
noting that this is a potential flex. It's not, you know, it's not too bad in terms of, you know, locking things in and the
man.
Jax coming down. I said it last game, Jax is massive in terms of just how, like, this series has gone down. Look at all of the champions off the board in the top lane that are no longer there to counter the Jax. This champion can be a really big problem if you don't have ways to stifle it in the early game.
They can, and we were talking about the fear that you know, NIP had on Jax and the bans that we saw in that game one. Lee's going to be on a hyper carry, though, at least in the Jinx, and we said it as well before. What is left open there? He'll grab one of the last ones available for sure.
I think, you know, I'll see if this take ends up aging poorly. I think it's insane to ban Aphelios and Tristana and not ban Jinx. I think that this champion is in a spot right now where she should be feared a lot more than maybe those other two champions were, and I think this is a very strong pick for Leave. The setup is there. It's really just about, you know, what they really round out the comp, but it's clear. NIP, it's on the back of Leave tonight.
It is, and honestly, rightfully so after that game. We also have 100% blue side win rate, so see if that can be upset at least a little bit. So many fate factors coming into this that we'll talk about going into the game itself. But yeah, the fact that Leaf has his hyper carry in a pivotal game after that last game on Smolder, you know, that's going to make NIP fans a little bit happier. But in the second phase, it's the Ezreal. It's this bot lane focus already for NIP. It's going to be the Gragas banned by FPX, trying to take away some of the solo kill potential in the top lane.
Yeah, I think this is kind of necessary to take away. You need these anti-Jax picks out of there right now. If you can stop this champ in the early game, that's a problem, because what is the answer to Jinx right now? It's a Jax jumping onto the backline and causing all this disruption. And so you need to make sure that he's as safe as possible. And, you know, things like Gragas, obviously very good in the 1v1. You don't want solo kill to be able to pilot those. So whatever you can do to get Sheer in as good of a spot as possible is massive. And I also expect more damage to come through for Jhachi. This is one of those, you know, drafts that I think really needs an AD carry to step up. You know, we've questioned whether or not Jhachi has been the guy here today. I think Leave has been more relevant, but he's going to need to step up as we missed a ban.
This is your last damn game of the split? How did you miss a ban?
That is bad. That is not good for FPX. It looks like we might get a remake here.
There had to have been something. Like, there's no way that you miss a ban. They're literally standing right there. Like, there's no way you sit through that. We've seen the longest 0 seconds ever in every single game, it feels like. Seems like there was just a little bit of a draft issue.
Yeah, definitely makes more sense than the lack of ban. But if we're talking about the draft we've already gotten, I just love the narratives that are being set up so much, because once again, it's just everything that's, you know, compounded in this series to create this big thing. Sheer was so big for FPX in the first 2 games. He really was an important piece, especially on the Gwen, but on the Crocodile as well, on the Renekton in game 2, really kept them in that. He's gonna have a chance to do it again. It's Leave versus Jhachi, and we'll see who Jhachi ends up wanting to go towards, but, you know, Leave is going to once again have the world on his shoulders.
So, I was talking about fate factors, and while we have time here, you know, we can talk a little bit about that. Last time, FPX took a 3-2 series, thrilling against NIP, just last split, knocked them out, finished their split. Here, potentially, could happen again. We also have all the legacy of Zeze versus Doinb. All the legacy of Doinb coming back into the fold here. How does Fate rely on that? Blue side being 100% win rate so far, and FPX being on blue side. When does the Fate start making sense, and when does it stop mattering? When we've seen all these games come down to such mechanical difference. I love that the series has played out like that. I think it's so interesting that it hasn't just been comp diffs all night long like we can usually see in the LPL.
I think when fate stops mattering is when you stop believing. And I am a believer in these two teams. I'm a believer in both. That's the problem. What's the fate here? Is the fate that FPX has this history over Ninjas in Pajamas, that, you know, a team that's revitalized by former world champion Jeje ends up being able to overcome Ninjas in Pajamas for the second straight split? Or is fate that Ninjas in Pajamas get their revenge, prove that they never belonged in Group Nirvana, that it should have been FPX there at the beginning of this split anyways, and that they are the true contenders in the playoffs, going to be with one last run here for NIP? I don't know what Fate looks like. All I can say is that right now, Doinby has stepped up today. He's had a couple of phenomenal games early on in the series. Jeje has been incredible in FPX's wins, and it looks like both teams are determined to showcase that this is not the last we should see of them.
And I can't believe that, like, right before a game, like, I mean, these guys have played what? Am I safe to say, like, around 300 games this split? Or, like, this year, rather, not split?
Yeah,
like,
I think that's
each
fair.
individual player, maybe not that much, maybe a little bit, maybe like more like 200 something all year long. But to have it all come down to one game of League of Legends that you played every single day for like 14 hours a day, your entire last like 4 or 5 years for a lot of these players, it's gotta suck to have a last second like wait, a pause, like that just
No way,
blows.
Man.
And you gotta build the tension.
Yeah, there's no way. You got the static being pumped into your ears. Like, this is just one of those breathe in, breathe out type of
we
moments.
Actually have to redraft the whole
cool,
thing.
Man.
Oh my god, why do they do this to us?
Actually
okay,
insane.
well.
You know, looks like we will be getting the picks coming through here, but just as a reminder to set the stakes here. Whoever wins is going to playoffs. Whoever loses, their year is done. They're not just, out for now. Like, this will be the last game that one of these two teams plays in 2025, and, it could not mean more.
Could not mean more. And a lot of fates colliding here today, but we'll be getting to the point that we dropped draft here soon. So I really want to focus in on what this second phase is going to be looking like. We got to the last ban of the second phase before it broke off. We'll see what they focus on there, but more so what this counter pick is going to be given to for NIP.
Yeah, I mean, the jungle ties everything together here. I mean, really, in terms of how you want to make this comp work. We highlighted that jungle matchup so heavily in the pre-show, and you know what? Nio has not really shown up yet today. It's been kind of on the back of players like Leave, Niket, Doinby, Solo Kill has had moments. Nio has an opportunity here to be the hero. He was the one who salvaged so much of this year for NIP coming in, and all sins are forgiven if you show up in Game 5. That I firmly believe, as we get the Olaf as the final ban, wanting to take that away as a potential option, both on the top side and in the jungle. It's the Udyr.
Money. A little bit of flexibility there. We'll see what they end up going with that final pick here. But the Udyr just got to run at them here. And I think that's difficult to deal with. The Xayah can be a bit of a wrench in the works for that, though.
I'm telling you now, there's no flexibility in this pick. This is Solo Kill's Udyr.
It is.
I am promising you that. This is one of his specialty picks from back in the PCS. This is really the thing that we were wanting to see them pull out. And it's going to be complemented. I talked about Jachi wanting to have, damage in this game. You need to be able to have that complement to Jax, who's jumping on the backline, to be able to play front to back. Who better with what's left up on the board than Xayah, a champion that we've seen prioritized in Game 1 or Game 2 of Best Ofs, let alone Game 5.
It's a lot of safety from that roll as well. I will say, though, Jinx, once you start rolling, definitely a little bit more of an edged sword there than the two, but both are going to be hyper carrying. Taric comes in! Oh, that's so disgusting. Dwayne going to whip out the Taric for game number 5.
This is his second Taric of the split. If you don't remember how Game 1 went, it went pretty darn good for him. It was a really successful performance. He looked very comfortable on the champion, but jungle matters a ton, whether that's, a Silas flex or something coming in. We've got the question mark ping coming up. I think the question mark.
Oh,
it's Nidalee.
Nio.
I assume that's Nio's Nidalee, but I guess theoretically it could be Solo Kills. There are still options here, but it's rounding out the comp in a very aggressive way. NIP, who have been so reserved to go for early game pressure, just drafted Nidalee.
They did. They wanted some control from the jungle itself. This will be at least his 10th competitive game on the pick. Obviously, solo queue, very different conversation. But the thing I got to talk about, maybe why that question mark ping was there, they just picked a Taric into a Silas. Doinby's going to have a field day with the ults that he has. Like, he has so many incredibly strong options across the Poppy, the Andy, and the Taric.
That is a huge, huge point to make. We'll see how that ends up working out. Imagine a Leona Udyr with a Taric ultimate on top of them. That's terrifying, and that's not even including the Silas. This could get out of control very quickly, but the damage coming in, if Jax can get on the backline, if Xayah can get fed, there's still plenty of ways to win. We were looking for action in Game 5. I think we got it.
The fates are calling, and these teams need to answer. Only one of them can take that step forward. Only one of them can put their eyes on that playoff main stage. It's been a rock and roll season. I feel like a rock and roll year for both these teams in terms of the ups and downs they faced, the changes in the rosters. So much going into this final game, and only one of them can come away with it. At the beginning of the year, the praise on NIP becoming a contender after getting Doinby, and now FPX threatening that with the addition of Jie. It's up to the world champions to be that experience in this one, and it's up to both teams to leave everything on the rip one final time. Give it up for Game 5, FPX versus NIP.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他。
All right, and it all comes down to this. You heard the fan support from these two fan bases.
全军
You know, it was a
出
little
击
bit quieter earlier. I'm sure they're feeling the pressure just as much, if not more so, than these players are. But, I mean, specifically looking at this early game, this Italy pick has to be successful in order for Ninjas and Pajamas to feel comfortable. And they're looking early.
Let's decide it at level 1, shall we? Why not? Let's do it. As Lee's actually going to come around, be spotted here. It's a 4v4 right now. Stun going down. They're going to get the wall bang. Nayo, what are you doing?
让我看你。
That is a catastrophic mistake from Nayo. That is truly game-altering in terms of stepping way too far forward. He will be able to rebound, but his clear is really, really doomed now. And this is an Italy. This is not a champion that you need to be behind on in any stretch. So very, very bad for Ninjas in Pajamas here.
I mean, the CC chain with the wallbang flash, and Didya has Hex Flash, so you can absolutely continue to be a menace. And this Xayah now has 1 kill. I mean, this bot lane is going to be out of hand in a way in this 2v2, and I really want to see FPX play towards that. As NIP going to trade heavily in that 2v2 to try to get it back into rights.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty good for FPX. The kill, especially going on to Xayah, is absolutely massive. We talked about how this was such a big late-game win condition for them. The Jinx is obviously something that you have to be scared of, but with Jax being a huge disruptor here, if you can play front-to-back yourself with Taric Ultimate dropping on your front line and Xayah free-hitting, plenty of ways to play here.
I mean, you can't step up like you're just going to get completely chunked. The Cat's in trouble. He's getting engaged on, but Nayo gets 1v1 in the solo bolo for the jungler of NIP.
He's level 2. He didn't take his Krugs on the bottom side of the map, and so he's not actually got that level lead. Nayo basically foregoing all of his camps, grabbing red buff and immediately invading, completely salvaging his game. We are in for a crazy one here, Mazel. I can feel it.
Absolutely, and I love that Nayo is willing to kind of go for that angle, knowing that so much of this early game relies on him and Jedje.
Oh man, it's Sheer now on the top side, potentially taking a ton of damage from solo kill. This is a lane matchup that Udyr should win. But somehow after all of that, the gold is equalized. We're gonna get a replay here. This is essentially just the pathing for Nayo. He ends up taking the red, just hopping over the wall, and it's just, okay, you know, whatever, man, we're gonna be looking. You know, avoiding any sort of potential vision, and just catches Jeja out on his romp, perfectly timed, and just takes full advantage of the situation. It's a really, really heads-up play, lands the spear. Obviously, still a ton of damage this early on in the game, and Poppy can't really do anything about this. It's just heads up.
You just have no exit strategy there. Still going to be up in the CS department, at least for now. Going to be very close to Nayo getting caught up in that regard, but now Dragon is coming up, and we got to talk about the priority in bot lane, some of the redeploys out on the map, and how early priority on Dragon can go as Care oversteps a little bit. That was scary. Didn't have to burn his flash, though, just in case. But Nayo feels like he's in prime position to get the early Dragon stacking.
Yeah, definitely feels very good for Nayo here. Going to be able to get some farm under tower, which is nice for him as well. We'll see what FPX want to invest in. The Hex Smash coming over the wall. They could try and contest this really aggressively, which would be a bit of a problem for NIP, especially because of that bot lane advantage that Jachi is able to generate with that Xayah kill.
Both bot laners going for the Cole, going for the long game, realizing they are the carries in the later game. Every single game, it feels like, in this series has come down to execution-based team fights. I'm sure that's going to remain the case here. We do have that dragon spawning now. We'll have to think about those grubs in about 3 minutes, but the dragon is not going to be in the focus of either team as of yet, and I think that's maybe indicative of how reserved this Game 5 is going to be playing out from both sides. Neither team wanting to really give over as much of an advantage, even if we saw some craziness early, and we see Jiachi and Leave throwing up their LDL alma maters in the TES logo and the EDG logo.
Very fun to see that in such a stressful Game 5, they can still have a little bit of banter back and forth. But you're absolutely right. Objectives very much the priority now. Cloud Dragon will be the first one, so no Cloud Soul. I think that does matter, at the very least a little bit. But really, it's grubs that I think these teams are going to prioritize. I think we're seeing that that's definitely the direction that both want to head in. Maybe FPX have an inside track on this first dragon. I can see Jeja perhaps wanting to clear his way down and just prioritizing that, but it's going to come at the expense
finally
of the 2v2.
hits the Zenith Blade on the Jiachi as he's trying to get away now. Did burn the cleanse. Going to try to pull it back. Niket goes for the flash play. Jiachi! He gets the flash play right back. Jiachi gets the outplay. Now Leave. He should get one back to heal at the last second. He doesn't have vision. He gets taken down. FPX find a 2-for-0 in the bot lane.
It's a 2v2 masterclass for FPX. They just completely outplay Ninjas in Pajamas, and now you are looking at a very scary game state for NIP because that is a 1k gold lead on Jiachi in the bot lane. No flash on to Leave. Nio is going to get to start up the dragon because of this, but that is a nightmare for Ninjas in Pajamas. Let's get a look at the replay and just see exactly how this started. This looks good for NIP. You're able to land all of the CC, but this is Tariq's strength, these small close quarters fights. You have just enough heal to disengage the damage, and Niket just goes too deep. The flash comes in here, but the heal, this is Tariq's whole thing. The flash from Jiachi, absolutely gorgeous, and unfortunately the W just goes wide there. Losing vision means he can't land the auto that is needed. The heal coming in. It's really effective. Dragon's being top four.
NIP gonna try to fight on the other side of the other one, but Care, he's out, and Dragon goes the way of FPX. Now NIP trying to get the flash play follow. Solo kill is here. He has abandoned his top lane and trying to make the difference for the team. Big stun comes through yet again from Dway. Now Niket tries to get his own angle. Leaves getting excited now. Maybe doesn't even get the kill at the end. This is an obliteration. This is an abomination by NIP, and this is the come up FPX needed.
Oh my goodness, FPX are running away with game number 5. We are 7 minutes in, and there is a 2k gold lead in the bot lane. I cannot express just how good that fight was from FPX, how strong they ended up playing that. You could not ask for anything more, and we're gonna get an example of that in the replay. I thought this dragon was gonna be free for NIP, but FPX are like, no, why would we ever give this up? It goes down to 1500. The smites aren't even there to be able to take this. The stun is just perfectly timed on the Naya. He never gets to move on the Nidalee, and at this point the smite is free. The dragon goes over to FPX. NIP want to keep this going because Solo Kill has walked all the way down here. He needs to make this play happen or else everything is for nothing. Jiachi goes so low. You have Niket on the back line, but the stun coming in, it's perfectly timed. And look at Jiachi. He gets dove by Niket, ends up going down. I have to be under 50 HP.
Oh my god!
When everything goes wrong for NIP, Jiachi gets to live. Kara gets 2 kills. We get back to more fighting.
I can't.
Leave.
I literally can't. Oh my god, Niket's down. Leave. Oh, after a year of blistering performances, Leave has dropped the ball, and now FPX, they find 2 more kills. They're looking to try to get out of this one. NIP are desperate. They are so desperate, and they get Leave excited. They get a couple kills there, a double kill going over, a triple coming through for Nio, as they're going to move right back to the grubs.
Okay, that's actually a really good play to make, but 4 kills on Nidalee, not exactly where you want it in a game where you're behind in gold. It's going to be hard to take advantage of that fully. Still, kills anywhere, gold anywhere is going to be hugely beneficial, but you're right, Leave on this Jinx. Having a questionable early game. You know, you don't draft Jinx to play early. There's still some time for him to be able to salvage things, but it has to happen sooner rather than later because right now, we're still looking like an AD carry gap, even with all of this gold going on to Nio.
2,000 gold lead for Jiachi, and an incredible story for this guy. As we're going to take a look at this fight, we have consistent fights. We don't get to talk about the players. We just get to talk about the blood.
No, who needs to talk about the players? We just get these awesome replays. The start of this fight looks disastrous for NIP. It really does feel like they've just overextended, but with Nio and Solo Kill making their way in, Sheer's actually caught in a decently bad position. While he is going to pick up the kill, he's really not going to be able to do much outside of that because he has to burn his flash. And so, when he is in the back end of this fight, he just has to try and disengage. Solo Kill is basically unkillable in this fight because of how much they've already burned. Sheer can't jump back in, and that just leaves a lot of room for Leave and for Nio to free hit on the backline. Nio picking up that triple kill, pretty massive, but see what he can do with it. Again, it's a Nidalee, so you have to hope that he's going to keep the pressure up, but it's not necessarily the scaler that you're looking for.
We have first items coming across. The Lich Bane obviously has already been completed, and he's got 6 stacks on his Dark Seal. Still, and that's a lot of pressure to put on one of the newest members, right? A guy who, you know, is finally finding that promise here yet again, obviously, from that time on RA. And it feels good to see him get some resources now, try to move that forward, but it's about keeping that tempo. And if we're talking about somebody keeping tempo, and Jiaqi's already 1.5 items. He already has his boots completed, and we'll see if he can be that saving grace. The Sheer gonna look for his own saving grace. He does have a massive level advantage up here. Did pop the Grandmaster Challenge, and 4 members of NIP show up. Now FPX gonna prey on the solo carry Doinby down here. The flash has JJ, world champion versus world champion, but right now it's a little bit of a health differential. And Doinby will not end up getting aggressed too hard in that setup. Jiachi taking the turret. Flash play coming out from Nio. That's going to be a big summoner spell down as NIP continue to push top.
Yeah, that's not a defenseless AD carry. That is, that's an Essence Reaver Zaya. That is going to be doing a lot of damage to you. Doinby though.
Oh, yeah, Doinby.
Potential trade, and there he goes.
Gets yeeted away. The flash play, the wall bang. Yet again, we see it played, and Nio is down. That's gold going to Dway, barely making it alive. JJ. Oh, barely survives there. That was so close. The heal coming out from Dway, and the pressure is there. NIP, they sink all their resources into that top side. They do end up taking first turret, and now the feats will be decided by objectives.
It is a masterclass from Jeje. You gotta call out just how well he's played this early game on Poppy. He might not have the score line of Jiachi or some of the flashy plays that Dway has made, but you know, it's really been an excellent showcase of why people are so scared of this pick for this player. And we really set up that the world champion difference, the fact that, you know, he's coming in to be the savior for FPX was gonna be the difference maker here today. He's making the most of it here in game at number 5 with these aggressive looks and just continuing to play, you know, forward in a lot of these exchanges.
We got to talk about team comp. I mean, we've had a crazy early game, a lot of blood spilled either way. First items are going to be there for majority of people here, but we are at a point, okay, well, never mind. We're going to see the all-in on Doinby down here on the bot side as they're going to try to collapse. There's a mid lane fight going on too. They get to catch out Nio. He's gone again. You can't have that happening time and time again. He was 4-1. And now he's going down. Now Tibbers is trying to chase down Doinby again as well, and now he's gone. And that's so troubling for NIP that keep dropping the ball that they keep taking from FPX.
Mazel, I thought teams were supposed to get more passive in Game 5. Isn't that kind of the thing that
Apparently
happens
not.
usually? Yeah, I think maybe the LPLs just builds a little bit different. We get to best of 5s and everybody steps up. It's really exciting, but you're right. That's a nightmare play for NIP. This guy bought a Dark Seal in the hopes of him being able to scale through this mid game, and all he's done since then is die over and over again. It's really a bad circumstance. A lot of the gold on Nio is not really all that effective. It's basically in the worst possible spot. And now with the dragons being stacked and it being Ocean Soul for Jax, Poppy, Taric, you gotta keep your foot on the gas as much as possible.
Take a look at how that fight kicked off. And yeah, anytime you're fighting like that, any prolonged fight is going to go the way of the Taric. But this was the series that we said, finally, can a group Nirvana team beat a group Ascend team to make it into the playoff plane? We literally had this exact same scenario happen in Split 2. FPX won Game 1, NIP won Game 2. FPX won Game 3, NIP Game 4. Game 5, FPX won, sent NIP home for Split 2. The fact that it's happening again, and now with FPX in such a monumental lead, we are struggling to see how NIP can force their way back into this one.
It is definitely a difficult predicament, but if there is something to hold your hat on, For as far behind as Leave feels like he is, as you can see, he's actually 3rd in the game in gold. And so he's really not completely out of it here on the Jinx. If you can get a couple of kills over to that AD carry, you know, things can still be playable. Remember, if Jax can't jump onto the backline, Jinx should have a pretty free time being able to play more aggressive in these fights. That is an avenue back in for Ninjas in Pajamas if they can get it. But boy, do they have to start getting that gold soon, because, you know, 3rd in the game might not be good enough in terms of gold.
That's the tough thing about it. I also love that Dway has Ghost, by the way, right now. Little spotlight, though, that we have to transfer into is Joshi, man. I mean, this guy was lauded when he was coming up through the TES Challenger division in the LDL. I'm so happy. I know it's FPX. I know they hadn't had a great split. I'm so happy to see him not on RNG and having an opportunity to strut his stuff here, especially against an old teammate like Niket. But he is 5-0-5 in a pivotal game 5 to decide your season. As we see a couple things go wide in this fight, Rift Herald is going the way of FPX. They are in prime position for this one, but the Keeper's Verdict steal, and now Jachi, he's going down. The Rift Herald goes to Nio, but Doinby's overextended. Look at Jachi, he's so damn strong. Care gets the lockdown on Doinby. They get the objective here for NIP, but that's it.
I thought that fight was over the moment Niket ended up whiffing ultimate, but it's a great ult from Doinby to steal the Keeper's Verdict, and we're not done.
Oh, they go too far. JJ getting locked down. Oh, Dway overextends now too. Steps into the traps as Sheer was waiting around the corner, waiting for Lead to overextend. They pulled the chop draw shut. The Radiant, it's not enough. The Cosmic Radiance doesn't come down fast enough. Dway is the only one that gets saved. Lead has come around the corner now in FPX. They bit off a little bit more than they can chew. Sheer gonna flash away, gets flashed on by solo kill. TP coming in now. Care going for a kill. Gets one. Leave is on fire right now, and Leave is pumping him. Jachi steps up. Featherstorm. Blade color flash play. He literally sits Leave down. Now he's got to try to get out of this one. Doinby is just going to run him down. Even though the Blade Collar comes through, he's going to buy a little bit of time. But Doinby gets 1,000 gold, and it is chaos. And now NIP only 1,000 gold down.
What a nightmare for FPX. That is the worst possible fight you could have taken. You have a 5-kill Xayah, a Xayah that has basically all of the gold on your team. You generated this lead, she is your hyper carry, and you take a 4v5 fight without your carry, who's farming top lane. It actually might be a game-throwing mistake. Look at where the gold went. Sylas and a bit onto Jinx as well. This is the best-case scenario for NIP. It certainly hasn't brought them back completely, but you know, we're going to get a chance to see it in this replay. There is no reason to be here. This is a fantastic turn for Ninjas in Pajamas. Look at where Jachi and even Care are on the top side of the map. You have none of your carries. You're just getting bursted down. Jeja is dead before anyone else can arrive here. And at this point, you just have to hope that Dway and Care and Sheer without any resources are going to be enough. Leave is free hitting on the backline, gets to cleanse the turret stun. Sheer has to flash over, and at this point, Jachi finally shows up, but his team is entirely dead. There's no fight to save. And it's a massive mistake from FPX in terms of their positioning. It might not matter in the long run because they are so far ahead, but if there is a game-losing type of play to make, this might be it.
Whoa. Speaking of, Nio tries to get a play over the edge there. Doesn't end up finding the pick. JJ gets caught out, wallbanged himself. JJ is going to go down to Nio's claws as a charge from Doinby gets the mid lane turret, and they should be able to snowball this one into more gold right ahead of the Dragon.
I can't believe it. This game is equalized almost entirely here. The gold is completely negligible. It's a 1k gold deficit. It still matters because you have so much of it on the Xayah, but it's a nightmare for FPX. You should never be allowing these plays to happen. Jeja getting caught once again, and now NIP are going to get to take the Dragon and stop the stacking as well.
TP in the bot lane from Sheer. Looks like FPX actually want to make a play here. They're getting caught now. All 5 members of NIP are going to move over. The Cosmic Radiance is bright, and it is shining right onto Jachi, who's going to Featherstorm now. He has so much safety. Cosmic Radiance used by Doinby, and he comes back to take them down with it. Sheer looking for the kill, gets one. Sheer on a 1v3 now, but he's all by himself. He's all by his lonesome, and Leave is popping off again. A triple kill for the carry of NIP.
Did I say that NIP had worked their way back into the game? Strike that. They have taken control of the game. Within the span of the last 5 minutes, FPX have gone from the most dominant game state we have seen in the entirety of the series to losing. And it's all thanks to the fact that they have been run off the rift in these fights. The teleport coming in, this is so greedy to try to contest this. We've seen a cat flash over the wall here, Hex flash over the wall, and this feels like a decent setup. The stun is massive from Care, but they just don't have the damage to break through during the turret ultimate. And so when it wears off, Doinby perfectly timed here, just barely lives on a sliver once Jachi goes down. There is nothing left to play. Sheer can try his best to jump on the backline, but this Jax can't 1v9. Nio is huge, solo kill is huge, and Leave has now acquired his gold. It is NIP's game to run, and they did this from the worst possible spot.
That is such a tough position to be in, and now you're in those situations where, you know, there's a lot of stress, there's a lot of pressure. You had so much of that on just a couple key carries of FPX. They still are strong. You're on 2.5 items now for Jotchi, but you can absolutely feel that momentum, that air kind of just being sucked out.
Yeah, I think that's an apt way to put it. The air feels like it's being sucked out of the game. I think both of these teams might start getting into the zone where they're a little bit more, you know, worried to make plays. It feels like a lot of these engages are overreaches, and almost all of them have been punished. We'll see if that continues. Otacon is spawned on the map, and NIP have a pretty good setup on it, but this is now a 4-kill Jinx. This is 2 items, Infinity Edge completed. You have that anti-heal built as well, so this is going to be someone who can, you know, break through the front line, and Jejet has to flash out already.
That's a little tough, and that means Otacon is just a full focus right now. Leave on 2 items. They're going to TP. FPX desperate. They're moving in, K-Man.
They are moving in. 8,000 on the health bar here. They can turn and fight if they need to, or they can burst this down. They're getting close.
Okay, 5,000 down. It's getting low. Keeper verdict from Doom. He goes wide, going in with the Cosmic. It's going to be taken by Nio. Otacon secured by NIP.
Sheer.
Here goes Sheer in the background, but look at Leave. Leave's getting excited. Leave's about to prove that he was right all along. He's getting locked down. Now NIP trying to chase down. There's the Mega Death Rocket coming through. It does not get much damage down, but NIP, they want more. They're hungry. They're thirsty.
Solo kill.
They're trying to get Jotchi, who overextends. The Featherstorm comes back to bite them, though, as he's in trouble now. JJ gives his life over, and FPX are losing bodies. Flash coming through from NIP, and Nio, he wants more. He's going to get the spear. Nio, you monster, against the world champion. NIP's new jungler steps to the plate and knocks it out.
Nio, the player that has come in to salvage Ninjas in Pajamas here, is doing much more than that. He is carrying game number 5, the most important spot, the biggest of situations. This young player who was doubted last year is stepping up and really becoming the leader here for NIP on this 9-kill Nidalee. A beautiful fight from him, a beautiful fight from Leave. We are going to get a massive replay here. This is actually a pretty decent setup, all things considered, from FPX. The smite does go down for Nio. He's able to secure the Otacon, but Udyr is actually kicked out of the fight. Sheer gets to jump onto the backline. Unfortunately, he just barely misses stunning Leave up, which would have been a game-altering fight, but at this point, Solo Kill has made his way back in. Frontline is frontlining. Jotchi ends up taking a lot of damage in the poke. He's too far forward. The ult's not going to completely save him. He has to burn everything in order to do so, and at this point, Jejet, Jue, they're giving their lives just so that their AD carry can escape, but even then, it's all in vain. Nio with the chase down, the perfect spear to eliminate Care, and then just cleaning up onto Jotchi as well. Ninjas in Pajamas, what a comeback they are in the midst of.
They are trying to defy fate. They do not want Split 2 to end how it did, and it's off their only about a month and a half in jungler in Nio, who out of everyone is stepping up the hardest here. I know Leave is looking like he can knock this one out with these kills, these kind of play we've seen from him, but Nio, his influence cannot be understated.
Absolutely not. Nio has revitalized everything. This team was middling without Nio, and now that they have a jungler who feels like they can be aggressive as a carry, can step up and be resource heavy, all of a sudden their entire outlook has changed. FPX is pushing through the mid lane. I don't think they realize that NIP is behind them. Right now they are pushing on the bot side. We will see what happens with the collapse. They're basically being zoned off here.
Wow.
As they attempt to push through the mid lane. NIP just gets
I mean,
spot
if they
here
just
for
leave
free.
this, yeah, look, there's pings coming in. They're going to get the inhib turret.
They have to back. There's no way for them to walk here. This is a free inhib turret. It's a massive mistake from FPX. This is a disaster class in macro, and this team is crumbling.
The thing about these situations, though, it's 5 games. It's tough. You've had a brutal year for both teams, but it's about who stays consistent, who stays with their head in the game. And NIP, they seem to have the better grip of it right now.
certainly. They definitely are playing the map better. FPX, though, looking to engage.
They want it. Care go for the double play. They get him before the Cosmic Radiance comes down. Leave is gone. Now they're in the pit, though. Jeje is by himself. He took the wrong side of the fight. He's gone. Niket's going to flash away from Sheer, who is ready to go with the Counter-Strike. Nothing else going to come of it, though. It is still a 4v5, but Nayo is the one that's up. The smite that is available. There's Spellbook for Dway, but I don't know if he's going to switch over to it.
This is huge. If one of these sides win, the game is basically over.
I can't believe they're 50-50 without a jungler right now. It's going to be the focus on solo kill. Solo kill gets killed. He's down 655 smackaroos. Goes the way of FPX, and they get the Dragon Soul point.
It's so much happening, Mazel. There are so many things going down. You end up with Jeje getting, on the wrong side of the fight, as you mentioned, and getting taken down, and they still want to try and 50-50 over this objective. It's absolutely insane. They still end up getting it without a jungler, which feels impossible. But here, we're gonna go ahead and see how this is going. This setup is already very illegal. Again, FPX being here at all feels insane. You see Sheer on the flank. This is brilliant, and the flash ult from Care just really sets it up about as perfectly as you can ask for. Once Leave is dead, actually, it's really hard to win this. Remember, Leave is kind of the main backline carry, and so for as big of a lead as NIP have, this is a pretty difficult situation, but we have to jump back to live because so much is already going on, but crazy times.
We are hitting 3 items now for the carries. Joshi and Leave evened up in that regard. Continue looking at them, though, but it's more so important. All these other item completions, first and foremost. The Seekers is there for Sheer. Give a lot of time if he decides to play with his life. Nayo will be spotted out on the top side of the map. There's nothing else on the map itself, so he will be fine up here. But these next fights are so pivotal, relying on that grit, that determination to see your season continue. Doinb tries to catch out Jeje.
I want to point something out. Look at the level differences because of the roses. Nayo is 3 levels up on Jeje. Doinb is 3 levels up on Care. Leave is a level up on Jachi. Like, these are massive spikes. It's level 16 versus level 13 on the other side. And they're going to use it to start Baron.
No Nirvana team has ever beat a Group Ascend team in these playoff play-ins, and NIP are on the verge here potentially. They take the Baron. They're going to look for the fight now too. FPX is going to go in with the Cosmic Radiance, trying to buy time, trying to get Nayo, trying to take down anybody they can. They're reaching, they're grasping, but they're grasping at straws. Leave going to step out of that Featherstorm Blade Caller combo, and now NIP. They've got their sights locked. They've got solo kill on the back end. Look at Leave. He's been peppering them with rockets this entire time, and Dway's going to be caught out, giving his life, giving an excited Leave the move forward. 5,000 damage in that fight, and Leave wants more.
He doesn't just want more of the kills, he wants this tower as well with the Baron buff. That is an absolute killer for FPX in terms of how this game is going. They don't just want a few things, they're teleporting people in. They might try to push for game.
Oh my god, no way, this is how it happens. All the way from that time in Split 2, from the beginning of the year with NIP, no expectations, to Doinb trying to make this team matter. And the kings of Group Nirvana are on the edge to get down FPX, to do what maybe has never been done. As NIP look for one last fight here, it's not going to be. It's FPX going down. That's it. NIP will do what has never been done in this era of the LPL. They finally claim victory for Group Nirvana and take revenge on the Phoenix.
We finally see it, Mazel! We finally saw it! Group Nirvana has achieved what was impossible. They have beaten a Group Ascend team in a best of 5, and Ninjas in Pajamas have officially qualified for the playoffs. Their season is alive, and it is the most comical, just dramatic fashion that you could possibly ask for in which they do it.
Nayo getting the shoulder bump from Doinb, from the man himself there. The smiles, the elation, the stress relief, man. I was stressed out, and I'm just casting it. I mean, that was incredible, and all the things that fall because of that, right? You have not only Niket, getting the better of his old teammate Jachi. You have Leave and solo kill, getting the better of their old jungler and Jeje. You have the world championship duel that has been settled now. NIP making good on losing in Split 2 to FPX, reversing that fate in the Game 5. It writes itself, man. The LPL is incredible.
I mean, is there a better league? I mean, come on. This is cinema. No. This is absolute cinema. And you couldn't ask for anything more. Like a 4K goal deficit at 10 minutes into the game, and 4 minutes later, it's completely turned. I'm just so happy for NIP. This org has tried so hard to stay competitive near the top of the standings. They came into the LPL only a few years ago with the explicit intention of making worlds and really representing the LPL. And while it's been difficult for them to represent at that level, this is a roster that has grown and evolved, and you get into the playoffs, anything can happen. You get enough championship points, maybe you get into that regional qualifier, and everything stays alive. For FPX, though, this is unfortunately the end of the journey, and despite their growth, this might be it. As we flash up the predictions on the screen. Let's go!
Huge 3-2 performance from NIP. Again, the first team to ever do it. Maybe not the last, but definitely the first. And that's definitely going to be something to hold on to there for NIP fans, but also for NIP in general. To make good, at least to make it to the playoffs, you have double Elim now awaiting you. You have multiple lives in that run, and to try to make up for maybe some time lost in that split 2.
You gotta. I mean, it's now or never. If you can keep your cool in this game 5, where you've basically thrown the entire game at 10 minutes, you can keep your cool in the playoffs. I am not doubting this team's mental anymore, their resilience, their ability to fight back, because, you know, everything was tested here today. They were down 2-1. They were down 0-1 at the start of this series. They never had control, and yet they walked out as the victors.
They did indeed. And for FPX, that's going to feel really bad. That is it for them. The 8th seed from Group Ascend will fall, and we won't be seeing FPX until next year. And honestly, maybe it's time. Like, I don't know. That was a brutal year as a whole for FPX. Yes, they stayed in Group Ascend, but they were the punching bag for a majority of it. And you could see that still they learned so much, and they used a lot of that coming into today. It just wasn't enough to keep their heads at least corrected in game number 5. Some things going a little bit wrong for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's tragic for FPX. You felt like you had control of the series and of game 5, and, you know, honestly, this team felt much improved with Jeje. Does this split look different if you got an entire split with him as the starting jungler? Maybe, but those are the what-ifs that unfortunately you just don't have time to answer. They move on to 2026. I think that there is, you know, a core to build around. You never know what happens in the LPL offseason, but there are players on this team that I think showed so much this year, whether they're on FPX or not. Dway, I think Jachi, you know, Jeje obviously, but look at that gold graph. It is just disgusting.
Disgusting is the right word. I'm glad that we got the kind of final potential of an ADC battle here. I think both of these guys were just aces today. And the fact that the final game came down to just who was better between the two of them. Some really aggressive plays from Tiachi, but always consistently knowing his angle for leave. 35% damage done off the back of that 50% damage done earlier on the Smolder. And it's just about knowing that you just need to get the one kill. And earlier, it hurt him, right? He was trying to get that kill, didn't end up getting it, but the team focused around taking those front to backs, and you'll see it time and time again in the fights that Lee found success in.
Yeah, I mean, really, it all comes down to when you have this AD carry matchup where both of them have so much gold, it's who can protect the backline better. And this is the fight. I mean, this is it, right? Like, this is the thing that broke open the game. Jachi's not here. FPX take a 4v5, and without their Fed AD carry, and all of a sudden the entire game is lost. It really can come down to that small of a mistake, and credit to NIP for being able to capitalize, but what a series from Leave. I know we don't give out like a player of the series award, but like absolutely, to me, no doubt in my mind, he was the best player on the Rift here today, and he's really what elevated NIP across this entire series.
He is indeed. Now, I think Nio deserves a little bit of praise too in that regard, especially feeling so confident to take a Nidalee in game 5. Like that takes a lot of gut, especially in the Jeje, and to perform like he did.
You gotta have some sort of confidence in yourself, especially after the Viego game where it's like, all right, I'm strong, but like, can I actually play? Like, do we have the setup? Like, to see that and to be like, no, Nidalee's my pick in game 5 for the rest of the season. Just crazy work from Nio, especially because he had been struggling a bit in the series before that. To me, he's player of the game here for game number 5. I wouldn't really think too much about it. I think he is the one that ended up making the biggest difference, and really kind of created a lot of what NIP ended up having to play off of. And in such a big moment to have the player that you brought in specifically for this purpose kind of show that potential. Former LDL MVP Nio finally starting to come into his own in the LPL. It's just really cool to see.
It is, and doing it his own way, as FPX did try some really good fights in the back end, but just a couple split moments, a couple split decisions, and there's that one fell swoop as a big spear connects, but it was all she wrote after this. I mean, it was already done, as they were so far in the advantage.
Just feels impossible for them to have been in this position in the first place, but you're absolutely right. The game swung, and you know what? Credit NIP, they did not waste time. When they got one advantage, they turned that, they were down 3k gold, and now all of a sudden they're down 1k gold, and now within 5 minutes they're up 1k gold, and then they're up 5k gold. Like, they never took their foot off the gas. A lesser team would have taken the mistake that FPX made and perhaps made it a long game that, took a while to close. Ninjas in Pajamas wasn't about that. Sub 30 minutes on a game where they were down this much is really impressive.
Yeah, it truly is. And you got to wonder, does that make them look like a tough opponent going into the selection phase for playoffs? What do you think?
I think it depends on who's winning these other series. I think if we're looking at another, Group Nirvana team, maybe an EDG making their way in, I think that there is an argument that, I don't know, maybe I don't want to face Ninjas in Pajamas in round 1, but, I think a lot of good teams left. I think depending on, your matchup, especially if you're a team like Top Esports, do I want to stare down Doinby and Nio, my former, TES prodigy jungler in round number 1? Might be a bit tempting.
All right, well, let's see who gets the MVP here. It will be another one for Leave. 35% damage done, over 90% KP. Rightfully so. I mean, Leave popped the hell off this series.
He needed 1 kill, and then he was off to the races. The moment that he was able to get a foothold in this game, he immediately took it over. You watch every single final fight, and his damage was the most consequential it could possibly be. Leave against his former teammate in Jeja this series, he's going to have the last laugh.
He definitely is, as spamming those EDG emotes all along. Also with the expensive skins, so, not too shabby. But an NIP 3-2, they make good. They turn it around at Game 5. The first red side, set up as well. You love to see it, and it just comes off some cohesive gameplay from a team that was honestly so ridiculously dominant in Group Nirvana. I don't know what that means in the grand scheme of things, but it ends up paying off for them.
It absolutely, it pays off in its fullest force. They are now in the playoffs proper. This team, again, even going into summer, I can remember this team kind of talking about, hey, our goal is not to be good. Our goal is Worlds. Like, we made these changes because we think we can be top 4. I think that's a long shot. There is, a lot of things that stand in their way, but you know what? Miracle runs can happen to anybody. We have seen some crazy things in the LPL before, and at the very least, NIP will have the chance to pull off, a pretty big miracle here.
They will indeed. I think we are going to go ahead and bring up the bracket, if at all possible here. If we don't have that, no big deal. But itself, rightfully so. I think NIP deserve a lot of respect moving forward. And we'll have to see, like you said, against the kind of performances we get from the other squads coming through. But as we see, the first one is done. NIP do what maybe some thought could never be possible and beat a Group Ascend team. Memeing a little bit, but NIP do end up finding that, and they will be the first ones to move forward from this play-ins playoff stage.
Yeah, and the question is now, are they the last? Are they the only Group Nirvana team to get through? Because we've got some crazy fun series coming up. I think WE-EDG is one I'm really excited to see. A lot of storylines and former teammates in that one as well in terms of the orgs. And of course, it's Edward Gaming versus WE. Of course, there's a lot of excitement. Yeah. You've got underdogs like LGD and Ultra Prime that are such young rosters. I'm just excited to see where the rest of the play-ins go.
Yeah, absolutely so. But K-Man, it's been a pleasure to cast this series. I'm glad we got to go to all 5 games, as is tradition between these 2 orgs going at it. But that is the first of our 4 play-in matches. So it should be a lot of fun moving forward. Before we get going, thank you very much to our Elite Coffee supporters, Aaron Soup, Mung, Forest Without, and owners of Asil Morel. Their financial contributions help level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an LPL English product every single day. Coffee is the best way to support us. It goes to helping the broadcast, again, in a variety of ways. But thank you all for joining us. It's been a long night. Make sure you go get some rest, and we'll see you back in action tomorrow for more LPL playoff play-ins.
了。